up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. It is CPI day. Consumer Price Index, Adara, the market's already moving. Do we have the numbers?
We do have the numbers. So CPI year over year in line with estimates, 2.4% versus 2.4% expected. But all the other prints, Sharif, lower than what we were expecting. CPI month over month, 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. Core CPI year over year, 2.8% versus 2.9% expected. And core CPI month over month, 0.1% versus 0.3% expected. So again, just to recap, CPI year over year in line, CPI month over month, and core CPI year over year and month over month lower than expected. Market pushing to the upside, liking these numbers, Sharif.
And we keep kicking the can down the road. When are the tariffs going to have an effect on inflation, Adara? That's I think the third month now we were predicting that they would be reflected in the numbers, and they have not been. So we'll continue to watch that. There's a lot to talk about today, guys. Already here, a deal possibly being announced by Donald Trump, saying that he's struck a deal with China. We know that Howard Lutnick and Jameson Greer, their U.S. trade representatives, are on their way back to the United States to communicate with Donald Trump. Looks as if that deal may already be done, so we'll keep an eye out on that as well. Tariffs upheld in the courts. That is temporary before the actual hearing is set to take place, I believe, on July 31st. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then there's lots to talk about with Tesla as a robo-taxi event scheduled for Elon's birthday of all days. It's going to be June, I think, 27th or 28th, something like that. So not a bad look. And Nvidia, Quantum, Jensen making comments.
Jensen once again talking about Quantum. Very different tune from what he initially struck on Quantum. And I think this end of July is going to be extremely busy, Sharif, because we have that hearing on the 31st. 30th, we have this Fed meeting. I was just checking the CME Fed Watch. I'm not seeing any updates yet in these rate prices, but I'm sure we'll see them pretty soon. Yeah, literally so much to discuss today, guys. We had earnings too. GitLab, Chewy, GME all sharply to the downside. Stitch Fix, bit of a small cap runner there to the upside on this report. Starbucks here with Microsoft. Literally no shortage of catalysts here.
All right, boys, the market's moving up. What's the look?
Like everybody, welcome.
Not bearish today.
Good morning. You're definitely not bearish, unless you're talking about those earnings names just mentioned. Although Dave & Buster's has a 42% short float, and they're up after earnings, so that's worth keeping an eye on. Nvidia pressing higher, just went into the green. I think it could take 145 today. Tesla looks like it's primed to make another breakout here. Quantum names in play. Thank you very much to our good friend Jensen for talking the group up. Rigetti does an offering, but it doesn't matter. It goes up because Jensen says Quantum is at an inflection point. So yeah, there's a lot to watch today. No shortage of catalysts whatsoever. Yeah, the bull market and the bulls have come to play so far this morning.
Just hearing right now in my ear, 55% effective tariff rate going to be affecting China right now. So we're going to wait to see when that comes. But here goes a nice little future move up. Ooh, new China tariffs are going to be 30% or something like that. Okay, just quickly, there goes Nvidia. Nice move out of the upside at 145. We'll see what winds up happening there. Trying to tick a little bit higher. Good move there. Tesla on watch as well as we get going higher and higher and higher. It seems like right now, there's Tesla, man. I don't know. We called 330 yesterday. Today's 335. There it goes, man. Congratulations. We were talking about buying some shares down here. We're talking about buying some shares all this whole week. And today you get it again, another 3%. So a big congratulations and oh my God, for traders of Tesla. And then today, Rigetti. I mean, we just talked about some of these quantum names. They're going to have to be on watch one more time. I mean, every day they're pretty much on watch, and Rigetti right now trying to break higher as well. Everything QBTS, Rigetti's up 7%. Same thing over here. They're all starting to go. 3.5% for QBTS as well. There today, IonQ going. Uber back up to $87 today. I mean, there's lots of stuff going on right now. So good morning to everybody. And let me see if Intel has any carry forward from yesterday. My guess was no. It looks like it is a no, but it's kind of just wait where it is right now. So despite the market being up 0.5%, Intel's almost down 1%. So I guess we didn't get that story of why this was going upside, and it appears like it should not have been back down in today. Maybe this is a good short here this morning, but yeah, we're excited. It should be a good day. We've got baseball tonight. You mentioned that you had baseball last night. Didn't rain, did it? No.
It was overcast.
It was overcast, yeah.
There was a hilarious moment at baseball last night where there was overcast, and the opposing team catcher I might have felt, I was coaching a third at the time, I might have felt a single drop.
Yeah.
And the catcher stands up and just in the middle of play, like he's supposed to be throwing the ball back, and he just holds onto the ball and he turns to the umpire and he's like, was that a drop of rain? As if he thought the game was going to get called.
Yeah,
like
you don't call baseball on rain.
I'm like, kid, we're playing this inning. We're getting our last hits in.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here? Like
Unless-
a single drop of rain. I'm like, what is going on with this kid?
There has to be lightning or thunder or something.
No, but that's what.
Yeah, exactly. To cancel a game.
Yeah, they
Come
didn't
on.
know. They
Well,
didn't know
were they winning by 1 or something? Is that what it was? Or?
Well, so in this league, they until it's the year-end tournament or they have 2 tournaments in the year, they don't keep score, but everybody does keep score.
okay.
We did beat them in the last inning. So like the kids always know.
Dude, if you ever came to High Park.
And they knew he knew his team was up, but we were catching them, so we did catch them in the last inning. But you're not supposed to keep score, but everybody does.
Oh my God. It sounds completely different than the league that I'm in, man. Our High Park baseball is the most competitive T-ball, the most competitive stuff you've ever seen in your life. It's crazy how competitive it is, but almost too much. All right, yeah, so let's get ready to go, man. Look at the NASDAQ. I mean, it's still going higher here, which is nice. Generally speaking, the CPI came in as expected, right? Actually, a little bit lighter, right? 2.4 versus 2.8 versus 2.9 year over year. CPI, here it is right here. We can review this real quickly if you want to. There it was right there. So core year over year plus 2.8 versus plus 2.9. Month over month CPI. 0.1 versus 0.2. So coming in a little lighter on both sides. And now you're going to see a nice move up there on the NASDAQ. So there we go. Upside, upside, upside today, it seems like. And yeah, I guess the market is getting closer and closer to touching out to its all-time highs. I mean, I should actually do the math and figure out where exactly we are, but I think we're pretty darn close, man. Maybe like less than 1% away. That all-time high in the Qs, yeah, it's $4 on 538. So, you're less than 0.5% away or so, even less than that from this all-time high. So there it is right there. What a battle back, man. We were told to buy down here, and those who did, giddy up right now. And we had Brian Shannon on last night. He was saying that probably once we get here, we maybe do a little bit of a pullback. But yeah, there's definitely a magnet to this level. It seems like over the last 3 weeks, there's been like maybe 4 or 5 red days. It's pretty incredible, man. It's what a move up there. And now the China-U.S. deal is going to be happening. This is going to be, I feel like, another great day. Is Robinhood doing anything? Today, 74. Yeah, great price for Robinhood again today. Up another 1%. Are the banks trying to go with this as well? Yes, yes, sir. Spin it right there. Happy for some JP Morgan right now as well. Up to 270. That's the highest I've seen it since we've been holding this. So we really like that one. And that 270 is a possible breakout out of that level as well on JP Morgan. So yeah, I think everything is working, man. Bitcoin 109.5 again. It just feels like it's going to be another one of those bullish days, man. And if you're not on board early,
unless you're like GameStop, unless you reported trash, then I think you're absolutely fine. And SoFi is trying to break out. We were mentioning Rivian the other day, that $15 break. That could happen today if you get bullish enough. And obviously the market's looking really strong. You know what? Not even 15. This could break out at like the 70 level as well. 15, I think, is a big one. So Rivian Randy's name is looking very, very good. BB, I'm with you. Don't be a liquidity grab off the open. Look, I think you want to be ready for all things. Like if you look at, like just an example, like Nvidia, the last couple of days has done both. It's lit grabbed up, it's liquidity grabbed down at the open. And it does it almost on all opportunities, where eventually you get the direction that you're looking for, but it's after an initial spike. This is different because it's not the open. I usually expect some price discovery and maybe some pullbacks as people take some profits going in, but it's hard not to start bullish. 45 is now finally gone. Yeah, we'll talk about this and other names for sure. I believe we have Raheen coming through as well, so we'll get a look in some Canadian stocks, maybe some mining stocks, see how they react to the deal that is done here. Let's get back to the desk.
All right, boys, we're going to talk some GameStop. They reported after the bell yesterday. I hope you guys caught that with Adara and Sean in the market recap show. It was a good report. There was not a lot bad, but selling off to the tune of 2.5% here to start the morning. So Q1 profit, Adara, they made some money and basically reversing the loss that they had printed last year on the quarter. They made about $45 million, about 9 cents a share. EPS, adjusted EPS that is, came in at 17 pennies, beating the street's expectations. But revenue did decline, notably 17% year over year, down to about 732 million. There were certain segments that did okay. Collectibles were up 54%, kind of making up for some of the declines that they saw in gaming, Adara. But that's not the only business they're involved in anymore, right?
It is not, because they're also involved in crypto. I guess we know that we had that meeting between Ryan Cohen and Michael Saylor way back when. Looks like something has come up here. Apparently, they have 4,710 Bitcoin that were purchased between May 3rd and June 10th. So literally, as of the day of the earnings report, it sounds like using cash. Also, I want to talk about their cash on hand. I mentioned this yesterday when I read through the report on the recap, but this is significant, Sharif. $6.4 billion in cash, equivalents, and marketable securities by the end of the quarter. $1 billion last year. So it's a massive year-over-year spike.
Fantastic.
I really want to talk about
and
that.
You can tell that they were able to shore up costs a lot, and that's how they were able to actually make 17 cents a share.
Their earnings are impressive.
EPS. I want to mention, Adara, that their crypto buy is not actually reflected currently on their balance sheet because they bought it, as you said, in May, and that was the last day of Q1. So we don't actually see that right now.
That's smart, yeah.
Yeah. So interesting move, guys. Not the first company to start adding Bitcoin, obviously, to their balance sheet. But what's the look here on GameStop?
Yeah, not the first, not going to be the last. There's plenty of more bullish names. I think look, we said in the aftermarket show we're going to take a breakout of 31 if it actually happened for us. Because that's set up so well. It's not impossible. It could go green and then go another $1 and break out over at 31, and then all the apes will be happy and all that good stuff. And certainly it's never about the numbers, whether it's going to happen or not, but certainly you would have liked a little bit better to give you that push. So it's on the back burner, this 31 break. I would suppose the normal thing to say would be, if it doesn't break that out, you want to try to play. Excuse me, you want to play some shorts into it. You want to play some shorts into it, but I'm going to stay away from that game. We wanted a 31 break. I can wait patiently. Maybe it does it tomorrow. Maybe it does it later in the afternoon. I'm not buying any dips on this. I feel as if it loses the bid here, then I don't want to be fighting one of the weaker stocks in a bull market. So I'm going to stay away like this. Chewy. I probably feel a little bit more bearish on Chewy than I do on GameStop. That could be in play. And I don't know if we're going to get a chance to mention this one, but just because I said in play, Dave & Buster's, 42% short float, went down in the aftermarket, possibly getting some weak hands out and maybe trapping some shorts, taking out the 200 period moving average. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't know why the volume's so low in the pre-market, this seems like maybe even a better squeeze opportunity here on play than on GME. But it's at 31 level for me on GameStop. If we get it, we get it.
Yeah, for me, I'm pretty opposite of that. I'm all about this dip buy there. I would love to get this 28.50. So it's actually going to be the second trade idea on here would be to go long on GameStop down here near 28 to 28.50. We've been holding it all morning. Now we get the bump up now. I mean, obviously the whole market's going, so I don't want to take like, you know, oh my God, GameStop is back or anything like that. The problem with GameStop right now is that it's only 415,000 shares. So it's not a whole lot of love there as far as amount of volume coming through here today. And it didn't have huge volume yesterday. I mean, Adair and I reported this number, and they beat on sales. We talked about that. Obviously, that big cash number, they had an equity raise, so it's obviously they have all that cash, and then that cash has been put into Bitcoin. So we already know what they've done with it. It's not like they're sitting on cash anymore. Yeah, so there it is right there. Up to the 200 period moving average, I'm long GameStop, and also I'm thinking of a 30 break, like just going long on 30 breaking. You know, when we broke it yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, we went to 30.50, right? So I think there's an opportunity to get into some more GameStop here and it be a better trade than I think. So here's $30, man. We topped out on that. It was pretty choppy there yesterday until we broke it. So let's just wait. I don't think there's going to be enough volume right off the open to get to there, but you know, we'll see what happens with GameStop. I mean, the short float it's not really a thing anymore. I thought it was maybe 11% the last time we looked at this. Yeah, there it is there again, 12% on the short float for GameStop. So again, I like the opportunity to dip by, but you know, you never know where it's going to go. So, you know, I like that opportunity. Neil doesn't. You guys are 50-50 probably on our chat. It's just one of those things where there's, like Neil said, there's going to be other things to look at as well. So we'll wait to see. I would like to see more volume. And if we had more volume, then it would be a little bit more convincing of that. Because like I wish there was like 4 million shares just to give us some sort of an idea of what's going on. Right here on the imbalance locator, it's not even on here. You know, this is a New York name, unless it is. I don't see it. So yeah, right now it looks like today, I mean, Joby, it's a lot of the same, man. We got Cliffs there on a steel deal. We talked about that yesterday between Mexico and the United States. IonQ, QBTS. I mean, all of the Archer innovations there. Uber. I mean, they're names that we've already talked about. Disney on an oh my god run lately as well. Actually, I should probably put that on the sticky note as well. And there's our Target, man. I mean, we had. I think I got to get into some of this, man. We had Target. We were talking about that break of $100 the other day. Not the other day. I've been talking about this for probably about a month at least, I think. And there it goes, now trying to break through that $100 marker. This is probably an options play of some sort here because I do think that there's a lot of opportunity to get back to the upside. But actually, I don't mind holding the shares because I don't think there's that much downside either to this play. So, yeah, it looks like Target's trying to break back out. I mean, it's have such a good retail space for some of these names. And again, I still think, I told you I was getting longer and longer in Amazon, and we have been. So that's my favorite stock right now. But Walmart also, you know, looking to break through that $100 mark. That could be something as well. So, yeah, retail, I mean, everything's in focus right now. It's 8:46. We were supposed to have Raheem. I don't know if he's messaging. We are waiting for Raheem. And because there was no Raheem, apparently there was also no upgrades or downgrades because we were waiting for Raheem. So I'll upgrade. Yeah, I'm upgrading Target and I'm upgrading Bitcoin today because I do think that with Bitcoin right now in and around 110, we have Ethereum with a little bit of a pullback. I do think IBIT has a real good chance. Oh, you know the other one that we looked, I wanted to see the volume on this one. ETH, is it A? A is the iShares. Yeah, so already a million, it's beating IBIT, no? No, almost. So both got 1 million shares. This is 960, the other one's 1.3. But this is the right. I want to thank you guys in the chat because yesterday when we had Brian Shannon on, we were talking obviously about some crypto names and I was talking about the huge run, not huge run, but we did have a nice run yesterday in Ethereum. I think it was up 7%. And someone was like, ETHA was a good thing to trade. And then ETH, was it you? Was the other one? Yeah, this is okay, so this is more the currency. We don't actually have this. But ETHA right there, this would be the ETF for Ethereum, I believe. Unless there's ETH, yeah, we don't have ETHU. I just called it up. It went right over to our crypto offering, I guess. But there it is, man, ETHA. Let me try ETHU again. ETHU, yeah, see, we don't have it in our system. That's not what it is there. That's a crypto pair against the US dollar. So, all right. So anyways, as we go up, just in case you guys are looking for something, I don't think anybody on the show has mentioned ETHA. I didn't know about it. So I wanted to.
I didn't know.
Oh, ETHA? Oh, okay, yeah. So, so this is something there to watch out for on Ethereum plays. I think crypto is about to get lit here very, very soon. 112 incoming by Friday. What day is it today? Wednesday? So, yeah, I think we get an all-time high coming very soon. I think it matches with the NASDAQ.
I think it happens on Father's Day, and that's our gift for Father's Day.
What, Bitcoin breaking?
No, the all-time high.
Oh, the all-time high.
I think
yeah.
Most all-time high breaks happen on the weekend, so I'll go with that. 24-hour market, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who knows? I'll go with it today. You need 2% in Bitcoin. I think we get it today. So
I hope so.
Let's wait to see. IBIT on my mind, obviously. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what they're up to.
Talking a little GM here as they look to boost their U.S. investments and reshore a lot of the production that had been in Mexico and the U.S. So they will be investing about $4 billion in 3 American assembly plants through 2025. It's a reshoring vehicle production move here, and they're reviving the idled Orion assembly plant out in Michigan, which was actually scheduled for electric vehicle production. They're now shifting that back to ICE. So you're going to have the likes of the Chevy Blazer moved back from Mexico to Spring Hill, Tennessee. Chevy Equinox as well will be added to the Fairfax assembly plant in Kansas. And the Ramos Azurpipe plant, the long term remains uncertain, but they will keep serving the U.S. markets here, Adair. So Mary Barra, the CEO of GM, had said she won't take any, decisive capex actions until she has a clearer pathway for tariffs. And you kind of feel that she might have one now because now she's spending the money.
Yes, it's a pretty good look here, too. And I mean, they were already spending some money. They recently announced plans to invest about $888 million in the plant near Buffalo. But of course, this is a much larger expansion. They said they basically want to continue to be leaders in these certain vehicle classes. Is going to be gas and electric, and I guess they're going to be specifically focusing on certain vehicles at each of the plants. So they have a plan here, Sharif. This is well outlined. I think, like what you said, Mary Barra was lying in wait, ready to strike. Looks like she struck at the right time and pretty effectively.
I like that. All right, if Raheem's ready to come in, we can. No, not yet. All right, so we'll send back to the boys. And guys, what's the look here with GM?
It's crazy. We really are matching.
I was waiting for this guy to come through. And Raheem, I got some good news for you if you can hear. I asked Adara what her favorite football team was, and she said, well, I like the color purple. So she went with the Ravens. I wonder if that's what a lot of Ravens fans, why it's their favorite team. They have such pretty uniforms.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope it's because they play well. They're the only team that really scares me. Like KC, I feel.
Yeah, I mean Kelsey too is not.
Kelsey's old. I think KC was a little bit overrated last year. The Baltimore Ravens always scare me. We're gonna have Raheem in a second. I don't think GM is on the front of people's mind when it comes to EVs. That said, legacy, it's better. Like the GM chart is better than all of the other legacy automakers, at least from the ones that I've seen. It might do something today, but I'm not. You need to break 51. If you come to the chart for a second, you need to break 51 for anything to get really exciting. Great look off the 50 period. Next step, close above the 200 and break out the 51. The trend seems to be broken, at least off of the highs. There's your spike high trend line. It broke it and then held that trend line as support. So if for a stock, if you're trading this, you're buying the bottom of the trend into the 50 period, and you're waiting for it to break out to get that next leg into the upside, which feels like it could happen here. I like these guys more than I like Ford, but I don't know if that's really saying all that much. Pull up Randy's favorite Ford here. Hey, Ford could be breaking out. Bottoming tail, Ford could break 11. Yeah, GM needs to break 51 on that daily. Ford, pretty quiet as well.
And much more. Well, first of all, we will. I'm not sure what Raheem's going to talk about. This is kind of right in his alley here.
We have silver.
Yeah, gold, silver, everything. Steel tariffs today. Trump administration, 50% steel tariff may be coming off right now between the U.S. and Mexico. So we do see U.S. producer Cliffs making a move to the downside, but a nice little recovery happening right now. We got as low as 750 up to 775. We'll see if Cliffs wants to do something. This name has been pretty beat up. Obviously, during all of this talk, we were just at $16 at the beginning of the year, down to $7 right now. So there is some movement to the downside. And as far as automakers are concerned, man, I don't know. I see Rivians. I like the car. I know that they're made here in the I keep saying here, made in the United States. We're here in Canada, of course. But I think Rivian bouncing off the 50 period moving average on the daily, looking pretty constructive. I think we can get back to the upside. Looking at like a $16.50, $17 area price target right there for Rivian. So on any good news that affects the auto space, obviously we're going to look at names like Tesla, GM, Ford, all of that. But Rivian, for me, would be one where I think we can get some appreciation there in stock price. So yeah, we'll look to see if Rivian's there very, 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 very soon. But of course, we'll go over to Raheem Alani and say what's up to the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry is going to be a big problem for many teams once again this year. And we'll see if they can hold forward in the playoffs. Of course, that's all that matters in the NFL. The NFL is one of those things where it's kind of obvious. There's like 6 or 7 teams that are definitely making the playoffs, and it's just a matter of how that works out. And then there's the fringe teams that kind of surprise everybody.
Washington last year.
Yeah, that wind up making it, that could do some upsets. Like it's always like 6 or 7 big teams, and then the rest, and then you wait for the playoffs. So, all right, it's 8:54. We're a little late on this, but that's okay. We have lots to cover with Raheem, and we're going to go do that at the desk.
There he is, Raheem Alani, guys. A shout out to OCI Group. Thanks for joining us from Calgary. Why are you out there, Raheem? What's up? What's going on in Calgary?
So the G7 summit is happening here in Alberta in a town called Kananaskis, just outside of Calgary. And yeah, I had to come for, I had to be here for something. So I appreciate coming on the show and sharing a little insight of what's happening here in Alberta, getting ready for the G7 summit.
One of my favorite provinces, no question about that. So at the G7 summit, tariffs will be front and center, one has to assume. And there's also been a number of invitations that the new Prime Minister Mark Carney of this country has invited a couple of leaders who don't compose the G7. Tell us a little bit about that, Raheem.
Yeah, there has been, internationally, there has been a little bit of talk around the reshaping of the global landscape and what's happening in the world. Like you said, tariffs front and center, but a lot of things are happening in the world. And if you're going to do something like the G7, where you're going to have big political and business decisions being made, you're going to need to have other countries that are not part of the G7. So invitations have been extended to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as India. The India-Canada relationship, like I've talked about on the show in the past, has been a little tepid, but Mark Carney has made the decision to invite Prime Minister Modi and a delegation from India, which, in my opinion, is a wise move, just given where the world is. And like you guys chatted about this morning, U.S.-China talks have gone well. So having India here at the summit as part of some of the discussions, I think, is a great move.
Absolutely, and we've seen the previous prime minister had a bit of more an adversarial relationship with that country. You kind of see Mark Carney looking to reach out a little bit. Good move, kind of hard, Raheem, to have issues with China and India simultaneously if you want to grow, and that was the position Canada was in until quite recently. Any more you can tell us about that?
Yeah, no, exactly. And there are political groups here who are upset still that India is invited, given what happened with the political situation going back into last year. But again, like you rightly said, for proper decisions to be made, you can't avoid 1.3 billion people, and one of the largest. It's going to be the fourth largest economy now, and should be third largest in the next couple of years, economy in the world, and not have them here. And same thing with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're too big, too important to not have as part of these discussions, just given the way the world is changing.
So Jensen's out in Europe right now. I don't know if you know Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia, and he had a keynote speech yesterday where he made certain pronouncements about quantum. Or he had prior to his speech yesterday, he said, he's looking at about a 20-year runway before we see practical uses for quantum. That all of a sudden got cut yesterday. It said that there's a major inflection point coming from quantum. Is Canada looking at embracing that technology?
Yeah, definitely. Mark Carney said, as part of Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney said, as part of the Canadian initiative in hosting the G7, this is the sixth time Canada has taken the role of lead, and they had a couple of initiatives that Canada wants to set out. One of them being taking the lead in quantum computing. And I know Sean just said that we're part of America recently, so I know the U.S. wants to have a lead, and if Canada still is not part of the U.S., then Canada definitely wants to be in the lead there as well, because again, there is a great technology mindset, mind frame, and talent pool here in Canada. So I think Canada definitely wants to take the lead, and it fits right in line with what Nvidia said yesterday.
What's the atmosphere out there, Raheem? Are you seeing a lot of people making the trip into the province and into the city where it's taking place? What's the vibe right now out there?
Yeah, no, certainly. I was here last week, and I do come off sometimes. And I was just commenting to somebody, I've never seen hotels this expensive. Kananaskis is a small little resort town, about an hour and a half outside of Calgary, and they don't obviously have the capacity to hold it. So hotel rooms here in Calgary are, 4 to 5 times what they normally are. Car rentals are insane. So it is one of those things, like, if you live in a city with the World Cup, you may not want to be in that city during the time of the World Cup. Similar to Calgary, there are probably a lot of people that are just leaving town because of the chaos, the police setups, all of that. They do have staging areas for protests, but again, if you're wanting to protest, you probably don't want to be where the police tell you to be for protesting. So right. It's going to be an interesting few days here for people that live here, and it is quite chaotic. I've never seen it so busy here.
Want a quick one last question, Raheem. So we've been hearing a lot about the negotiations that have been taking place in secret behind the scenes here between Canada and the United States for a new trade deal. Melanie Joly, the the new Commerce Minister, refuses to discuss the details of anything like this because she doesn't want to do negotiating in public. Do you feel maybe with Donald Trump coming and, you know, likely to have some face time with Mark Carney one-on-one, do we get a possible deal announcements at the G7?
I would not be so brave to say so. I think the only person that would say so publicly would probably be the president of the United States, like he just did with the U.S.-China deal. So I would not even pretend to have any insight into that. But I do think, again, with so many world leaders here, I think you will start to hear some positive results.
All right, Raheem Alani, thank you so much for joining us today. Enjoy your time out there. I think the weather is quite warm out there, is it not?
Yeah, it's pleasant. Yesterday was like 20 in the 20s, so it was nice weather. And sorry, I don't have a better background for you, but again, with hotels, I didn't get a mountain view this time. I apologize. So you got to see me sitting here in a chair.
I remember the Spain background there. That was a really good one. I think, where were you out there? Where was it? Malaga? Where were you when you were in Spain last time?
I think it might have been in Leon. I can't remember, but yeah.
All right.
I'll do that. I'll do that again for everybody. I'll get you a better mountain view next time I come to Calgary.
All right. Raheem Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups. Thanks for coming on, Raheem.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
I'm waiting for him to be in the pool there with a brew like last time. Although, I mean, last time he was in a pool.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a brew with him.
It's all. I think it's like 7 a.m. there, so we want to thank Raheem Alani for coming through and looking so sharp there again. So
always. Yeah, I don't think we get. I mean, the G7. I don't think you get any deals. That's not the place where you're going to get things announced. And remember, a lot of the announcements we're getting, including this one with China, it's just early. It's just preliminary. And it really only deals with a few things. It doesn't mean that where all systems necessarily go, and this is going to be a long process. But I saw in the chat there, and one thing I agreed with was a lot of people saying, quantum is a priority for governments. I mean, quantum right now is hot. Every time these stocks are in play, usually you want to pick it, just pick your pitch and go for it. Like, I think you're looking for those longs. Rigetti's in play. What's interesting is this one that we don't always look at out of this group. So Rigetti in play for a little bit of a breakout here. But QUBT, that's one, it did a huge reversal. Like, that's the kind of short that people are probably thinking, oh, look at the top that I just got at 17.5, double top, and then it trended down all day. The shorts are nervous if you retake that high. I have Rigetti on the mind, but if Rigetti does absolutely nothing, QUBT up 12% here and been on a huge rally lately. It's got room to 20. That's 17.5 though, that double top yesterday. Little bit of trouble there.
all right, thank you, Randy. Yeah. No, we were just looking. Oh, look, I have Rivian up. What a surprise right there for you. So here's Rivian. I was actually saying it was pretty productive right here, bouncing off the 50-period moving average, looking to get a little bit higher up into these levels, $16, $17. We like that one. But Randy, it is this name right here, Tesla, all the way back, man, 335 right now, as if that break last week didn't even happen. There it comes all the way back up, man. What a good move. Yeah, last Thursday, Friday, we were at 280, and now you're up to 334. It looks like, yeah, maybe it might have done that, but I don't know. Nice move to the upside right there as it continues to go, man. Yeah, well, I mean, I love the car, but just as a stock, I really love the stock. It's been one of great day trading name. Again, and up another 3%. So it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. So this is why I never really want to sell anymore. I just kind of want to trim when things get to highs because I don't know like where this market's going. I would have thought Tesla was going lower there. And complete opposite there. Now we're calling 360. I was calling 360 for Friday. I don't know. That might not be there, but we'll see what. Yeah, Lululemon's. Yeah. Well, I still think it's down from its earnings. Yeah, it hit the skids there. Yeah, big time cratering action there for Lulu, and hasn't really bounced, but it's at a good level as well. Actually, Randy, this is probably a decent area to start thinking about it down there. But again, with tariffs and well, but I mean, China deal is getting close. Anyways, yeah, Lululemon looks really good, man. That was 330. back down here into 260. I just don't know if we like retail and apparel and all that stuff right now. So that's why I always go over to Amazon as being the #1 name for me. I've been saying that we got longer at just breaking 200. Now you're at 207, 217. This is really working. Amazon's fantastic, man. We got just longer just here last week on Amazon. So it's been quite the run. I still think we see 240 very, very soon. I mean, the Nasdaq's back to highs.
Yeah, we're right at the
So some of these other names just need to play catch
I don't
up.
like that retail at all. I think you got
No, retail is a problem.
We talk about the 3-day rule, but the other thing about a stock like Lulu, let it show you that the buyers have made a bottom. When it stops making lower lows, which I know it's barely making lower lows, but it's still doing it after earnings. Show some higher lows, and then you can get going. Everyone always wants to find that gap fill, and I get it. It's a big one. It's bounced from here before, but let's be patient. There's so many better names out there instead of trying to catch the falling knife. Like, not everyone is going to do a distinct crazy bottom like you saw in UNH and then give everybody money for a couple of days. Lulu, I'd wait till that low at 240 unless it can start doing something volume-wise here. But hey, it's after 9 o'clock. Let's get on to our free watch list, everybody.
60.45, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract, with the overnight high being 60.74. So we've defended now that 6,000 point area. We're going to look now initially at 60.50 as support, since we're above it. We're 60.56 right now. If we can hold that level, let's see if we, #1, we can take out that overnight high at 60.74. If we can, we're looking at 6,100. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. And directly into your mailbox. Adair prepares it and we all use it. It helps you organize your day and lets you know exactly what's trending and to know which are the big movers on the day, so you can get that trading framework ready. Let's talk about a different framework right now. The US and China have reached an agreement on a trade framework, and apparently Donald Trump saying that the deal is done pending agreement from President Xi. We know Howard Lutnick and crew are over there. Basically, the idea here is to build on the 90-day tariff suspension that they agreed to in May. Lutnick and Trade Representative Greer will return to D.C. to seek Trump's sign-off, which apparently he's already given. We'll have to wait for the other side of Dara, the Chinese, to kind of confirm that they're all good with it as well.
Yes, we will. And we have a couple Trump truth posts about this. So he's very excited about this deal. Just to clarify, so yeah, U.S. charging 55% tariffs on Chinese goods. So they're retaining the 30% new tariffs plus the 25% pre-existing tariffs. As you can see this post here, China is going to be charging this 10% tariff, it looks like here as well. And actually, a minute ago, Trump just posted something else here. I guess it's not refreshed, but he basically just said that he and President Xi are going to work closely together to open up China to American trade. Quote, this would be a great win for both countries, 3 exclamation points. So Trump extremely exuberant about this deal.
There you go, boys. China, U.S. looking to strike a deal here. What's the look?
Well, Nvidia is next on the list, so it won't go there. We'll be able to get to that in the chips in a quick little second. Maybe let's talk a little bit about Alibaba, or maybe look at some of the other Chinese ADRs. This one in particular has, well, not just because I'm in it long term, but also I love the fact that you've now regained that 50-period moving average. What's up, Ramin? As we're about to break away from this 120 finally. So good look here on Alibaba. It's only 1% up. But I love when you have a pretty clear line of support or resistance in this particular case, that if we do dip back in, as long as it can hold, this little afternoon top, 121.5, starting to look really good here for Alibaba. And the continuation play has lots of room. I think you can, maybe not today, but certainly there's room to 135. This was a program buy in the afternoon yesterday. Clearly, Algo's getting out in front of this announcement. It's not like they didn't know. I mean, we knew there was going to be some kind of an announcement coming through. It was teed up, and the algos bought it up going into today. So I think you could see a dip by 120, as I was saying there, just that 121.5 looks really good.
All right, just preparing this, to get out. China trade update. Yeah, look, rare earth metals, UAMY, I think was a name there that we could look at here for rare earth. That's not really doing anything. There was CRML, I think. Yeah, critical metals was another place to look. Both not really doing too much here again today. So I don't know. I mean, we looked at FXI. There's not really that much happening right now based on this. We saw last night, I tweeted something out last night that the deal was done, right? And so right now it's just more talk. I still think you can go long. I mean, we've talked about how well FXI has been doing as of late. And so there it goes, continues going to the upside right there. So yeah, I mean, you got to like the ETFs. It's definitely a breakout for China, man. I mean, I think once you get to that 39 level, then it's up and away as well. But just like the NASDAQ, we're almost back to these all-time highs all around the world. First of all, was already been at highs, and just the United States playing catch up right now. So yeah, we'll wait to see that one. My biggest play, I'm just about to put it out. Today I got Tesla, GameStop, IBIT, Nvidia. I think IBIT is a good play on this as well. Just with more strength in the overall world economy, I think a tariff deal makes everything go up, right? It's like high tides lift all ships, and we talked about Bitcoin, and I think that has a great opportunity to get going there as well. So we'll continue to watch out for FXI and things like that. I don't really trade any Chinese names. If anything, it's the only name I've ever really traded is Alibaba. I used to trade some of the other car manufacturers like XPeng and Li Auto and things like that. I mean, we used to talk about Li Auto 10 times a week. Now we don't hear about that anymore. So right down into here, 350 to 360, good little bottom for NIO. I mean, that could also be in play if you do like some of these Chinese automakers. Maybe there was something in the deal about Chinese automakers. I don't think so, but 350 or so, good little bottom there for NIO. I mean, this name, I think, probably looks better than Intel, to be honest with you, but we'll sit in Intel for a minute. Maybe I should sell Intel and get into some NIO. Who knows? But this could get back up to 450 pretty easily. That's a 200-period moving average. So yeah, some good names happening here today in the Chinese space. I mean, everything is up. The Nasdaq's up 0.28. ES I think was up more, well up now 0.2. So yeah, it seems like it's going to be pretty good. But NIO, yeah, good bottom there, 350.
All right, guys, a couple of headlines today for Nvidia. I'll talk about the quantum angle. Adara will cover Europe. So it's CEO of the world's most valuable company by market cap, Jensen Huang, declared quantum computing is reaching a major inflection point during his GTC Paris keynote speech. He emphasized the near-term potential to solve real-world problems in fields like medicine, science, and finance. This is an obvious shift from a speech he gave, I think, 6 months ago or something, where he estimated a 20-year runway for practical quantum applications. And Nvidia is putting their money where their mouth is. They are investing in hybrid quantum classical solutions on their own platform called CUDA-Q. We know CUDA is their software platform for advanced AI chips. So all these quantum names are running Adara, Rigetti, QUBT, QBTS, IonQ. They're all high, but that's not the only reason he was in Europe.
No, he was also in Europe here to announce some more deals. So basically, the goal of this, I think the main thing to know here is that we know Nvidia and Jensen Huang are trying to expand globally. He was in the Middle East. He was trying to make some deals there. Now he's basically saying that Europe is starting to realize the importance of AI factories. So AI factories is Nvidia's term for massive data centers with GPUs. They're trying to really expand those. We know he was in London the other day as well with that supercomputer.
Right.
So he's really trying to expand here in Europe. And Nvidia right now, stock looking great, Sharif.
Fantastic, guys. What's the look?
Nvidia want to look long. I mean, I don't know what to look. We'll talk quantum names. No, we'll talk quantum names. I would swear quantum in itself was on that rundown, but I guess not.
I don't know how it's not.
GitLab's not very good. Chewy's, woof, that's not very good either. Look, Nvidia, one thing I always like, prior day highs. Right in here, you just broke the 145, and we're kind of bouncing around in front of it. Over 145, I think. So let's maybe go to the higher time frame first. Over 135 is a bit of a breakout. When I look at this top, that's the first place I want to look for a dip. Always that prior day high. And then this nice little 143 area. Didn't really draw that line on the 143, but it doesn't matter. You get the idea. It's that little dip that you had in the afternoon into 143. I think all systems go. And if we end up missing, if we don't get the dip, have to be willing to pick up VWAP buys. Like if it doesn't dip into our levels, and we just start breaking out tops, then it's always that dip into the volume weighted average price. On bullish days, that's where we like it. On bearish days, you wait for the lows. But when you're making higher lows, that late day or midday VWAP is usually a good buy. That's where my mind is going to be at. And I guess because we're grouping these together, Rigetti, despite an offering, $350 million at the market, up 9% today. So strong quantum names, QUBT, sorry, not QUBT is actually up on a percentage basis a little bit more, but I like Rigetti just trying to pull. I like Rigetti back into 12. Maybe even if you go any further, it's okay into 11.90, and it's filling in a gap into the 13 level. So I want to be buying some Rigetti on dips. Quantum strong, Nvidia strong. Let's go.
Yeah, look, Nvidia's here on my watch list as it's a top 4 play anyways, right there. And those of you looking forward, a little bit of explanation here on what we're looking for. I just wrote down a long at 144. I mean, yesterday was a great base. If we fall into this support, I think it's a go, right? So here's some ideas that we do have on here: Tesla, GameStop, iBit, and Nvidia. You can go find it. I just put the link there in the chat. So I'm already bidding down here. I mean, if we get anything into 144, that's yesterday's close, right? And so we had a nice move up right there into, well, this is the AM, but there's yesterday's close right there. Nice move right into 144. We kind of hung around. Obviously, on those imbalances, we get some action. But, you know, if you sort of look to say where we did close at, there it is right there, 140. Well, I guess we probably closed at 143.75 or so. But I'm just looking to get some support right back into here. That's 144.20. We're nicely up. There's the move there on the CPI announcement. And I just think if we fall, what I wrote down was basically just falling into some support in here. I mean, ultimately this 143.40, 143.50, that's the area we're expecting. I'm going to start buying around 144. And if I can get anything around here, 143.50, I think that's pretty gold. But you don't hold that all the way down here. So, you're going to have to trade this. I would say if it does fall into here, my average price will probably be around 143.75, let's hope. And then maybe if we lose 143, then we can finally get out of that. So, I'm going to give this one at least $1 worth of room. I think anything else is not reasonable for me. So I'm going to wait for that and hope that we can get a big runner today. I think it's just momentarily moments away from another all-time high on Nvidia. And we haven't seen it since January. And it was, oh yeah, that's right. We have to get rid of that. I was going to say, the reason why I say June is, well, you got to go back. I don't want to put the chart back, but we did have a good summer. We're going to wait to see if we can take some of these levels out right there, 152.50, to get back to all-time highs for Nvidia. I think that's incoming as well. So, yeah, just good vibes all around, and it does start with Nvidia and the quantum space. Yeah, lots of names on quantum going to be watched today. So we'll continue to watch Rigetti, QBTS, QUTM, IonQ, and whatnot as the names continue to fly in here. All right, we have a little bit of time, but let's go over some Tesla. Now that's the #1 stock on my watch list.
Good look there, Sean, because your friend Elon announced the robo-taxi service is tentatively scheduled to launch June 22nd in Austin, Texas. And then there was another post later where he said he will personally oversee the first driverless trip to a customer's home, which he wants planned for his birthday, June 28th. Shout out to Elon. So Tesla's going to initially start with about 10 or 20 Model Y vehicles equipped with the new unsupervised FSD. He did confirm that it's going to be geofenced and there will be Tesla personnel monitoring the initial trips there. But what I found really interesting, Adara, is that they're not using the Cybercab. They're using the Model Y.
Yeah, it's interesting. We know we were seeing those videos of the Model Y. It looks like that is why, no pun intended, because that's the vehicle they're starting with here. It's worth noting the date. Don't get too married to the date. Elon himself said because they're being, quote, super paranoid about safety, which is always a good thing, it might actually be a little bit later than that. I also want to quickly mention here, too, this post on X. We know we've been monitoring the shifting relationship between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Looks like Elon Musk is trying to get back in Trump's good books, saying that some of his posts about Trump, quote, went too far. So just keep an eye on this feud that started less than a week ago and already seems to be maybe over.
3:04 a.m.?
Yeah.
Get some sleep, Elon.
I woke up to this alert. So good times.
All right, boys, Tesla.
Yeah, 3:04. I mean, some people are the night owls. Do what you got to do. Tesla has now filled in the entirety of the gap since they had that spat. And the next stop seems like 350 to 353 on trend. Pull back into what was the prior high. Like support looks like a 327 in here to me. So I'm buying dips into that. We did miss, it was a fail missing that 10 level yesterday because it did pull back close enough to that prior high. So if it does something similar, anything under 330, you have to be ready to kind of pull the trigger on a mean reversion there for Tesla. So looking for a continuation play there. in the back of my mind, there's still like, I mean, Rivian's not close enough to 15 that I'd say that's imminent, but in the back of the mind, that's an EV name that's very close to a breakout of its own. But Tesla here on the dip into 327, prior day high for me.
Of course, a 3 a.m. tweet is only 12 a.m., of course, where Elon lives. Okay, so here we go. Tesla, for me, going to be another big play, man. I mean, if you're looking for Tesla, I'm here, 328 right there. It's the #1 trade for me. I think it dipped by into yesterday's close is great, but I'm going to start the buying at 330. Yesterday's bottom, we nailed that 310 level. Unfortunately, we were in, we were in something else that was, Apple, and something else that was pretty huge. But we put down 310. That was the very bottom yesterday before closing out at 330. So that was a $20 move straight from the bottom yesterday. We had about a $12 winner there yesterday. I want to thank Brian Shannon for his kind words as well coming through. But 336 and change. Looks like it wants to break higher. So I already called 360 incoming for this one. So it is the #1 trade here today on my notes. So I'll be in this one at some point, that's for sure. 328 to 330 with China deal getting closer here. We see this name really willing to run. Yesterday we got a pullback at the open. So let's try to be patient. That's it. I mean, I've punched along on this thing when it's broken, the tops. I've waited for dip buys. So it goes both ways here. We're already bidding 330. Let's see if we get it. We may have to change our bid to 331. This name just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. And yeah, up and away, man. Like I said, when you sell stock, it's one thing to get out on like that spat there, but like that low is 280. Right? Like now you're all the way back up. I think at least what this gave us was now a decent base, at least, because we sort of built it up there between 280 and 300, and then we came back in and basically bounced completely off of that, right? So if you take away that little, issue that they had last week, now it just looks even more constructive. It just looks better right now, and making more sense to try to get back up to this level. I think we probably would fail if we get back to 360, especially if we get there by Friday, which is what I'm expecting. I would see that as potentially being a top. And if you're going to sell something, maybe at that point, fine. If you don't like the story long term there for Tesla, but yeah. Willing to go here now on TSLA. Pretty big today. Let's see if we can make some money right away.
All right, guys. Chewy, next on the list here. They reported earnings after the bell yesterday, and they beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter, but it was the full year, Adara, 2025 sales guidance that kind of sent this one a little bit lower.
Yeah, we can talk about that for sure here. So their fiscal 2025 sales guidance, $12.3 billion to $12.45 billion. So the midpoint of that is in, I guess, the mid to high 12.3 billions. That is below, though, the estimate of 12.42 billion. So mixed to a slight miss there for their guidance. Net sales, though, as Sherry's mentioned, beating estimates, 3.12 billion, up 8.3% year over year, above estimates of 3.08 billion. Their gross margin and their net margin, though, both decreased on a year over year basis.
All right, boys, you taking a bite out of Chewy, or what's going on over there?
Ooh, a bite out of Chewy. Well, Chewy took a bite out of itself. I mean, let's be real. Rocking to the upside. I don't remember exactly how big the short float is on this. I think it's bigger and better in Dave & Buster's with its 42% short float. Wow. But Chewy, it's got to get above 43. So the last move into the highs, 43 was a nice consolidation level. I think you're looking underneath that. Let me just double check something here on Chewy. Yeah, we have locates on Chewy. Yeah, so it's easy to borrow for us here at Real Trading. But it tried to break 43 twice already and failed. So this seems like the key level for Chewy. I think it could be headed back into the downside. We don't have GameStop on that list, but yeah, Chewy taking it on the chin, unless it's over 643. I mean, that's where I think the relief would start, at least. I think that's a short at 43.
Yeah, you asked about looking at Chewy, and my answer is no, I haven't even called it up. So I'm just going to go right over to GameStop, $28.50 for me on GameStop. This is on the sticky note. I think this is an opportunity today. Obviously, Chewy is as well, but I mean, I've been watching GameStop for longer, and as I said, I haven't even called up Chewy yet as a ticker. But there's $28.50. It looks great also on a chart into this area right there. We had the 50 period supporting it at $28 as well. I just, I like GameStop today. We know that they bought those 4,700 Bitcoin, so that's pretty interesting moving forward, especially if Bitcoin wants to go. We know it's on the balance sheet at a price lower than where it is now, so that's good. But again, I didn't really like the volume early. It's about doubled in the last half hour. I was just saying, can we get, I'm already bidding down here, can we get into 28.50? Really, that's the question. And if it comes back into there, then I'm a buyer of this. And then maybe we'll just wait to see if 28 eventually breaks. It's just an earnings play where it's not moving as much as expected, pretty flat, sales down, EPS beats. I don't like it for anything else other than it's 12% short float, and I know there's a lot of traders going to be looking at it. So if I'm trading away here, I should be looking at it. So that's what I'm going to be doing with GameStop. My focus is over here, and I'll let the big dogs bark on Chewy.
Guys, last on the list here, GitLab reporting earnings yesterday as well. Down aggressively here to start the day. They did beat on the bottom line. They were able to report earnings of about 17 cents per share, but they did miss Adara on that top line. Revenue $732.4 million, missing by about 2 1/3% there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the guidance here as well. So Q2 guidance between 226 million, 227 million. That's just narrowly missing estimates of 227.16 million. That's for Q2. Now, their EPS guide for the quarter, it was in line with analyst estimates. They also raised their adjusted EPS guide, and they affirmed their guide for sales, both of which more or less in line with estimates. It's kind of like a middle-of-the-road earnings report, I'd say, for GitLab.
And as you just told me off camera, down 25% year-to-date, boys, GitLab.
Yeah, middle of the road is. We used to have like there was like a puke emoji where I looked like I hit the key and I looked like mine looked like I was Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
And I think we got rid of it. But okay, so picture me hitting that one, and that's GitLab today, down 13%. Look, let's look at the quantum names today instead of GitLab, unless you're looking for the short, which I don't know, short back into prior high makes sense. There could be. I thought maybe there'd be a flat bottom break on GitLab. We said this in the afternoon. Hey, if this flat bottom breaks, we'd look for continuation shorts underneath. It has to break the $40 level. It didn't quite get into complete and abject disaster here on GitLab because there's still the support from April. But the way I see it is if you're testing the April support levels, when now we're starting to get deals done, that's the definition of things looking bad. So yeah, not a big fan here. I think it's going to be a trade to the south side if it takes out a continuation trade. If it eventually takes out that 40 for today, I'll probably be a pass on that as we look at Rigetti, Tesla, Nvidia. I mean, actually, Intel is going to be in play for me as well. We'll get to that in a minute.
All right, the name that's always in play, Palantir. We'll talk about that right now. Just right here, we have Tesla as a little bit of a bid imbalance, not doing much here. Has the imbalances are now out and they're pretty weak. There's nothing really going on here. We have IonQ as a nice little buy there as well, up to $42. I mean, it's going the opposite way. I'm just saying none of these imbalances are really affecting anything, but the big dogs roar today. Palantir has that opportunity again. There's one of, in my opinion, three of the best names, Nvidia, Palantir, and Tesla to day trade. Palantir here today up 0.6, 0.7 now, doubling the market. And monster move off CPI, as if that matters to Palantir, but nice move upside right there. I say a pullback into this 132 here is something to definitely look at. I mean, that was a good level yesterday. We spent a little bit of time over it, a little bit of time under it, then we broke through, came back in, end of the day at 132.50 on a positive day with positive news today. I think Palantir works. Here's the 200 period moving average right here, looking pretty good. That dip I gave you 130 yesterday, and today hopefully it gives me 132. So I'm already bidding 132 right here on PLTR. So yeah, man, just to review, the sticky note is now out. It's got Tesla between 328 and 330. So we're going to look for that right off the jump early. It's got GameStop on here. Well, here comes the Tesla a little bit. Here comes GameStop on the list as well at 28.50. There's a nice bump up. I can't help whatever the market wants to do. We have IBIT. We didn't talk about IBIT. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I have this as a breakout trade right here, that weekly high of 62.75. We're going to see about breaking through on that for IBIT. I mean, it was just yesterday's high, but we do have some highs right into there as well. 62.50. We're going to see about a breakout right there of 62.75. That order is also in to go. And then the other trade that I'm going to be looking at as well is Nvidia down to 144. I mean, we're almost there now. This one is a little questionable because it's not moving in the right direction right off the jump here. So I'm already bidding down here at 144. Let's see if we can get something there. It's 144.25. The bottom might be, I told you, 143, and we have to get out of Nvidia. So let's see where that comes with only 1 minute to go. We're locked and we're loaded and we're ready to go. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and all of that for now. But yeah, Bitcoin, IBIT, I just ran over some of my plays.
Yeah, the only one that didn't go over, there was that crazy move in Intel yesterday, no explanation given for it in the afternoon. There was a held bid at 22, as anybody can see right here. Simple, if it can break that at the open, you want to look long over, short under on Intel at 22 even. Already breaking the low of the day. I don't want this, I'm not going to chase this. I don't want a gap filling on us, but hey, it's hump day. So far, so good. Deal done. Light CPI, market coming back in. We got some dip buys locked and loaded. Hopefully, we'll get something on Rigetti. Hopefully, we'll get something on Tesla. Chip names looking strong as well. So let's get over to Adara, and let's ring this hump day bell in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right, here we go. I also just put a market, not a market buy, but a buy. Oh, we're into something already. GameStop just fell in. I put a break long there on Nvidia to the high side as well. So if that does come in. All right, so we get GameStop right down here. Like I said, if this breaks 28, let's just get out of it and then we'll just leave it alone. It's not a huge position, but again, one that I think has a chance at least to go. So we're into GameStop right now. First trade on the board, and it looks like we'll be able to take a little bit of profit if we can get it. Look at the gap right there, right? So you're gonna have to try to play off of that as well. So yeah, it's so far so good here with GameStop. Good long 28.60. That's where we have it. It just went into the, oh, there we go. We get an 89 fill there, and we get a quick 30 cents to start the day here on GameStop with very little liquidity. I mean, I didn't expect the spread to be like this. So yeah, there it goes, man. Tesla pulling back in a little bit.
32.
Yeah, nothing else is happening for me right now. Held 32, so right there, the 200 period. Unfortunately, I was at 30s, but we'll wait and see if we can be patient. Here we go. Come on, at GameStop. That's the one for me.
I can't read. What is that? What is that number on Nvidia? 1.5? No, that's more than it looked like.
145. I'm not going long on that break.
No, I'm not going along the 145 break, but there was like 17 million shares. It looked like on the offer, so there's something holding that. Well, I mean, there's an offer holding it at 45. That can give us the opportunity. I canceled my bid. I'm going to throw it back in there at that 144. I canceled my bid a couple of seconds ago on Nvidia, but I think we're headed right back in, and we can try to catch that. Tesla's coming back in there. Oh no! Bye Rigetti. Oh, Rigetti's already breaking 1250. Gonna slip a bit in on Rigetti, see if we can't catch this on the way back in. So Nvidia heading back into the downside. Tesla doing absolutely nothing. Here's Rigetti. Rigetti just bounced off VWAP and hit 1270. Yeah. Absolute powerhouse. Remember, QUBT is super strong as well. The entire quantum group is looking pretty strong. QUBT is going into the Russell at the end of the month, by the way. We didn't mention that.
All right, here we go, man. Yeah, good call out there. So we just got some 98s or so. Sorry, was it 93s right there on GameStop, getting a little bit lighter on that one. But let's just continue to see what exactly is moving around here, because my scanner's not growing crazy or anything, but the futures are coming back in as well. So it's going to be looking for Nvidia. That dip buy probably comes in. We're at 144, remember, for that one. I don't necessarily want to dip buy Tesla at these levels yet. It's still at 333. Right now, Nvidia might not even give us that level. I mean, we might have to go long at 144.30 right here on Nvidia, but I don't want to get too excited. The market also came down into VWAP. This one broke through VWAP and bounced off of 144.20. I'm at 144.10. right now. So if that can come in, great. Here goes Tesla, it looks like right now as well. So TSLA, that might be the trade. Well, nah, it was just down there again.
The same thing. And the
yeah,
bid
333, right up there to 335 again, and then falling back in. So, all right, but here we go, man. It is your awesome so far trade for me of the day. We just got 20s right there on GameStop. So yeah, man, we're putting up some numbers here. It's just one trade for me, and that's GameStop, and so far so good. Yeah, I like the stock here. I like it at those levels, talked about it a little bit, and I hope some of you are on that level as well. There's GameStop, your first 50-cent winner. It's a banger.
Yeah, banger for sure. As okay, Nvidia is going to give it to us here. It seems like that 144 is coming into play. There's just no red. There's no green candles on the day. We were able to get the quarters here, maybe not exactly quarters, 27s on Rigetti, as it's been holding on to the volume weighted average price. I like it over 12. If we lose 12, we jump out of it. I saw the same thing that Sean did on Tesla, where it looked like we're breaking out. You can wait here in front of the prior day high as long as you want, but right now it doesn't seem like it wants to get it. If we get one close above VWAP, this turns into a breakout trade on Tesla. Yeah. So if it closed above VWAP, then I'm going to start. I'll probably put that order in there if we do. Going to get an offer in front of the $0.50 there on Rigetti. That's pretty much it, because Nvidia, I keep saying it's imminent that we're going to get the bid. It just bounced. Oh, come on. It just bounced like 2 cents away from my order. We're going to go to Adara. Come on, give us some green here. I think we're headed to the pre-market low on Nvidia. Very weak. The NASDAQ about to turn red. Adara?
One name here that's really strong. It's First Solar, though this one actually also taking a bit of a turn for the worse here. FSLR on watch, getting an upgrade from hold to buy by Jefferies with the price target increase from 157 to 192. Great look here for FSLR, though, as I mentioned, dropping a little bit right now. Back to you.
All right, 143s coming in here, maybe. We are long. I mean, it's a good thing that it's a good thing that we have my good friend anyways, GameStop right now, because that's giving me a good little win here as we wait for Nvidia bouncing around 144. Look, man, I have the 144.10, so we'll wait to see how we go here on that kind of a play. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a bounce. This is the level that we wrote down, but we were also worried about, 144 long off that base. And what I wrote down yesterday or about this trade was that we could also, the real base is down here like at 143, like in this area, 143.50, 143.70, something like that. So I'm going to risk it here and put on a little bit more of a position right there for Nvidia if and when that comes in. So I'm going to be patient with it. You guys know I have the ability to, to do whatever. So there's going to be lots of time to make more trades, but for right now, it's GameStop 60 cents in the money, and it's Nvidia a whole 10 cents. So we'll have to wait to see if that can get going. But yeah, so far so good on our ideas here today. IBIT making a bounce down, and maybe it's time to pick some IBIT up as Bitcoin goes to 109.3. IBIT makes that move into 62. Too bad. Yesterday, I probably would have bought that dip into those levels, but today I was looking for the breakout, and I was actually looking for this breakout of 62.75. I think we'll be patient and wait for that one as Nvidia coming back down as well.
Yeah, Nvidia coming back down. What a short Intel obviously was. I mean, give me a break. It's just now 4% to the downside. Rigetti loses the bid. Come on, Nvidia. I'm offering at 29. Jesse Barfield. Sorry, 28. Just got that fill. But we just lost contain on Rigetti. If it's a fail breakout at the high, at the open, this is what happened yesterday. It ended up trending down. So I can get out of it, but the only way I'm going back long is if it puts in some higher lows and holds a volume weighted average price. The only other trade I've been in is Nvidia pulling back into prior close, and it just bounced. But can't seem to get past that quarter. So still looking incredibly weak. Tesla is looking a little bit stronger now. Yeah, still waiting at 28 here, but it doesn't want to do anything. You're still inside the range. Going to be patient here. The opening range hasn't really mattered too much if you find the right long. Like, you just got to be able to, you could have it laid on VWAP on Tesla, and that's like 90% of the trade. But I don't want to be in this one too early and then miss out on the opportunity to catch it on the swing to the upside. Let's go to Adara.
Here is LAES, Seals Q. This is a repeat offender, for lack of a better term, in that small cap space. This one is about a 9% short float this morning, running after securing a 30 million certificate deal for smart meter security in Asia, just making a new day high. Not a ton of volume on this either, but keep an eye on LMT and some of these defense plays. Apparently, Bloomberg reporting here that the Pentagon is slashing its request for Air Force 35s in half. So let's request here LMT really getting hit, guys. Again, not a ton of volume though. Back to you.
Defense spending is going to software and AI.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, and on top of that, Boeing looks really good in that space as well. So LMT kind of taking it on the chin. I don't know. I didn't look at the chart, so I can't really tell you if it's taking it on the chin, but it doesn't surprise me if they're going to be down. Go Webull. Happy with that one. But I saw the people in the chat mentioning that one's going into the upside. We want Nvidia to get to the volume weighted average price, which is 144.5 in here. That's what we're looking to grab for the next out. Tesla's still doing absolutely nothing. Hasn't broken 332, hasn't broken 336. So not much going on here for Tesla. It looks like it's trending towards a break of that top. Well, that might end up being the play instead of the dip buy here on Tesla. We might have missed the boat shorting Intel because it was right away, like instantly just flushing. I don't know if we're going to get any kind of a pop back into the volume weighted average price, but that's what I'm going to patiently wait for. This is the only name outside of those earnings plays that would have even considered short on. And yeah, down 3% for Intel. There was no reason why it was up. Not that surprising it's down.
All right. Yeah, we're just doing what we do best here, I think. Anyways, we bought some of our note. We bought 144s twice. We got 2 outs here at 25, and now just waiting to go, man. I mean, you know, we have another decent position here, and let's just wait to see where it goes. I mean, I'm always waiting for lower to see if it can come through, but let's try to hold this and see how high we can fly here with NVDA. That's another one that's on the list. IBIT. Oh, wow, here we go. What a good move that was to the downside. Here comes 110. I said we break the 112 today, so let's see if that gets going. And if we're going to do that, then yeah, man, I need to be representing the long at some point. So I'm going to be doing it right there on yesterday's high break of 62.75. We still got work to do before we get there. But, I mean, from the low was 62.10 or so, we just made 30 cents. So 30 more cents. If we have the same first 10 minutes as we have the next 10 minutes, we should be up near those highs. So we'll wait to see if anything's going on there. Tesla, as we had talked about, doing absolutely nothing. GameStop, we could check in on GameStop. I mean, we took some more outs. We got another 28.90. We got another 29.04. I have exactly half right now of the GameStop position left. So if it breaks, yeah, I didn't even look at Chewy. All right, just a quick look on here on the banks. JP Morgan, so we are celebrating that 270. I hadn't seen it that high. We got some out yesterday, remember 268.50. We talked about that for JP Morgan. So right now we're going to wait to see what JPM wants to do today. A nice little battle back off that 266 right now for some of these bank names. Webull, we talked about that. I bought some yesterday at 11, a decent sized position. So yeah, hopefully it can work out there for me in the longer term. And again, we sold some Palantir 134. We sold some Palantir 124. We bought some Webull. We sold some Google. We bought Eli Lilly is another name that we can have a quick look at. Wow. Yes, sir. Eli Lilly. That's a chicken dinner winner all day right there, as that's up to 816 right now. Another big move there. And then did Disney break through 120 yet? No, sir. It came close enough to doing that in the pre-market, up to 119.80. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all of that, man, and get ready to rock and roll as here comes Nvidia. Straight downside right now. So we're going to wait. Like I said, no stress on this one. We're at 143.75. I'll take, there it is. We just got that, Phil. I'm going to give this to 143.50. If we break that, then obviously we're in some trouble there. So my average price is 143.80 on, I guess, a big position. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening.
Yeah, that's actually the blue ocean support level last night. So I have the same stop, but it's the overnight, and shout out to Real Trading, it's the overnight low on Nvidia that it's trending back down into.
Yeah, here it comes.
I'm jumping out of it. Tesla's also starting to come back into the downside, so very quickly, because Nvidia's right at that price, close this bar above, and then we can maybe take another ad if we're able to get a fill. So there's one green candle on this. We're able to get one fill out on that green candle. But Tesla threatening to break the lows. We're waiting for that the prior high. Down at 328, but it looks like it's about to take out those lows here on TSLA. Finally, getting some movement on Tesla. Nvidia headed downside, as we said, and some names looking strong. Sylvester Jackson talking about SoFi. Love that stock. Yeah, I guess this is what's breaking out. I looked over to see if Rivian was breaking out. Nope, that failed its break. SoFi looking strong in the last couple of sessions here. But Nvidia, not as much, as it's still looking to close underneath, underneath these prior lows from this morning. Yeah, there's not much juice in it. I'm not seeing any bounce just yet, so my stop is in. I'm not going to move it or anything. If we can close above, I'll go for the ad, but not looking very healthy here on Nvidia. Tesla, I can't believe it's still an inside day on Tesla. That makes no sense to me, but it did this in the morning yesterday, and there was still a chance for that big rally.
Yeah, the market's flat, which is kind of not giving me too many ideas here right now. We're long at 71s here on Nvidia, just trying to see if there is any sort of a get up going here. I don't feel like it is. I mean, normally when Nvidia is going to be right for, oh, there's a big size right there. Normally when Nvidia is right, it's pretty right early, and right now the right direction seems to be sell side. So, you know, us sitting here trying to pick up these longs does feel a little silly because every long we've wanted has come pretty easily. It's 943 right now. I could get out for flat if I wanted to, and I don't. But if you guys are nervous about this, then for sure this is a good level. We do have a big, decent seller there that just got eaten up in basically in one try. So here we go, back up to the upside now for Nvidia. We just got a 75 fill there again, but yeah, big position considering for around these spaces. That's for sure for myself, anyways. So here we go, man. Let's see if it can work out. We're long at 69s right now on Nvidia. This is a big play for me, guys. As we start to get some out, yes, sir. That was a good idea to get some more shares down there right now. So here we go. Let's go, Nvidia, man. The big trade alert is on right now for NVDA. This is your Trader TV Live. I need a key for this. A big trade alert is what we got to do. This is it. I mean, whether or not it works, I don't know, but the shares are in right now. It's Trader TV Live's big trade alert happening right now at 9:45.
Yeah, it is looking like it's going to be a solid one if we can hold on. What a great look. It just tagged that pre-market low. You can tell those dark pool wicks. Broke the prior bar. That's what I'm looking for a re-entry. 144 next stop, then VWAP volume weighted average price is going to be next as well. Oh my goodness. Fill 44s.
Let's go, guys.
Offer 44s, offer like 99. I just got some 99s in there. So I'm still holding on to half of the position. Well, actually, no, I have 2/3 of it still on. I want to see us get over the 144 level and take out those quarters. Intel's going to break $21 any second now, so that's completely filled in the gap here. It broke out at 20.95. If there's any long to be had, I guess maybe it would be down here. Someone said the CEO made a speech yesterday, and that was the reason why it was going to the upside. Well, maybe he needs to make another speech right now. So fills in the gap at 20.95. I'll take a shot at a mean reversion if it can set up. But right now, this stock is absolutely bleeding down, and the semis are looking weak as a group. Nvidia right back into those lows. So if it takes out that low, I'll be out. I'll be red because I'm holding on for the volume-weighted average price here. Actually, only got a third out.
Yeah, I got a quarter out of Nvidia there as, yeah, it definitely feels like a crowded trade to me. That is for sure. But guess what's happening right here, man? We're in the money now nicely. Let's try to hit $1 right now on Tesla. We just bought 330s. We talked about how we like that level down there. There it is, Neil. There's $1 right there on Tesla. Let's go. The sticky note remains supreme there. 330, we get that. Oh, that's not Tesla. We get that and we get out twice. 330, 331 there, 331.30s as well. But yeah, it looks like Nvidia trying to break down to the downside right now, and here it goes. NVDA, like I said, man, when you're using these kind of shares, you got to get out. So there it is, man. We break out. We'll be red on Nvidia, but flat on the day so far because our boy Tesla also wants to go up. Hey, man, we take a shot, and that shot does not pay out. There's no doubt about that on Nvidia, but it did pay so far on Tesla. But just be careful with where Tesla is going. I mean, that 328 to 325, 326 area could be incoming there. As again, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, so you got a deal on China. That's nice. Where does that leave us? Sometimes it's buy the rumor, sell the news. And it looks like today on the NASDAQ going red right now off of, look at that CPI number, right? And the NASDAQ turns red. So not a great look there for traders of the NASDAQ. We are in the money nicely on GME. So GME and Tesla holding fort, but here comes Tesla right back in. We still have half of this position. Here comes 328, man. These names are coming in real quick, real light, real hot. So watch out. If we break this 328, then we're going to, I'm chuckling because the market's falling down and we don't have a whole bunch of exposure, thankfully, on this. Thankfully, we were out of Nvidia there as well. But 327.75, I can easily make back what we've lost so far, but let's be careful. We just bought some 329s there on Tesla. Let's see how far we can go on this one. 328.50 next stop.
It looks like that is going to be the next stop. But also, everybody, if you're looking to level up your trading game with Prop XP, you can get up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots.
No bots.
Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. The link is in the description. Shout out to Profit X.
Oh, that's where the link is? Okay, good.
It is in the description. I just missed by 5 cents on our good friend, the stressed one on Tesla, right into that prior high. All right, I'll move to 329. It's the same thing it did at that 310 level yesterday. Pretty much the same thing. By the way, Nvidia now at 143. That's the next spot that I was looking for support levels. So if we can't hold on to 143, you might, if you see me slide in, if we lose the 143, then I'm jumping out of Nvidia. I am on the bid out in front of that level, have not been filled just yet. And the last one is Intel at prior days. It's at that breakout level from yesterday, about to put in the first shot at a mean reversion. If it goes to VWAP, I'd be absolutely thrilled. That's at 2140. This one has been falling like a knife. Looks like it's trying to hold this 21 even.
No worries here, guys. You know, we got another one right here. I mean, look what's happening on this sticky note right now. I mean, we wrote down 328 bottom for Tesla. The bottom of the day is 328, and we have it. So right now we're long. We're now $3, Neil, in the money. 1, 2, 3, right there for Tesla as it continues to rocket higher right there. So far so good. And we stepped into the NASDAQ as well, as the NASDAQ brings us right back to life again. So huge move up for the NASDAQ right now. We have that bottom. We have the bottom, maybe the bottom in Tesla right now. Can we have that $20 move today? I don't know, but here goes Tesla right now. We did take some out there near the tops, man. No mistakes whatsoever on Tesla today. There's 330, and I mean, I don't know, man. We talk about this every day, and I know it's getting a little long in the tooth, but who else is doing this? There's Tesla right there, 328 to 330. So we put it on. We put on the Nvidia trade. That doesn't work. We put on GameStop. We're there right now. So far, so good, man, on these ideas. We just don't have Palantir. That's also not on the list. So there's the futures. Good trading there as we get back up to the 200 period moving average as well. And Tesla, oh boy, still that $3 and doing pretty well over there on Tesla. We did give up Nvidia, unfortunately, but that 143 held beautifully. But again, switching over to other things, right? Like I'm green right now, and it helps because if I would have held on to this, sure, it would be good. Still right now, we would have been back to flat, but I wouldn't have been able to look at other opportunities, and there it goes right now. I might take one more piece out here on Tesla because it's such a monster move to the high side, but yeah, we just stopped actually at the 200 period, which has been the high, 332.50, so let's wait to see if that's something that comes into play, 332.50 again. We'll put another offer up there, but we got to get there first. So yeah, so far so good. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as Tesla coming right back in.
Well, not yet. It's not coming right back in. Obviously, Nvidia just made a move as well. It's about to go green on the sesh. I'm going to leave the bids in here, but not the ones at the bottom. I'll leave my 21 to try to catch another bottoming tail. The market's still looking at least a little bit heavy. As I said with Intel, we'd take a shot. It should have been a short, obviously. But our first look is right where this whole mess started yesterday at the prior high, and we'll try to play it back into the volume-weighted average price. I see everyone talking about Palantir in the chat, but I don't want to get too far away from the names that we wanted to look at here for our plays. Chewy, still looking incredibly weak. It's down 11%. I know it's SSR, but it's rejected VWAP now a couple of times. If I see a topping tail candle like this at VWAP again, I'll take a shot shorting in Chewy. I've double checked. We have those locates on. So right now, bidding 143s on Nvidia, looking for the VWAP retracement here on Intel as this stock continues to look incredibly weak, and you get some orders out on the way to said upside on this chip name. I haven't looked at AMD, haven't really looked at SMCI, really just tried to focus on a couple of chip names, but they're all doing more or less the exact same thing and trying to put in some bottoms here. So if you can't make this bottom here when the NASDAQ's coming to VWAP, then these start to get in trouble. The NASDAQ's clearing VWAP and holding green. Your chip names need to at least get there, Adara.
You guys know here, we don't have any numbers at 10, just to be aware, but at 10 a.m. we are going to have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying here before a committee. I'm going to check which committee this is. It's going to be the Congress. So we're going to have to wait and watch this. I'll be covering that in case anything tariff-related is said. Just be aware he is speaking. Also, as I mentioned, no economic data, but at 1 p.m. we do have a 10-year note auction worth being aware of. Send you back to the guys.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, we'll definitely.
That's the biggest auction. The 2 and the 10 are the two biggest ones. The 10-year matters a lot. So at 1 o'clock, if you see your quotes go crazy at 1 o'clock, you should know why. There's no excuse. Adara's got the goods right there.
Yeah, go for that. Hopefully I'll be here for 1 o'clock. Hopefully I'm still in all of these positions, to be honest with you. I mean, let's just give a go here to what we're doing. There goes the NASDAQ. I mean, we have the bottom on that. So hopefully it can continue to work out for us. I don't, or for me, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I am now out of about 30% or so of this position as we climb up. You know, we broke the 200, we broke VWAP, we were at the 50 period moving average we're now. So yeah, man, again, I kind of like that play, obviously. So we'll continue to watch out for that on the TQQs, right? And so that's the NASDAQ. So we use that because it's triple the leverage. We do miss that Nvidia pull because it does go all the way down. And, you know, my bad. This will be my 1L there for so far today. But GameStop has really sort of helped out this day. Again, we had a great start there. Got right into our sticky note level of 28.50. Good out at 29.50. Now we'll wait to see if GameStop can get going. I just took another out at VWAP right there. So just to have a look at what it looks like. I mean, out early, when we can get 30 cents in the first minute, we're doing that. And then the second minute, it gave us 60, 70 cents. Then we came back in, took the 200, took VWAP again. So now let's just wait. I mean, I'm going to switch now to 28.25 if we break that level instead of 28 flat. Actually, right now we're at, let's just do a break of, 28.39, like a break of 28.50 and get out, because we've already done really well to sort of hold on to this. But, you know, we never know with this market what's going to be happening, and especially on an earnings day play. We just got another piece out there at 332, like 1 minute ago. So here it comes right back into 330. We already have that low of the day on Tesla. So we're going to wait to see if it does come back in. That would be a good reload spot. But for me, until then, I'm going to pass on reloading and just give it a second, because we've made the money there, but we never make enough because we're waiting for that, like I said, a much bigger move. Yesterday, when we had that $20, or we only had a $13 winner, but when we had that, we didn't have that many shares left. So let's see if we can hold on for a little bit more. But coming right back into 330 right now is Tesla. So yeah, just a pretty interesting day so far. Relatively flat for me. We're just going to wait to see if we can get anything else going. There's 330 on Tesla. Oh, IBIT. What is Bitcoin? Okay, so
Bitcoin's not doing
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why I call IBIT up when I can have Bitcoin right here on the screen. Yeah, just back and forth. 62.50 looks like the top there for IBIT. And then we can just quickly ETHA. We talked about this. iShares IBIT, iShares Ethereum here. Yeah, flat as well, not doing a whole heck of a lot. So yeah, we're just going to sit around and watch out. Other plays, maybe AMD 122.50, a decent size there. AMD, nice move to the downside. They have not recovered yet like Nvidia did. So maybe AMD has some juice to it. AMD actually red on the day, so I would actually be a little more cautious of that. Maybe a 123 break back higher. I don't know, but yeah, not looking great actually for AMD.
No, not at all. But looking very good for, just very quickly, Circle is making a bit of a rally here. I just got into Tesla on the dip. Circle gets to 120 or anywhere close to 120. I think it's a fade on Circle. Want to throw that one out there. Yeah, we just got the fill at 329 on Tesla. If we lose the prior close, I think this one is absolutely trashed. Nvidia's not really come back in there. We were able to get a couple of outs there on Intel on the dip, but now it's trying to go right back into the low of the day. If it holds a higher low, then this becomes an add, and we stick with the plan of trying to get it into the volume-weighted average price for sure. Want to make sure we got that note there on Circle. If it gets to 120, it's only about halfway there, trying to fill in the gap. Chill vibes. You bought Meta at 700. Go Meta. I'm assuming you're happy because it's going up. I just had a peek over at Alphabet and saw that that was at least relatively strong. Like, some of these mags are creeping above the volume weighted average price. It's the chip names that are lagging the most.
Go.
Which I guess makes a little bit of sense.
Oh, man.
But here goes Tesla.
Yeah,
All right, we got in for the first time. I want this back into the volume weighted average price. Pull back into prior high. Tried to add to it at 28, but it didn't fill the 28 level. So let's see if we can't get some 331 halves, I think, would be a nice level to get out in front of resistance. We can't seem to break through that hump yet.
Yeah, man, we got 328.50s right there, so we'll put another dollar on our head right there for Tesla. So there it goes, right there. It is right there. There's Tesla. 330 now. What? I mean, we have two back-to-back dip buys down there. So there it goes, man. Nice move. What's up, Adara?
Shire here for DJT, that is Trump Media and Technology Group. The Trump organization posting about an hour ago here that a big announcement is coming soon, but for some reason this post just now is getting circulated on social media, so looks like a bit of a delayed reaction here to a big announcement, to quote the company, coming soon here from the Trump organization. DJT, nicely to the upside. Back to you.
I usually sell the news on that one. There, watch out. DJT, remember, this is now a fintech play. As well. So when you see some strength, if Bitcoin breaks 110, you can see some continuation over there. Just still in the same two names. We're now starting to push back into the upside. I want it break this 330 Tesla. I just can't seem to do it with any gusto. We did just wick the 330. I'm still looking to add at 328, and my first offer is above the 331 here. I see SMR is flying. Good look on that name. Absolutely love it. Intel's still doing the same move, but remember, I'm bearish on Intel. So this is a VWAP press, and that's about it. Now that it's broken this consolidation, my stop moves into the current low right here. From low of the day, my stop moves to, like, it's just underneath 2090. And, oh, it's 10 o'clock. Let's see what's happening now, Adara.
Happening now here is a little bit of indecision, as you can tell in this most recent 15-minute candle that just closed here on the NASDAQ. Nice bottoming tail here to end out this candle on the NASDAQ. The QQQ is basically flat on the session, despite a bit of a strong reaction on the CPI print. So the year-over-year CPI was in line with estimates, but the month-over-month CPI and both the year-over-year and month-over-month core CPI, a little bit cooler than we were expecting. S&P 500 and NASDAQ looking pretty similar here from a formation standpoint. Let's talk about Tesla. TSLA, of course, on watch today from a trading standpoint, but also on watch from a catalyst standpoint. Not only does it seem like CEO Elon Musk is trying to mend fences with his former ally, President Donald Trump, but he also, we've got a lot of teasing here for their robo-taxi event, tentatively set to have these launches here starting in late June. Then we've got Alibaba, these Chinese ADRs, certainly on watch this morning. Basically, it sounds like we've got a little bit of, right now, some agreements on trade from the meeting between China and the U.S. Last but not least, BTS and all these quantum plays. These are initially really strong here. Jensen Huang, CEO of Nvidia, saying quantum's at an inflection point, but like a lot of these names, not able to hold that early strength. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, man, you guys are coming back to some excitement, that is for sure. Right now, GameStop trying to go now, so that's going to be a good one, man. That's 50 cents in the money. The NASDAQ is 70 cents in the money. Tesla is $2 right now. What's up, Max? As that continues to go higher, man, we just have a lot of outs right here for Tesla, man. 330s, 330.50, 330.30s. We almost broke through 331. We're going to wait for that fill to come through as well. Actually, on Tesla, did we get... No, we did not. We're waiting for 330.88s right now. So here we can get that in just a couple seconds. And here it goes, man. Tesla, again, yes, sir. Let's go, man. It's Hydration Nation, man. Stay hydrated no matter where you're at, whatever liquid you're trying. There it goes, 331 and change, man. It's $2.50. And we just tweeted this out again because we're trying to tell people that, hey, man, we are just trading off of what we've already posted, giving away completely for free, our watch list completely for free. All of these, there's 28. If you only have 2 trades today, what about Tesla 328? What about GameStop 28.50? And then the Nvidia 144. We've already dumped that and we're out of that one clean right now. But there it goes, man. $2.50 in the money on Tesla as we just continue to blast higher on what are good amount of shares, man. Here goes Tesla. Let's see how high we can climb, man, today. Really excited about this play. It's bye-bye time for Tesla. And as Joe said, man, yesterday, he's like, in this market, you got to play for the big winners. There it is right there for Tesla. So let's try to get something out right now, even more out right here on TSLA. And, you know, with confidence breeds more and more and more confidence. So we're trying to expose and show that to you guys every single day here on Trader TV Live. So there's Marvell also looking at 70 as well right now. Marvell up 2%. Probably got some notes from my buddy here. But Tesla, $3 now in the money. It's a $3 club. And these are just 2 reloads off of the given levels. So far, so good there. Let's see how high we can fly for Tesla. Finally starting to go, which is nice.
Yeah, which is nice. It got to that 331.50 on Tesla. So you see, I took my out. It's been holding this trend. I think you go right back into the lows and great, or you close breaking this like early trend line that we have, and we can work longs up top. There's also a breakout play on Tesla up here at 336 and change that I think makes some sense. Intel's still on that slow grind back up to the upside. I don't think it's as strong as everything else. Like when I see Marvell at the high of the day, I haven't looked at, AMD is weak, never mind. I haven't looked at SMCI. Like you're looking at some chip names that are stronger than others. SMCI is green, it's at VWAP, so I think you got to be careful trying to hit a home run on Intel. I don't think it fills the gap in back to the top, so I'm getting out half of this position. Circle, yes, it is up, but there was no break of 115 to get us into that 120. It's already pulling back in. I just feel like on a 15-minute chart here, for Circle, you've got a pretty distinct head and shoulders. So if it tries to fill in that gap, there's like a reversion in here somewhere for Circle. So I paid for locates on this, but we're not there yet. Chewy's a nothing burger unless you were short off of the open.
Yeah.
I mean, Chewy, unless you were short off the open, I don't think there was any other trade in Chewy. It's trying to press VWAP right now. I'm going to be out of Intel at VWAP and then hunting for the next trade. Hopefully it's a dip buy in Tesla again, or we can get something going in Circle.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm going to ask Randy for a T also. At least this time, Neil's patient 0, so that's all good. T also. You might, like I was saying, man, you may have the bro show all day in the next couple of days here. So we'll wait to see. Good for everybody else. So that's good for them, and we'll see.
I knew it was bad when my Whoop was like a 1% recovery. Like 1%? Come on, man.
Come on,
and then
man.
It's like, you're okay. You have a 1%, it's not 0. I'm like, I don't think it can be 0. But it will be fine.
I feel like I'm the least healthy person here, but the person that is never really takes sick days. But I'm going to do some. I can start feeling it in my throat right now. So we'll get ready to go. But I don't want to miss these markets, man. We're now $3 in the monies with Tesla as that's coming back up. Let's put another offer at 332 and then hold the rest. Just because, like, I have to do this, man. I mean, I'm trying to change who I am and get a little more. I don't know, a little more patience with waiting for these big plays. But then I can't change who I am looking down at and seeing the winners and seeing, like, you know, the work that we've put in and the kind of the net, and then saying, you know what, I don't want to lose this, so got to take it out. But again, scared money don't make money, and this is what I'm trying to get, you know, with some of the guys around here. Sharif's talked about that I've sort of talked to him, trying to get more shares. Joe, same way. And, you know, just trying to say, like, if you're thinking something, try to go for it. We all have strategies that we like, and I think it's time to push the envelope everywhere, right? So, all right, Apple coming back in just a little bit. Look, I mean, look at the futures. I wish I could say more right now, like the futures were actually doing something. We have the bottom of the NASDAQ right now. Apple, again, just doing this. Good bottoms there, 202 and change. That could be something to come into play there as well. But there's the bottom on the NASDAQ. We were pretty patient. And it's just a matter of doing what we do best around here, right? And that is to try to wait for support. That's my strategy, wait for support coming in there. It's how we nailed this Tesla. It's how we nailed these futures. And yeah, it's a good positive day so far. Trying to always be a little more positive on all of these plays. So yeah, hopefully that will come in very soon. But yeah, right now it's about the patience game as Google, is that over 180 yet? Right here for Google, 179 and change. So yeah, Google finally trying to do something right now as well. It did get to 180 in the pre.
It might still be a short after that news.
Oh boy, we just got that 332 right now again. So yeah, so far so good here on the day, man. We're really starting to cruise. It's too bad that we dropped out of Nvidia, but it's not really doing anything, so I shouldn't say too bad.
It might retake the lows, I think.
Yeah, the
Nvidia,
market is.
Just very quickly, like Nvidia, like the chip names are distinctly different. Outside of Marvell, which Sean pulled up, and I saw that at the high of the day, Nvidia just tagged VWAP and is pulling back in there. So on Intel, if we're going to be bearish on it, if we lose the trend line here, I'll take out like 2/3. I'll hold on to a small piece for this lower high, or sort of this higher low. But if we lose the trend line, I'll take another chunk out on Intel. Still looking for that push back into the volume-weighted average price. It's going, but I mean, obviously not as rapidly because it's not a very good stock. So the setup is there, but it's not flying like it did yesterday. SMR, I don't know what is going on with SMR. We know the nuclear names have been in play, but it's going absolutely ham.
Nice.
So
42?
I'm going to stink off for some SMR. I don't know exactly where, but this is a very good rally on SMR. May take out 10% in the old PA. 17% to the upside. I'm going to make an assumption that maybe NNE is having a good day too. NNE, okay, 11%. So the nuclear names going nuclear, Adara?
Keep an eye here on SMR and a lot of these other nuclear plays here. I couldn't find a news on these specifically. We know they get a lot of retail attention and they have pretty decent short floats. Sometimes they move alongside quantum, which we know actually gave up some of its earlier strength. But regardless, just be aware of these quantum plays like Oklo, SMR, NNE, all moving nicely this morning. Back to you.
Picking some out right now, so you guys can know at least I'm doing this. I'll put a price a little bit higher on SMR. I am way too much in the money now on SMR. I mean, it is just starting to really go. I mean, maybe we'll put a 42 sell or so on that. So I'm going to do some of that right now on SMR. I won't trade it on the show. All right, 47, 41.70 right there on SMR, just to get something else out. It's too good of a trade. Let me just pay for some of my kids' dental work right here. All right, we'll get that in right there. All right, there it is. No, I'm just kidding. They don't have any dental work. All right, so there it goes. All right, so we'll see if that can go. There goes SMR. So I'm not going to look at it. You guys, I just told you where my order is, so hopefully that will get filled. But there goes Tesla right now. So there's our last out. We talked about that, wanting to get something there at VWAP, man. It is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Yeah, no, my Gia, my daughter's, she's already got her braces, and they're off now, and she is, I mean, they worked like a charm.
Aren't they cheaper than when we were kids?
About $4 or $5 grand. Yeah,
well, that's about the same.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a lot more expensive, honestly, now than it was when we were there because everything's gone up in value. But all right, 333, Neil, man, we got to do this, man. There's $4.50 right there for this one. So yeah, man, we're feeling pretty good right now about what we've been doing here live for everybody. So yeah, just keep the support going. We want to thank you, everybody, for all of that because without it, we don't have anything. So thank you for everything, everybody, and you guys are motivating me to get better and better every single day because I feel like there's accountability right here. When we are sitting here, I have accountability to my family. I have accountability to you guys as well to try to put on some good trades and talk about them. And there it goes right now. Hopefully the reasoning is sound. And that's what I'm saying. Ask us at any point, man, how our day's going, how are we doing, what's for lunch, anything like that. And we're more than happy to help you. This show is getting bigger and better every single day. So, just thank you for all the support. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Sharif. Thanks, Adara. Thank you, Neil. Everybody that's been going back and forth here. Ramin, Fabian, everybody, Andre, Raheem, Alani, thank you so much for coming through again today. And thank you for everybody who's watching. I mean, without you guys, we don't have anything. And I mean, I'm just over the moon now. It's $5 on Nvidia. Like yesterday, Neil, I looked at myself and was like, can we just keep repeating all of this? And it's like, okay, we just stick with our plan, right? If you stick with the plan and you have something that works for you, you should just keep on doing it. And I think that we found what works best for me. May not be a great host, but definitely as trading, I think we're holding it down as far as that goes. So here we go, man. 333 and change for Tesla. Let's just keep it going, man. We bull, we bear. Yeah, that's a good one. I just saw someone in the chat.
Why? We bulls down?
I have no idea.
No,
but thank you, everybody, for all the support.
Nvidia is now flying. We'll slap the L on that one. That ends up being a fail, as it looks like there's a certain irony to making money long on Intel and losing money long on Nvidia, which is annoying, but that's just how it is. But we'll look for the next trade in Nvidia. It's now making higher lows, so trend back up here. Trend back up on Nvidia. Let's see if it can hold on to the trend line and play like dips into the trend. and see if we can't catch it. On the way down is always nasty. The problem is, look at the bottoming tail candle on a 3-minute Nvidia. Like when it makes that bottoming tail, that break back up is like, it's pretty hefty. That's a hard chase to get back in on Nvidia. I want it to hold the line. I don't like the fact that it's relatively weak compared to the market. That's the only thing of concern. So you want to see us hold those higher lows and make that play back in. This is still very, very slowly going. I'm thinking this has got to be a short at some point on Intel, but I still have a little bit left. Got a couple of orders in front of VWAP, and then we hold on to the last 10% if we can get it. Manuel, Palantir, this looks pretty constructive. This is what you want to see. Like, this is relatively strong. It held the line. I liked 131 on Palantir, which I think had absolutely no chance to come back in, so I didn't even bother putting it in. It was at 134, so I didn't think it was going to get there. But this is a top end. It's a fail break once, but that's one wick. You break out 135, and remember, this is a blue sky setup for Palantir. You have no top outside of today's high. So I think you got some breakout potential here on PLTR. And the dip buy should be back into 133.5. But I want Nvidia, and we'll see if we can get out of this Intel. I want Nvidia back in. I didn't save my trend line, so I want it to bounce off the trend line, and then we can try to grab it off the volume weighted average price. If it closes underneath the trend line, then obviously no trade, because I'm not shorting this stock. I'm not convinced of that yet.
All right. I just hope everyone's doing well today. Like we keep saying, man, good day here. Just looking at the NASDAQ, I mean, we fell in there really for no reason. I mean, there wasn't necessarily there never has to be a reason. But the market did fall in. So we were able to get that right there into the pre-market, into where we were pre-CPI. CPI comes out 2.4 versus 2.5. So a little cooler, which should be good for the market. We do already expect, what was it, 99% chance. When is the rate hike? Is the 18th, is it? The day before Juneteenth? Right there. And if we go into the CME Fed
it has to
rates.
Juneteenth is a Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. June. Yeah, that's the only day we're not here. We're not here next week on the 19th, which is Thursday, Juneteenth holiday there. All right, so here it is right here, man. This is the meeting date is June the 18th, so we'll just confirm that. And there it is right now, so no change expected at all. Currently 99.9. So there it is right there. We'll wait to see if there's going to be any sort of a movement off of that, but 99.9 is pretty consistent. I'm going to close that and not even look at it anymore because we do not need to update it. But if you are looking to upgrade your computer, maybe do it before June 18th. I don't know if the shipping can get there in time, but go find out. If you're ready to optimize your use for everyday trading, we've teamed up with Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV Live to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale. I mean, I know a lot of you. I'm going to show you something that I found at Staples the other day, yesterday actually. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. At least scan that QR code, see what it's all about. Wow, there goes Tesla. Let's go. It's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan that QR code, unlock the access. This sale ends actually tomorrow, June the 12th. So if you're going to scan something, do it now. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. when we go off the air, you can grab it. Thank you, Easy Trading Computers, for that value unlock, and hopefully you guys can get over there and at least see what it's all about, right? You don't have to buy a computer or anything. Just go see where your computer, how it matches up with Easy Trading Computers. Oh no, this is not going to, oh, here it is, load. Oh, there was lunch yesterday. Oh, here it is right here. This, so I saw, this is a 49-inch monitor. I actually, shoot, the price is right there. But yeah, I had to drop off something back at for Amazon, so I went to Staples, went for a little I don't know, mile and a half walk. I don't know. But anyways, that's pretty sick screen right there. So shout out to Samsung if anybody works there. I could use one and then promote it on the show. You know, you guys could hit me up. So at Samsung, okay, I need this right there.
That would go very well on the new desk setup that we got going on that's going to happen behind us. I'm just throwing, I mean, that would look absolutely gorgeous. It's a more efficient use of your space.
Let's go.
Everybody. The market's absolutely flying. Ostentatious production. Isn't AI trading technically hacking the algorithm?
I already hacked it.
Yeah, not necessarily. One of the ways that you beat algos a lot of times is they're hit or miss on news. So sometimes you can get some real inefficiencies on news, and then just trying to find those spots of like where there's liquidity dumps, where they dropped a bid because of uncertainty, and those can be good turnaround zones oftentimes. But you got to time it right. Like Nvidia was a case of bad timing. Tesla worked for both of us until it actually happened to work. Although I still think that stock's a dog, and hopefully Nvidia hold the line here. You hold the line. It's trying to break this trend. I'm not shorting this. I want to see it hold the trend line, and then it's going to take out this top at 144.33 on NVDA. That looks like it's about to do it right now on NVIDIA.
144. Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good recovery, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
We're at the high spot we've been at all day, so I'm not going to complain about it. But yeah, if we did have Nvidia, we would be even bigger than we are now. But we don't have it, so. But we have the TQs, which is now almost joining the club right there. And of course, this is the Nasdaq 3 levered ETF where we picked that bottom. There again, checking out. Oh, there goes IBIT. Okay, IBIT right now 110. 110 just breaks right there on Bitcoin. So 110.2 right now incoming. Let's go IBIT and see what winds up happening here on this break long on IBIT. We had written this one down on our sticky note again. So I already talked about breaking the algos. I break the algo I think every single day with just by doing research. You guys can go back. I mean, this is why it's documented, all of the ideas, and it's just a matter of sticking with your plan and figuring it all out. It's going to be very hard to beat them, to the punch, to buy shares, everything like that. But, nothing beats idea generation and all of that kind of stuff, right? And so that's what we do, right? I'm trying to trade for the future. Like, I'm trying to develop ideas and plans of action so that, like, when I'm done working here, I can just trade at home and do these kind of things. So that's why we're in a much chilled out atmosphere right here for myself, just waiting for things to break. So if this breaks 62.75, we're going in. We're going in right now with IBIT. So let's see what winds up happening. As we said, not feeling the greatest, but the trades don't care about how you're feeling. They act how they want to. So there goes Tesla right now. And here goes IBIT. Congratulations for all of that, man. We're about 6% in on our last buy. I did put an order in yesterday at 108.5. That did not fill. I wish it did. But I still think it will. Yeah, I'm very bullish here on this. But here comes the market back in a little bit for Tesla as that's falling in. But now my attention, we just got some more outs, by the way, up there, right there. So 332.50, 333. So we don't have as many shares left, but this is the problem when you hold, right? You hold for the dream, and maybe you don't get out where you should. But all good, man. We're still at a good level here. We'll wait for IBIT to break. Okay, there it is. It's 10:20. It's small cap recap time with Adara.
Before we get to the small cap recap, I just want to quickly let you guys know here, UNG and all these, any oil and gas plays on watch here. We do have Fitch Ratings changing their global oil and gas sector outlook to deteriorating. Caterpillar also may be on watch here. Apparently, they announced that they're raising their dividend by 10 cents. Not super significant. Let's talk here about these small caps. Here's the IWM. Nice bounce here off the lows for the Russell 2000. Really nice recovery here. Lots of small caps to talk about. These ones are not necessarily small cap runners per se, but they tend to move like so. Any of these quantum plays, Oklo, SMR, NNE. Couldn't find any news on these. Sometimes they move in sympathy with quantum, but it is worth noting for all of these plays, they all have pretty decent short floats to be aware of. Here's QSG. This is QuantaSing Group. It is not a quantum-related name. They reported Q3 earnings this morning. This one pushing to the upside. Last but not least, OUST Ouster. It's been on watch for a while, apparently getting some LiDAR approval from the Pentagon. Lots of small caps to be aware of. Make sure to like and subscribe. And lots of small cap coverage as well at our midday show at 11 a.m. Back to you.
That's right. Lots of small cappers, and especially in the right spaces. You want them to be in the right space. Look, if they don't have a catalyst, I don't know if you want to be trading them too heavily. And certainly the quantum names looking super strong. Nvidia just broke. Look, obviously it's made a low already, but it just broke out what was the morning top. If you go the only green candle off of the open, had resistance at 33, so breaks 33. get 34s, and let's see if we can get back into the high. Try to remember that 145 on Nvidia is a big, well, it was a big deal. That's the high from Monday. So I think above 145, well, above this high here, 145.30 could be its own separate breakout. Palantir apparently already went, but it didn't break the high of the day. So Palantir going, I know a lot of people are talking Palantir broke 135, I believe, on the way to a 136 top, it looks like, for a break. I'm pretty sure the high is 136.
Oh,
but Nvidia, we're back into it. Oddly enough, the worst price is the one that's working. Sometimes this is how it is. Buy on the way back up, and you should be good to go. I will be all out of, I'll be almost all out of Intel in a couple of pennies here. But Nvidia, I think, is the stronger name. Thanks, Rob.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Rob, for that as well. We are into a new position. Ooh, it's honey stick. Okay. We are into IBIT. So IBIT does break that. I'm going to give it to 62.50, man. I want to give it to this breakout level that maybe we should have had in the first place right there. Let's see if it goes up, down, or around right here for IBIT. I'm just going to give it to that level. So first out, we'll get out of like maybe I put 10% up for 10 cents, but let's just wait to see if Bitcoin and IBIT wants to continue its higher push right now, hoping for that play, that's for sure. All right, so the market just continues to go higher, so obviously we're in this one right now, back there to the high side. All right, let's look elsewhere, man. What's going on with Coinbase as we get a nice little run here in the NASDAQ and in crypto? So Coinbase right now not doing anything, actually, only up right now. Oh, yeah, that's me, right? Only moving up 0.4. Like, I thought it actually would have been a little bit more than that, considering what we're seeing right here with BTC. So it is 10:24, so it is time for me to discuss with you Trade the Pool. So one for all, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool, never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with a milli as buying power. And this starts June the 16th to the 18th, so you better get involved soon. The goal is to beat the Qs. For example, okay, we have to give this example. If the Qs move by 3%, guess what? If you go 3.1%, you win. And that's it. What's in it for you, man? Everyone wins. Plus over $675,000 in prizes. 220 evaluation accounts are up for grabs. One account, one mission. All for one and one for all. Scan the QR code to join the team now over there at TTP, Trade the Pool. Yeah, TTP. Okay. So shout out to Trade the Pool. Make sure you do scan that QR code. Check the link over there in description. We want to thank them for sponsoring as well. All right, man.
I want to answer a question for Tylerverse here. I think it was.
Sure, why not?
Was the Tylerverse asking about Webull? Yeah, it was the Tylerverse. Any plans for a Webull long? Only in the PA, already in it. Bought it the other day. But in terms of day trade, look, it looks good. You got a bull flag going on, but since I pulled it up, literally no prints going off here. So it's not incredibly active. I think it's been running into trouble every single time it's broken out 11. So what I want to see happen is make a morning high and then sometime in midday break out that top, and then it looks a little bit better. Because the same thing that you've been seeing is we've bounced a couple times here. We got our dip buy, I think, on this day back on the 3rd. In the PA, and there's just been no follow through above that $11 level. So until it makes a higher low and breaks out the top in the afternoon, that's the pattern I want for continuation on Webull. Otherwise, you need volume. Volume is the most important. Well, I shouldn't say it's the most important. It's a very important catalyst, and right now Bull doesn't have any. So it got to the $0.50 on Nvidia. I think the dips now come back into the volume weighted average price here as it holds this trend line very nicely. So it's holding on to this trend on the 3-minute. If it breaks it, then it's lost VWAP. My stop is right underneath that prior bar on the trend, and we're going to hold out for the high of the day. Palantir is also at the high of the day as it's absolutely, cancel the VWAP dip in there, as it's absolutely flying now through 136. Oh, you got to buy the dip on this one. Wow, Palantir probably one of the cleanest looking longs. Sean talks about it being one of the best day trading stocks. Look at this. False breakdown once, false breakdown underneath support twice, and both times absolutely gobbled up. Clearly a better long than some of the things we got going on. But like you try to be a sniper and take your shots at things, but I'm starting to get wary and sort of bored with Intel. It'll be a winning trade, but at the end of the day, like this should be moving a heck of a lot more with the market. if I look back at my note, like what are the things that we like today? Tesla long, Nvidia long, Rigetti long, don't get me started there. Intel short, 22s, and we end up in a long trade. So if it's not going with the market, then I don't want to fight this thing. Absolutely flying now to the upside is the market. Hopefully Nvidia can follow through. Like I said, I've only gotten one out so far, and I'll go back and buy this dip into the volume weighted average price if it allows us to reload. Darwin, shout out to you. I did see a firm was making moves to the upside. I want to stay away from retail names that I'm not absolutely in love with in a frothy market. That's the one place I still have some concerns with. So I don't know about, and I don't love the fact that they keep pulling back that Klarna IPO for a firm either. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on META. CNBC reporting that Mark Zuckerberg's Meta is launching apparently an AI world model to advance robotics and self-driving cars. So again, CNBC reporting here this Meta launch of a world AI model to advance robotics and self-driving cars. Back to you.
All right.
Meta.
Look, guys, I mean, Tesla, we just took $6. It's just one of those things again where we just kept going on this name. And today, like I said, man, we've sort of beat up some demons, man. I mean, we continue to hold on more shares for bigger plays. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing right now. But IBIT right here does continue to fall in off of that 110 break. So I like I said, if we break back down below 62.50, we will be out of IBIT on what might have been a bad call there. I mean, we just went long based on this break right there, and it looks like that would have been, I mean, you know, we could have got excited the other day running right into 110, and then whoops, that happened. So we're not going to let that happen to us. If it does break back down below, we will get out where we indicated 62.50, so all the way down here where that breakout actually happened. So I wanted to get a little greedy and not greedy, but more patient with it and waited for that top break, but it doesn't look like it's working right now. I mean, I say this and I'm out of the money for 2 cents right now. So let's wait to see if it wants to get back up to the upside. But oh boy, man, it's $1 in on the TQs. $5 in on this name right there. And GameStop's been actually pretty good. GameStop is actually P&L number 2 today here. So yeah, so far so good as we just keep on tracking IBIT. And that for me is going to be the big one as we just wait to see if we do get back above. We got only as high as 78, right? So we're waiting for a little bit more of a move here on IBIT for sure. But yeah, you know, mistrade obviously there on Nvidia, the only red name that I have in right there. Don't feel like I missed that much. We should have probably bought the 143s, but yeah, that was not part of the plan. I wanted 144 long. So yeah, what's up, Salvador? We're gonna go to Darren in a second. Salvador, took Tesla with you, but need to teach myself to hold on. Yeah. As we all do, man. It has nothing to do with the dream. It's just about being smart. Out of 90% of your shares already. That's the flossing trade right there. Congratulations, Salvatore. And I'm glad that you took it with me, as did many. So good trade over there. All right, GME right now, yeah, getting to the downside. I noticed that. We are now out for GME, for example. I'm out of 75% of that trade on GME, and we're almost out of it all. If it breaks right here, I thought we were getting out. Yeah, a break of 40 and we're out of GME, and we'll give back probably about 15% or so of what we made on this name. Still the number 2 stock around these joints. IBIT trying to go back upside as well, but it's Adara. It's 10:30, and maybe there's something about crypto today. Would be nice if we can get back through that high of the week at 62.75. Come on, Bitcoin, you can get to 111 at least, right? Let's go find out what Adara's got to say about these crypto markets. Thank you, Joe.
Go ETH.
I have to say, this Bitcoin daily chart is beautiful. Look here, this big push up on Monday. Tuesday, we get a bottoming tail candle here, flat top. Then today, a bottoming tail candle, slightly higher low, and a flat top. This kind of looks like what Sharif might call a flat top break here on BTC. Now, if that is the case, looks like we could potentially be poised here to take out all-time highs around the 112,000 level. What I mentioned is, well, we did get these EIA crude oil inventories. These here at negative 3.64 million versus negative 2.6 million expected. Let's talk about some of these other crypto plays. Ethereum continuing to be really strong, massive, I think 7% move yesterday. Today, hanging out above 2,800 again. XRP up 2.5%, BNB 1.5%. Solana and Doge both up here about 6%, and Cardano up about 5%. So today, some of these altcoins actually faring better than BTC itself. Back to you.
I'm curious how Skibbity Toilet Coin is doing. I can't believe that one's actually a thing, but yeah, Bitcoin is the king. Keep it there. That's what it's all about. The quant names still continue to go. I did just get the next leg up here on Nvidia in front of 70s. 145 is double top on the 15-minute we mentioned before, so long back in. This is the fourth trade on Nvidia for me, and it's the only one that's going to, for now, end up working. So it has a chance to get me close to flat, but if 1 for 3, to me, should be green. If we go 1 for 3, but 1 for 4, a lot of times that'll be flat if it works out all the way. We're down to our last slivers on Intel. VWAP's a line on a chart. As you can see, it didn't get to the volume-weighted average price, but you got to listen to the market. Like, it bounced, and now it has a brick wall right in here at 15. So if VWAP is 5 cents higher and it's selling underneath and I'm bearish on it, then take some out in front and just respect where it does want to hold the levels. Pizza Rat says Roblox making an all-time high. Hopefully lots of things are making all-time highs here. Absolutely loving these markets. This is why you try to buy dips. And Scott Tomlinson, the 10-year auction is not till 1 p.m. So we got plenty of time till we have to worry about that 10-year auction. 1 p.m. should usually move the markets a little bit here. You can always see it in the tape. We're trying to stick to the names that we like from the open. If we lose this trend line, I'm still looking to buy dips at VWAP. But if we lose this trend line and break down on Nvidia, then I got to jump out of this and maybe wait for that low 143. I checked back on my note. I actually liked 142 on Nvidia. So if things get completely out of hand, like Nvidia is so much support up here, but really it didn't test anything that the big buy levels gave you the last couple of days. So it's pretty constructive. I think there's still even a breakout trade in play for this afternoon, as ugly as this morning was for some executions.
I love hearing the excitement over there by my mini-me friend over there, Joseph. What's going on, Joseph? I know he's got Bitcoin with your boy over there as well. So shout out to Joseph right there, man. Yeah, getting excited for that. I am going to take out like 5%. Right in and around here, 78s. If we're able to get it there, it goes through the upside. Just because that's where we stopped last time. My next offer is 85s. So hopefully we can get up there on this one. So we'll just wait. I mean, that was really nothing. So, yo, what's up to Joe as well, man? I hope you're doing well over there. That's for sure. But yeah, we're doing quite well with Tesla as that keeps on going. Let's check out on SMR. Probably nothing. Ooh. We're getting close to getting out right now on SMR. Nice move higher right here today, trying to break 41.50. Nice upside for SMR. Here we go on that one. We just need crypto to go, and then today's day will be woohoo. That is for sure. As the NASDAQ, I mean, that's the bottom right there on the NASDAQ, man. I sure hope we both wake up in good spirits tomorrow. So we can come back and trade these markets. I mean, we're on quite a nice little heater here over the last little while. So there we go, man. TQQ, nice upside move as well right now. And there it is, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe for all of that and all of the action that you see right here, right now. Get part of our crew, man. And how you can do that is just, let me refresh. See what I'm saying? Like, this never goes. I didn't even hit the like button yet. So I got to reset this and then see how many people we have watching and what the like situation is all about. 1.2K, that ain't enough. Over 9,300 of you watching. If you haven't done it yet, let's see if we can get to 2 grand right now. We do have What's for Lunch coming up very, very soon. So that should be a lot of fun for all of us here as well. So let's get that going. And there goes the like, no matter what you're trading today, I'm hoping it's been a good day. We've covered a lot of different things. Rigetti keeps on going to the high side. I got to phone my friend about not the same friend as ours, a hockey friend, because, and this hasn't been since last fall when we were talking about SMR. So I wonder where they're along and if he's noticing. But there goes Rigetti, up 18% right now for RGTI. But it's Tesla holding the day right now around here, and we'll wait for crypto. But yeah, congratulations, everybody. Welcome, Fahad Ahmed, to our membership group there as well for $5 a month. Here it is, Fahad. I'll show you on the screen right there. Again, thanks for coming through one more time. We have members that have been here for 5+ years. We want to give a shout out to all of the OGs. So yeah, let's go crypto. Let's go Neil with the read.
Yeah, let's go crypto, let's go markets, let's go free on eSignal for 1 month, everybody. Check it out. They're still waiving those fees, so you have the ability to trade smarter and not harder. It's all about back testing. It's all about reliable data. It's an all-in-one platform. You can trade directly through multiple brokers. It's a highly customizable and certainly a user-friendly platform out there. You get level 1 access, level 2 access, the imbalance locator there for you, tick replay, which is a fantastic feature. You can watch these weekly charts of Meta as it tries to break. Well, maybe it's not going to break that all-time high.
Oh no, who's that,
but,
Fabian?
Certainly has an opportunity to do so. So look, it's free. The worst thing that can happen is you try it out.
Sorry, Joe.
No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. If it elevates your game, then congratulations. You found yourself a quality platform that we use here. So shout out to eSignal. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you. Link also should be in the description. Just going back, we bought the dip on VWAP, not bought dip, although I like dip. The dip on VWAP here on Nvidia. The stop is still underneath this prior bar. It's actually right at 144, oddly enough. Maybe a penny or two underneath that. So we're going to keep on holding it to that level. Still think 145 is going to be a reversal spot. Also, we're still in Intel. I have Circle on the mind, but that early strength that made it seem like it was going to go up to 120 or so, or at least challenge above 115, that's abated.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be a thing yet.
Oh, yeah, first of all, IBIT is dropping in. We just broke 110. We're moments away from getting out of that one. That's going to be a fail. But oh my God. This name does not stop, and there's no way we're getting out of anything else of Palantir, man. We have a price target of Palantir at $200 at least. And there it goes, 138 and change. Huge move up there for PLTR, man. The name that we're long, sub $10, continues to go. And this is what, like, you can get names like this. This is why I'm in Webull. I don't think Webull is Palantir, but this, you know, you gotta buy names and take shots. You know, and again, how much of your portfolio, up to you, but there it goes right there, Palantir. We didn't even write it down, or did I today? It's on every day, but today I was waiting for a dip buy opportunity. It goes right into the 200 period moving average and blast off right there for PLTR. But you could see right here, here comes crypto. It just broke 110 again. So I'm going to give this a little bit more room. VWAP is 62.40, but at the end of the day, definitely the short there at that weekly high seems to have been what's been good there. So let's wait to see where it goes. But IBIT right now coming way back in, well, not way, but it's 20 cents, but still enough for me. We did buy a little bit there at the 50 period moving average. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on now. But there's 62.40. It looks like VWAP is imminent right now. Not a great call, as there it goes. You can see it right down here. I mean, I'm happy with the call. You know, because I did think it was going to break 110 and keep going. You know, I called 112 today, so doesn't look like that's going to happen. Bitcoin coming way back in. What's up, Adara?
We're going to talk about Sector Watch in a second. I want to mention as well here, REAL, the real on watch here. JCap with a short report saying that they're apparently they're on authentication. Sorry, authentication process, my bad here, for the company, which does sell, I guess, some of these used goods, lets through many counterfeits, which has enraged buyers and sellers. So keep an eye here again, REAL with a JCap short report. Now here is our sector board, lightly green across the board. Some names though really strong. Palantir, as mentioned by Sean here, nicely to the upside. Netflix trying to break its two-day red streak up about 1%. Oracle ahead of its earnings tonight, up about 1% as well. Microsoft looking okay. Electronic Technology, Apple and Nvidia relatively flat, but Broadcom, Micron strong. Intel pretty weak. Finance green across the board. We got some strength in health technology. Eli Lilly going for another green day here. Precision manufacturing strong. Consumer durables strong. Health services, transportation, consumer non-durables has some strength here as well. Now, one sector that's pretty weak here, retail trade. Amazon relatively flat here, but Walmart to the downside. Apparently, the CEO of its U.S. operation set to head to meet with some people in Congress today. Costco red, Home Depot red. A little bit of weakness here in retail trade. Back to you.
It's just all the retail names. Yeah, the retail names getting a little bit hit. You know, this morning didn't really feel all that great about retail. And Amazon's more than just a retail play. The only other retail name that's anything in my portfolio is Walmart. It's basically those two. You can always get a smattering of others. We had some questions about Lululemon earlier, but I think we're starting to lose the bid here a little bit. We bought the dip on Nvidia at VWAP. We lose 144. I'm jumping out of this thing. It does look like we're starting to come back in pretty, I don't want to say heavily, but the other thing you got to contend with is, well, if you're breaking down as the market is testing resistance, it means you're relatively weak. Like the shorts would be shorting things at that prior high. I don't know what level they're looking at Nvidia, but the market's at a resistance spot. And so this is like put up or shut up level. We lose 144. I think we head back into the low. It's still like 142 from the note here on NVDA. Palantir, it's pretty far gone at this point. But the good news for Palantir, well, the good news is when it goes parabolic, usually there's some point during lunchtime that you get a consolidation or a dip buy. I suppose today will be the day that now that I'm saying that it's not going to do it. But a clean breakout here. It's a blue sky setup, but this is not a chase. On the 15-minute, it's pretty parabolic so far. Thank you for the super chat here, Repo Dennis. Repo Dennis, like it. Thoughts on the Chime IPO? I don't know that one. I don't know the Chime IPO. I'll try to do some work on it. Maybe we'll ask Adair about this one. I do not know the Chime IPO here, and actually, I'm not sure it's even in our system today. Sometimes if you get IPOs that come in and they're not gigantic, they're not always added first day here. But we'll get some color on that one for you from Adair for sure. Right now, the concern for me is Nvidia, which looked good for a hot minute, but it's now retesting some of those levels. We scalped a couple times out on the way to the upside, but if we lose that 15-minute prior bar at 144, I got to jump out of this. Adair?
Talk about the Chime IPO. I just pulled up the chart forgetting that there isn't one yet. So CHYM is the ticker. Chime Financial is the name of the company. This one being priced here for between $24 and $26 for its NASDAQ debut, which is expected to come tomorrow. That might be why you guys aren't seeing info. The IPO, according to the NASDAQ website, isn't expected until June 12th. So no need to panic. We're not looking for it today. Some other details here. 32 million shares expected to be offered. The offering amount here, around $956.8 million. So just shy of $1 billion IPO for CHYM. Again, coming tomorrow, not today. Back to you.
All right, usually, in our prep in the morning, if it's today, usually we'd go through, these are the IPOs today. So when I pulled it up, this is what I saw. I'm like, this can't be coming out today. So no, it will be in our system. It should be in our system tomorrow. But yeah, good look. The IPO's been fantastic recently. Just look at CoreWeave, just look at Circle. I don't know if this is going to be that big. By the way, CoreWeave, although I think CoreWeave is on the other side right now, CoreWeave at the low of the day. This one is it's going to break down in a big way. At some point, it just needs to lose the 150 for good, which hasn't happened. But once that happens, I think the air comes out of this, at least for maybe a week or so.
So we retake 110 here on crypto. I'm not out yet. Oh, by the way, we got filled. So we got filled on SMR. Just huge movement. I got 4170s on SMR, so that's the high. Okay, here we go. Let's go crypto right now. Big boy position. We averaged into this on VWAP. Let's see if it gets going. I just took some out right there at 60s. We're long at 65 off that average in. So I just want to take something out because we're at 110, and if that's going to be a tipsy-turvy spot right there, I did just take out a quarter of my position for an L. So right now, IBIT is a losing trade because long at 65, out at 60, obviously a losing trade. But I look down, and again, it's like I'm very into this right now. So like if it drops it down, we'll lose, you know, like we would have lost pretty much our whole day right there. But right now we'll take a little bit out and just kind of wait to see if crypto wants to go. I mean, I'm here for it. So as long as we go to the upside, we do have about 15 minutes till I get over back to the gym there, but I'll leave this one in no matter what. Anyways, the stop is going to be VWAP, and then I'll just be checking it. We'll go for our swim, we'll come out and we'll check to see where we go on that one. We just missed a buy even lower at VWAP, but I did punch in longer at 45. But it's kind of failing at 110. You know, there isn't a whole heck of a lot happening. But out of SMR, I really like that play there. JP Morgan, back to 268. I think we'll put another offer. We got some out the other day. I think it was 266.50 or something. Was it just yesterday or 2 days ago? But this name would be nice at 270 if we could get that as well. But look what the NASDAQ is doing. Pretty barcoding right now. Besant talking right now as well, I guess. But we have Adara with potentially some news.
Just keep an eye here in OKLO. This one's still really strong here. A couple hours ago announcing here that the Department of Defense has selected Oklo as its intended awardee. So nothing has been awarded yet, but they're intending to award, I guess, Oklo this contract to provide power at an Air Force base in Alaska. So keep an eye, OKLO. Looks like this is what's pulling those nuclear names to the upside. We discussed the nuclear strength earlier. This seems to be the story. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Oklo, super strong. SMR, super strong. NNE, all of them super strong. Shout out to you, Mike P. DeRider. Super chat. And let's just leave it at that's the GOAT. Sean Connery is the GOAT. LOL, Trader TV. Yeah, let's get it. And if you don't know what we're talking about, then that's the best.
Remember, Joe admitted not seeing any Sean Connery James Bond movies.
That's sort of the thing. You know what?
You've only seen Pierce Brosnan.
Well, look.
Is that correct, John?
I'll respect people. You can have your own opinion. It's art, man. You can like whoever you like.
And
but
Daniel Craig.
Don't tell me that you think Pierce Brosnan is the best Bond if you haven't even seen all the Bonds. Like, to me, it's like you don't really have an opinion then. Like, you haven't seen the Bond. No, it's a comparative thing.
Ouch.
No, but it's a comparative thing. How can you say I don't like pineapple on pizza, but I've never eaten pizza in my life. I've only eaten one kind of pizza, and I've never eaten pineapple on pizza, but I don't like it. No, I've had a million types of pizza, and there's pretty much one that I can't stand. I try to keep it real. We're just having fun in there. But Mike, hopefully this market can continue to go higher, but right now, some concerns with Nvidia. I might just punch out of Intel. The idea was to be short. Like, there's VWAP. It just tagged it. I was kind of hoping we could break out the volume-weighted average price. It's just not going. This is a fail because it should have been a short. It was a short. I tried to short it yesterday in the afternoon, and it couldn't break 22. What happens at the open today, it basically was at 21.96. So you could have been short this with a stop with 10-cent risk. I wasn't, obviously. With 10-cent risk, and look at the flush that just happened in Intel. It was a short. I'm just going to do this and be like, here is the steeper trend line right in there, and if it breaks it, I'm going to get out. So I'm just going to move my trailing stop here on Intel. It's closing underneath that. We'll just get out of the trade. The short should have been 10 times better than the long, obviously, with this sucker's move yesterday. Whatever it did yesterday, kind of a sucker's move on Intel for anyone that was holding it above 22, unfortunately.
All right, here comes, it's a good thing we did get out of some of that IBIT there at 60 because it is falling right back in. Another fail at 110 again. And of course, pineapple on pizza invented right here in Canada. Yeah, Sebastian, there's only one major city in Italy that does that, and it's on a white pizza, right? I don't.
You were saying there's specific.
Yeah, there's specific. Yeah, they only. I have to check that out.
I would try it. If look, man, if there's like a special pizza where the pros know this is how you make it taste good, I'm all for that.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it's about, right? So, all right. So let's go back. Just like how Neil likes kale, and it sucks. Kale sucks, right? So there it is, right? So, all right. Let's go back over, I guess. Oh, it's Money Talks time. And then, hey, we'll figure out. Maybe it's kale salad for lunch.
Keep an eye on Tesla here as well. Apparently, Donald Trump is saying that, quote, he thought it was very nice that Elon apologized to him. So Donald Trump apparently approving of Elon's apology. TSLA, I think, moving a little bit potentially, but either way, we're going to talk about the U.S. dollar. Speaking of movement, the U.S. dollar has not been giving us a lot of that. We continue to be really waffling here, oscillating between that 98.6 level and that 99.3 level. So we're moving within like a 1-point range here for the DXY. Not super exciting, and neither are these Fed rates. So I don't know why they're on the opposite side here. This 99.9% is just people who are expecting a hold. So no change here. We are still very much favoring that the Fed will not be moving rates at this June meeting next week, a week from today, even though both J.D. Vance and Donald Trump today said they want a rate cut. Then we have the July meeting. We still have 83.4% of participants here expecting that there won't be a cut there either. September, we get a little bit of a change here. 56% of participants, more or less, expecting that we will get a 25 basis point cut. So right now, at this point, only thing that are changing of the odds of each thing happening, it still does seem, though, like we're pricing in at the very earliest here, a September rate cut of 25 basis points. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the desk.
All right, all this food talk making me hungry. Let's figure out what's for lunch. It's 10:52 and change right now. So, all right, yesterday we did have beef stroganoff. I did not have any of that, buttered egg noodle and whatnot. But today kind of coincides with the kind of trading that we've been having a little bit today. Today, if you've had any winners, you may call them chicken dinner winners or you may not. But today, pretty standard for a lunch around here. It is oven roasted barbecue chicken legs. So that should be good with paprika, roasted sweet potatoes.
That's the definition.
Seasonal vegetables and chef's choice salad. So, yeah, should be good. I'm hoping again for tuna. We always get, oh, here, this is what was for lunch yesterday, and I tweeted it out. Go follow me at Trader TV Strawman. I'm putting stuff from my family. I'm putting up fun things we do. We saw that tweet last night about China as well. Obviously, lots of things. We put out our favorite monitors. I don't know. Should have checked out how much that was worth, as we said. But this was what was for lunch yesterday. We get turkey roast there with some quinoa salad, and this is what they call chef's choice salad, where you get some tomatoes that don't look so great, along with cucumber, and there's some chopped onion in there, and then just a little like vinaigrette side dressing there. So yeah, man, that's what's for lunch, and we'll see today. So I'm just hoping today that this is either egg salad or tuna, but because it's oven roasted chicken,
we're getting chicken.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably getting chicken. So there it is, man. Go follow. I'll put it up what our lunch looks like. Go follow me there at Trader TV Sean. But again, that is what's for lunch. Yeah, I wish it was. Maybe we'll get tacos at some point here.
New
again.
Finger hasn't done them.
Yeah, no, they did chicken fajitas on Monday. They only do the fajitas. I'm gonna put in a request for tacos.
Yeah, the tacos are just, it's like, you got to do tacos every once in a while. In our household, like we can't go
like a
month.
staple, right?
Yeah, we don't go a month with at least one taco night in the household. And when I was a kid, it was the same thing too. You just got to do it sometimes. They're freaking delicious. It'd be delicious if Nvidia could hold on to the
magically delicious.
It could hold on to the volume weighted average price. It just bounced.
Bravo.
I just got a fill in front of 144.40. I'm chuckling because Sean just went with the frosted Lucky Charms. Yo.
We're mad. Yeah, exactly. Lucky Charms are the jam, man. But nowadays,
Sweet
of course,
cereals are they're not the same as when we were kids.
Right.
None of those taste exactly the same. I wish you guys could understand how absurdly sweet some of the stuff we had as kids was. Although technically I wasn't allowed to have sweet cereals unless I was at a sleepover. So when I went to university, my first shopping trip, I'm like, give it to me. I was like Cocoa Puffs and Frosted Flakes and all that nasty garbage. So Nvidia is still the same thing. I have my trail on Intel. CoreWeave,
I'm not talking to Joe anymore about that.
CoreWeave just lost that 150 level and is absolutely tanking 4.5% to the downside in an up market, everybody. The air is coming out of this one pretty heavily. Yeah, this could easily fill in the gap to 133 on CoreWeave. I don't even think I paid for locates on this today. In fact, I know I didn't because I paid for locates on Circle. Wrong one, Neil. Wrong one. I bet you Circle's still holding the top. I thought this
Circle's had huge shorts, man. 114.
But I thought it was getting up to here or breaking 100. Like a break.
I saw the 100 break too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like if it breaks here or it gets up there, but it did absolutely neither. And then CoreWeave ends up being the one. Somebody around here. Look at that topping tail wick. Yeah, this could really pull back. That's what you got to do. These IPOs, you've got to take your profit. Like, I know I'm preaching to the choir, hopefully, on this, but come on, since that IPO high break, it went 2.5%, like 2.5 times to the upside, almost exactly, because that was a 64 break or 65 break. Yeah, exactly 2.5 times. And a triple topped up there at 165. Like, if you're not taking profit on the way up here, I don't know what you're doing, because this is detached from any semblance of reality.
All right. Yeah, we only have 4 minutes to go, man. Again, thanks everybody. We can look at Palantir. I mean, is it at 140 yet? Close enough. Actually, I was just saying that jokingly. It went to 139.20 right there. Brand new all-time highs. We actually talked about Palantir yesterday, and we looked at the all-time high of 135.40 or whatever it was. Yeah, there it is, 135.28. Past all-time high right there, taking it out. So just a little bit ahead of NASDAQ taking out its all-time high. And then hopefully, for our sake, it doesn't look like Bitcoin's going to do much, but hopefully Bitcoin can get back to all-time highs again. Doesn't look like it as we sit in this trade. That's not that great. But there it is right there, 135 break for crypto, for Palantir. Really got us going there. We could have, let me see what that looks like today. 135.20 there. Oh, move up so I don't have to look at you anymore. Okay, so yeah, Palantir, where's that one? Yeah, so it came right into it. So that was dangerous, because if you took that all-time high break right there, you lost, because it came back in quite aggressively. Well, I mean, again, you'd had to hold the $2. I think that's pretty reasonable, but that was the buy right there, right at the 200 period moving average. So that's definitely a look for us right there if we can come back to 133, but that's not, I mean, today, if it comes back to 133, then we've got some problems. But honestly, the trade of the day for me, I mean, look at this bottom there in the NASDAQ. I mean, this is the TQQ trade. So I'll take it off. I'm taking it off right there at 77. This is a monster. I mean, you guys can see this trade. 75.60, cleaned it out up to $77. It is remember, the big trade of the day lost, but this is just your natural good trade of the day. And of course, you make those comments after the trade, right? But we like this, we held it, and we get out our last, I think it was about 15% or so at this level. So there it goes right there. It's your TQQ trade. It is the NASDAQ bottom. So we took 21,900, basically 22. So there it goes. Nice move to the upside right there. We just got to wait for crypto, which is doing absolutely nothing. So that might be an L there for us on Sir Crypto. But yeah, we'll wait to see if we can get going now on the TQs, maybe downside off of 77. I just got out because I'm not going to be here, and holding something like this through, I don't know, a potential pullback in, not worth it. So we're out there of the NASDAQ. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're both back at 2 p.m.
We'll see. I'm cratering pretty quickly, but I want to answer a couple of questions here about some IPOs. There is an IPO today, Voyager, VOYG, and it's indicated, Voyager Technologies, indicated open of $44, so there is an IPO today. I don't know when they're going to open up, but one of the things that you can do is when you see this, see right now, like the indicated paired volume is smaller than the buy imbalance. Almost never are you going to see a situation where they open it up without paring that down. So a good indication that it's getting close to open is when that buy imbalance goes down and the paired volume climbs higher, and then it stabilizes for a bit. So my guess is Voyager has quite some time before it opens up. Nvidia is starting to look a little bit better, but what I don't like, one of the reasons why this doesn't feel like it's a home run is, like, look at the NASDAQ for Sean over here. Like, the NASDAQ doesn't have a red candle. The NASDAQ just broke that lower high, 2206. I mean, it hasn't broken it by much, but there's just all green candles, and we're still making lower highs on Nvidia. The good news is it's held on to VWAP and gave us a bit of a scalp trade out. The other piece of good news, on a 15-minute basis, like, you had a sharp downtrend, but remember, on a 15-minute chart, you've also got this trend from the open, like the pre-market high to the open to where we just failed. So it's on a 15-minute, it's breaking the trend, the downtrend from the open if it can close above that trend line. That makes it a bit of a hold back into the high of the day. There's also apparently a downhaul KZIA, but I don't know that one. I'm pretty sure if there's a small capper halting, then Sharif will be all over this KZIA. Just Nvidia right now for myself, guys.
Yeah, Nvidia, we got it at the TQs. There goes iBit right here. Tia, please stay longer, Mr. Sean. No, but you might be, I just posted it in here. If you stay right here, I said soon enough, we will all be on all day. Shh. All right, we'll get ready to go, man. Neil, I hope you feel better. I hope you're here for 2 p.m. If not, I hope you're here tomorrow. Otherwise, it may be these guys all day, but we'll be fine. We're out on the diamond.
Cocaine.
Yeah, I don't do that,
No,
but I
I'm
don't.
joking.
Yeah, you do you. But
No,
I always want to say I'm on the diamond today till 10:30. So hopefully being able to recover a little bit there. So good luck, man. Good trading today. Yeah, good one there. Although I think I may be feeling a little bit worse. But what's up to Neil? What's up to everybody? It's the midday show. I'm gonna go swimming. I'll see you soon. TIA all. Ciao.
Peace.
Ooh. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That one right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And what a day it has been today. A lot's been happening. Elon this, Donald that, Quantum this. What's his name? Jensen Wong that. Shout out to everybody. What's good, Vern? We got Jeremy Crypto. We got Adrian Diaz and Crystal Ball. Mateus Slade, Miggy Mogmo, Rogue, Juan Padilla. Shout out to Sean sorry, brother, I can't read that last name. Pizza Rat. We got Pitchbull, Flow Grade, Nygaard. We got Frank Drives and Fault Tolerant. Bonjour, SA. We got Jenny. Shout out to Jenny from the block. We got Jose Perez and Gotham House. Even CompuCare team joined us as well. Shout out to the OG Mike DeRider, Dexter Smith, and David Diaz. Shout out to Matt Fitzpatrick, Nomo, Andrew, Sandoval, Pizza Rat. Again, Zion, Lala, the Smash Brothers. Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one. We got Rogue. We got, who else, man? Zachary Bobek. We got Yar Cristobal, Hambone, Pete Rock, Marcelino Aviles, Kirk D. Who else? Rookie Trader. Show. Nice, man. Got Rats, Moonshot, Mean, Gene, 1980. I love that one. Mean Gene Okerlund. Tisha. What's going on, Tisha? We got Mr. Mixie something or another, man. Super no, yes. Francisco Santa, Smokey Love, Red No One. We got Henry S. We got Ahmed as well. We got Brad's Adams, Ja El Press, Kevin Vasquez. Shout out to Bart Simpson. Neil was asking me today about what's it called, The Simpsons. I know he was bringing up an old episode, and that just jogged some good memories there, man. Shout out to everybody. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. The weather is absolutely fabulous in Toronto, and I couldn't be happier. I know Joseph doesn't like it because it's not 100% humidity, but you know, there's nothing we can do about that, Joseph. Now I'm taking shots at you there for no reason.
Hey man, you know I like the heat. Hey man, what's up? Vin Hitzi. Sorry if I butchered that, which I know I did. What's up, brother? What's up, everyone in the chat?
Hey.
I hope everyone's having a good day, man. Yeah, it's been a tough one for me this morning, honestly. I started bright and early. I was trading some CPI, and then I also was trading some Bitcoin. I mean, I had the shares on, and I had the move that I was looking for on Bitcoin, but I was just looking for that continuation in the break of the high, and unfortunately, I just didn't get it. So you can see here, guys, as soon as we break, that volume really starts to increase, and I get aggressive, and then I get even more aggressive right here, and then boom, we get that flush, stops me out, break even, and then I'm looking for the continuation, and I wasn't executing correctly, so that's on me. And then I got once my charts start looking like this here, then I know it's time for your boy to take a little bit of a break. So, I mean, we got a nice little pop on the CPI print earlier this morning, and then we were looking for the continuation in the strength, and we just didn't get what we were looking for there. So there was multiple attempts. And on this one, so I see a beautiful entry signal, and I'm like, all right, let's get involved in this. I go to add, and I flatten out the whole position by accident. And I'm like, oh my God. So that just kind of sent me a little bit over the edge. And then I get a little bit more aggressive, and things weren't working out for me. So, and here we go. We're sitting in it, in some more Tesla, looking for it to break out, but the market's continuously climbing higher, and it doesn't look like we want to crack 335. And there's a little bit of a supply zone. So not enough demand in order for us to push it higher. And I think that's why Nvidia is also a little bit stagnant here too, guys. I posted on my X account just the open interest that we're seeing displayed on Nvidia and on the likes of Tesla. So there you go. Once we crack the lower end of this range, then I'm going to have to hop out of this trade. And full disclosure, with the losses that I took this morning, I'm not too far from getting shut down because I did put on a little bit of size as well too. So and Nvidia was the one that works out, and unfortunately it's a little bit of a rookie mistake by me. I just get out a little bit too early, but we got aggressive on that. A beautiful signal, get involved in there, and then sure enough we climbed it. But we had multiple opportunities to go green, slightly green. But it is what it is, and I didn't have much on my notes this morning, guys. I only had one name. Sorry, Sharif, I'll send it to you in 1 second.
Time,
I just want
to
go over some things. So, Tesla. So I'll pull up my notes, and I just started documenting here. There it is on that one. So again, yesterday our first red day in a span of a little while. That's okay. And then today, that's it. That's all I was looking at today. I was hyper focusing on Tesla, especially after how him and Elon's rift slowly starting to mend. And I think that move to the downside was a little bit overdone. So yeah, just looking for a little bit more of a recovery. And that's the hard thing about intraday, right? You're kind of putting everything under a microscope instead of looking at a bigger picture. But it is what it is. We got lots of time. And it's not like your boy hasn't come back from this before. If Tesla decides,
and I always say that to you, bro. I constantly say that because I've seen it. I've seen it.
Exactly. So. That's the thing, though. But sometimes you do end up digging yourself into a hole, Sharif, and that's kind of what I want to kind of avoid. So yesterday, regardless of what happened, I had a small red day, and I just walked away. I'm like, all right, I'm not even going to take any more attempts. That's it. I'll just come back tomorrow, readjust and everything like that. But then, sure enough, the pup kind of kept me up all night. But that's okay. Let's go Tesla. We break out. We're going to add aggressively and try to gain back some of these losses, guys.
All right. Adira at the big desk.
Yeah.
There's something earth-shattering happening here, but just be aware, we do have comments coming from Howard Lutnick on China. He is, of course, the Commerce Secretary, and he was one of 3 people in the delegation the U.S. sent to China, or to London, to talk about trade with China. Howard Lutnick just saying here that, quote, you can say China tariff levels won't change from here. So it looks like these levels on China tariffs are looking to be the final levels on China tariffs. He also said, I guess, that China is going to be approving all applications for magnets for U.S. companies. Just, I guess, talking here about how this relationship is going to change. It's worth noting this conversation is continuing. If I see anything else here coming from Lutnick, I'll let you know. Back to you.
For that. All right, here are the trades that we've got on right now. MFI, big break off that volume weighted average price. That was my first entry there. This one made a high day previously at 395, dropped quick as you like, right into that volume weighted average price at around 349. I picked it up at 55s. Boom, 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 boom. We take prints all the way up into that 88 penny level. Alas, it is topping tail right now and not continuing. So I am a little concerned with the amount that we've got on left. We've been taking more size, as I've mentioned live on the show. That's not something that I typically did before. We were looking to execute the trades for you guys, but I'm just going to give it a shot. Why not? So that is number one. Number two, we're involved in this one, NAKA. Now, I'm already 0 for 1 on this. This is my second entry here on NAKA. And I'm happy that I turned over to it right now because every time I had been moving back to NAKA, there was a seller at 80s here we couldn't shake, Joe. Looks like we shook them. We're taking out all the levels again. I don't want to get too amped up because I got amped up yesterday and almost got shut down. So maybe we need to get a little bit relaxed here and think about the actual technical side of the trade rather than getting too amped up. So keeping an eye here on NAKA, we got 55s on. It's showing me 98s. Let's see if we can get that print north of 18. That's the good news. The bad news about NAKA is much like a lot of these small cap gappers lately, they're awfully spready, which displeases me greatly. All right, it's harder to get in, harder to get out with scalping style when they are spready in this way. So, you know, that's something we've been noticing with these small cap gappers. I've been noticing that lately. So we'll see if this one ends up doing that. Now, here's the deal. My trade on NAKA is not just looking to the upside right now. I've got that dip trade right there. You can see it on your screen, that green circle with the line through it. That is a resting buy order. And I'm looking to basically defend that 10 exponential moving average. Alas, the 10 exponential is a dynamic level, constantly changing as the price develops, meaning that if I had it at one price level prior, it needs to reflect the new price level of the current 10 exponential, which on my chart right now looks looking like it's at 1730s. This dip trade over here is waiting at 1715. So to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense at the moment. Moreover, even if I got that great print there right above 18, we are putting in a 1, 2, 3. We're currently on the 4th lower high right now on NAKA. So I don't want to be picking up the scraps of these trades. Let's try to get the good side of the trade rather than like trying to pick up shares off technical support levels only to have that support level give way subsequent. So I am very much on guard right now with NAKA, looking for it to either fail into that 17 area or really take out 18 decisively. Back now to MFI as we move right back into 84s. My best print on this bad boy was 85s. Now I'm waiting at 88s, and then I'm setting up in the 90s. So MFI in focus for me, but there's a lot of other small cap gappers running, or these small cap gapper like names. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Quantum. Your boy Jensen was chirping up a storm out on the other side of the pond yesterday, and all of a sudden he's changing his tune about Quantum and when it may be practical and when it may actually be used in real life. So Quantum names having a fantastic day. Adira's got more news.
Nvidia sinking here. NVDA to the downside. We have more comments coming from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying, quote, "We are not going to give China our best chips." We know that Nvidia did make a China-specific chip with regards to these exports. We know also that CEO Jensen Huang has been very vocal about wanting to be able to send chips to China. Right now, though, sounds like even if they do have some of these export controls moved, Howard Lutnick does not want, or the U.S. administration does not want, the best of these American chips going over to China. NVDA getting hit here. Back to you.
When lunatic speaks.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like him.
You like him?
I mean, look, personally, I wouldn't want people calling me a lunatic, but I wouldn't be so averse to it,
Who is it?
if I was like, a punk kid, in my 20s or my late teens, gallivanting everywhere. And my friends called me, Sharif lunatic.
Ooh.
I'd be okay with that.
Did you see that video of him? I think it was him talking to some lady in Congress, and they were going on about bananas.
Howard Lutnick?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, about bananas. So they're like,
So what?
So the lady's like, yeah, here, you see this? And then Lutnick was going on about tariffs. He's like,
Okay.
yeah. He's like, so this lady's like, yeah, so you can see that the price of bananas, Americans consume billions of bananas a year.
Was this his confirmation hearing when he was doing this?
Something like that. And she's like, yeah, so America consumes billions of bananas a year. And then Lutnick's like, yeah, but if it's made in America, then you don't.
Yeah.
And the lady, and she's like, well, you can't grow bananas in America, so why is the American consumer having to pay the tariff for bananas?
What'd he say back to that?
Yeah, he just, obviously a political answer, right? That's what they were going on. That you can't just grow bananas, unfortunately, in America. But I got a good question by the Roaring Griffin.
Get it.
So you've mentioned in the past I've read umpteen books. Could you recommend a good one to start off with? Oh. Yeah, Technical Analysis for Dummies and then How to Day Trade for a Living. I think those are two great starts right there. And then from that you can branch out and find a lot more. And then there's great options reads as well too. So yeah, a lot of good stuff. And then you can get options trading for dummies as well too. So if you're looking to get in the options game, diversify. So Technical Analysis for Dummies, How to Day Trade for a Living, and Options for Dummies. Great starts there. And then eventually you'll learn how to branch out from that. You will branch out, make sure you take notes and everything along those lines. But yeah, I got stopped out of yeah, she said bananas are not made in America. Yeah, exactly. You guys know what I was talking about.
Yeah,
there.
of course. That's why I gave you that look. I knew exactly what you meant.
You knew what I was getting at, right?
Yes,
obviously, that's what I'm saying, but you can't grow them here. So, unfortunately, it is what it is. But yeah, I got stopped out of Tesla. And I think that's enough, right? Like, again, it could break, but it's on me now, right? I have to pay... or I got to give my rules respect, right? Otherwise, they'll just end up breaking you and you'll get more frustrated. So again, I took a couple more attempts on Tesla because it was my #1 idea. And that's exactly what I was planning on trading throughout the whole the session. But unfortunately, it's not doing exactly what I wanted to. We can see it from a daily standpoint as well, too, guys. A big time engulfing candle. And I was just looking for the continuation in strength. I mean, we're trading around $332 right now. Just the other day, we were trading around 278. So yeah, that's a big time move there in Tesla. Looking for that continuation that we just didn't get. I do see an indecision print on the 1 minute here on IBIT. I could get involved in that one more time, but it's not something definitive that I want to see a larger volume print right there and more of buying pressure involved in that. So again, we can take a look at Bitcoin from a daily standpoint and just look at it. So what I wanted to see from today, which we didn't necessarily get, was an open up on top of this range. Maybe it'll come tomorrow, and that's the thing about the markets, right? Is that you can have a great trade idea, but your timing could be just slightly off, and it can throw you. So you have to have the ability to adjust. So that's what I'm looking to do right now. I'm just going to adjust a little bit. And I was saying to Sharif earlier, I should just trade Robinhood because that thing is like Palantir. It's they're just one of the two names that are making all-time highs, so are constructing new highs. That is anyway. So stick to the strong names. Bitcoin, it may take another day or two for us to get involved in that, but I'll keep my eye on it.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
I was listening to Pug Life. He's like, how long is this going to be on CNBC? Yes, Lunatic is on CNBC right now. Talking about the deal that will start in the coming week. Shout out to the Lunatic. Guys, you know, I don't mean any disrespect for the guy. We're just joking about that. Obviously, I have great respect for Howard Lutnick. It's just, we're just having some fun here. So I don't want anybody to really think that that's what I'm saying. All right, boom to the freaking high side. Go, MFI, go. We're taking prints. Now we've got the high of the day. We just printed at 95s. We got shares on this bad boy right now. So let's go ahead and set up right at $4. You know where I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait at 99s, and then we're also going to wait at 06s. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Simultaneously, we did get a print above that $18 level on NACA. The issue with NACA, though, is the spread is so prohibitive. It was at 18.15 on the ask and in the 70s, 1770s on the bid. Alas, that print that I was waiting for there at 22s, because I ride on 22s, we didn't get that print there despite the fact that it actually crossed. There goes MFI again through $4. This could be the breakout. It's taken out all my levels as we speak right now. MFI to the high side. Let's go ahead and set up at net 15s now. The high of the day is 10s. It does reject 10 for the moment. It's up 48%, looking to go 50 right now, taking out that key technical psychological level. Technical or psychological, Sharif, calm down, at $4. So we'll see if there's going to be continuity here on my friend MFI. A great hold at the volume weighted average price. There's just so many names, guys, to talk about. I'm looking at them on my side chart right now. There's your Oklos. There's your SBET, KZIA. I saw what you said there, Tisha. KZIA is in focus for me as well. XTIA. Let's stop talking about it and start showing it to you over here. This is what I'm looking at. There's MFI. So it just took out my order. I got to go back because it's clearing my areas over here on MFI. We're going to wait now at 25s because it really keeps going. So we're going to set up at that that $quarter area. But simultaneously, let's talk about KZIA. I happen to like this one. I dislike it. I disliked it, I should say, because of that pre-market high that we couldn't shake. But then we took it out over here at 1055. Alas, we halted down, and now we're straddling that volume-weighted average price, it looks like here from the top side. VWAP just 5 or 10 pennies above that $10 area, where this current candle has a high of 1055. So KZIA, another one of those spready tickers in small cap gapper world. So you're going to have to trade it carefully. I know, Adara, but like I hate them, right? So yeah. There, I love it. All right, so we get a topping tail candle right now on MFI into 422, and then it tanks all the way back down into $4. So be careful with this one. Zigging and zagging right now at that $4 area. I've got 2 more outs left on MFI. Let's keep going over here. XTIA just printed the new high day there, 429. This thing is on that good stuff right now. It's really taking out levels. It's been very respectful of the 10 exponential ever since really taking it at 955. It zigged, it zagged in the open, and then it kind of got a wind under its sails, and it's been putting in nice bull flag continuations here, higher highs to higher lows. Fantastic look right now for XTIA. And then you're going to see on the top right and the bottom right there, we got Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, and QUBT, because we talked about Jensen chirping up a storm yesterday, I believe it was, about quantum and how, it's, we'll go through it in the news, but basically that 20-year runway that he was talking about just got shortened a whole lot. So let's see what we get here with some of these names. I'm less concerned about my trade on MFI because it's far away from my entry and I'm almost done. I am more concerned about my trade on NAKA because it just can't seem to take out 18 decisively. Joseph, I always find myself in this position where I can get out, right, and then be in the money on it, or I get that greedy side and I'm like, no, what if we get that 18.5 break? I'm going to feel very silly having taken it out. So I always get caught between two minds, and it's harder to judge it when the technicals are showing you the left side and the right side. When the technicals are showing you both sides and you don't know which way to go. And so that's where I find myself at right now.
Zed. Oh, Zed is the proper. Okay.
Oh, are we doing this again?
Yeah, we're not doing.
We're doing this
again.
again.
We're not getting into
Guys,
that,
we're Canadian, all right?
We're not getting into this. Come on.
Yeah. We're Canadian. We say Zed on this side.
I can't do it, man.
I think the English say Zed too.
Do they?
Not?
All right, I gotta do it. Let's
all right,
go.
do it.
I'm doing it.
He's doing it
all right,
live.
Let's go. Let's see if we can break out here, Tesla. Don't go back into the zone. I got stopped out on that. That's what we're gonna do it again. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. No, man, no need to apologize. Like, it's part of what we do, right? Like, you gotta live with that. So it's if you swing the bat, there's always that risk of striking out. Don't forget that, right? Awesome. So that's exactly what we got going on. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just hyper focused. Trying to get this ball rolling here. I mean, if we can break out on Tesla and I see that volume start to step in, but it's just range trading right now, and that supply zone. I'm gonna pull it out for you guys right now. It's driving me nuts, man. Here we go. So this is what I'm seeing here on Tesla. And then just look how many times we're just continuously knocking on the door of 335 and we can't break it. It's frustrating, but there it is, 15,400 current open contracts sitting at that level. And then we'll take a look at NVDA as well too. And you can see the supply zone, which I posted on. So through the 40s, I mean, through 45 all the way up to 50. Like that's a lot. And if CPI was gonna kind of chew that up, which it didn't, you would expect, that's like what I would be looking for, right? So is CPI the momentum and the volatility to kind of just absorb all of that supply and then continuously climb higher? But yeah, it is what it is. Patience. Yeah, I mean, Artemis, man, come on, brother. I know what's going on. I know when I'm being patient and impatient. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at right here. And sometimes you just, well, not sometimes, all the time you have to listen to what the market is telling you. And I think right now it's going to be a short on NVDA. But one thing I am looking for is these contracts to start rolling over to higher strike prices come next week. So there's only a couple days on this expiration cycle. And if we go to next week, okay, so there we go. So that just tells you more. So we roll this over to next week, and then we even have a higher level of contracts at that 145. I was talking with one of my buddies this morning, and I'm getting prepared to, so I missed out on this Tesla dip trade, unfortunately. It is what it is, but then I'm also looking to take advantage of the NVDA all-time high break, which is around $153. So that could be a good move, and I'm going to use contracts on that. I'm still sitting on some swing shares from 105, so that's working out relatively well. But now I just feel like I'm going heavy, and I'm looking for a proper setup to do so, and that's going to be, I think NVDA is going to be my next target there for that break of the all-time high. I don't think it's going to happen immediately. We'll have to take some time on that one. Maybe we'll wait for a pullback and head into the lower 140s, and then we'll look to buy some there.
Makes sense. All right, Naka just took out my level, so we got the print there at 30s. 25s, my mistake. Now I've set up at 69s, and I'm setting up at 69 because I like the number, but I also am looking to front run the high of the day, and I perceive that to be, or my platform tells me it is $18.85 on NAKA. But I want to get to the real story right now. XTIA is freaking out right now. Look at this move up here. Joseph, 2 minutes ago, we were at $4. Now we're at $5. And I've got no part to play in this. That makes me feel like absolute crap. This is not a spready name. This is a tight spread of 1 penny. At the widest, I've seen it at 4. So it's having trouble with 5 right now, and it's really getting extended away from my technical areas. The 10 EMA on the 5 is at 4.25. This thing's at $5. I'm not punching in here. come hell or high water, it's going to have to come back down into a key technical level. Now, I could find it at the $0.50, I could find it at the $0.25, but I'm not punching in at the highs. And here comes the $0.75 as it rejects that 498 high a day. Is this the micro pullback? And if you watch me trade these small cap gappers, we've been yapping a lot about micro pullbacks on a bigger breakout. What do I mean by that? I mean, when you get a parabolic break like the one that we're looking at on the screen, it doesn't go in a straight line. It zigs and it zags. And this is part of that zig and the zag. When it pulls back a little bit like that, is this the right entry? I always struggle with that. That seems to be my Achilles heel with trading these small cap gappers, being able to identify when something is a micro pullback versus a more prolonged pullback into a technical level. So I'm trying to watch, keep an eye on this one, see where the buyers could be stepping in by keeping an eye on the level 2. So good look right now for XTIA. I want to keep Random Oddities is saying 453, a good spot. I happen to agree with that $0.50 level, my man. We got Yatube B37 blessed with a 496 share on PLTU overnight. I thought you were talking about 496 because we literally just got into 498 on this one. So I thought you were talking about that. But good look for you, my man. PLTU, what the hell is that? PLTU, let's find out. That's Palantir Bull. Yeah, good.
2X.
Yeah, you guys, look at that. Both of you guys knew exactly, and I had no idea. PLTU, 2 times Bull ETF for Palantir. Makes sense, makes sense. So I'm still keeping my eye here, guys, on XTIA. I'd like to weasel in here. If it's appropriate, it doesn't look like it is appropriate at the moment. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. Full disclosure, MFI, we get that 415 print. It's a 422 high day. It drops into VWAP. My entry, I flatten out for a couple of penny winners on the last little bit there. NAKA, we still got one more out on this one, but I continue to watch as this one defends the 10 and it looking like a more prolonged bull flag. Now, I got 2 decisions here. One, I can wait for that 1869 fill ahead of that 1885 high day, or if I am convinced that it is a bull flag formation and we're in the flag component of the bull flag, why don't I add at the lower end of the range for that bull flag continuation? I'll answer that because I don't want to give back money if I'm wrong. And I hate the fact that that is the answer, but that is the answer. And so what I'm thinking about here is maybe to insist on a deeper pullback or wait for a deeper pullback, that 16 and a half. All right, let's just explain to them what's happening over here. I got a massage chair, and it comes with a little remote, but the remote, it's not staying put. So it keeps falling. So Joseph's convinced that this thing will be absolutely done within a month. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the best,
handyman there.
Yeah, the handyman team back there to make a little pouch for my little remote over here, so that
there you go.
it stays gravy. All right, guys, Joseph, I got my answer over here of whether I should have been pulling back. Look at this.
What is it?
I should have been pulling,
days.
whether that was a micro pullback, the answer is it was.
It was absolutely.
Absolutely a micro pullback on XTIA, and now we are halted, guys, to the upside on XTIA. That retracement into 461 was the area low, and then all hell broke loose to the high side. It is halted at 537. There has been no red candle since 11:05. We're almost half an hour deep. No red candles on the 5. Keeping my eye on XTIA. It looks like the best of the bunch right now, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. What did Katina Man say was for lunch again? I forgot. Did you hear what he said?
He said grilled chicken or something like that.
We'll take it
Neil,
back.
did he say something like that?
I forget. Yeah, I was too hyper focused there.
Chicken something or another.
Yeah, so this is what's going on. In Tylerverse, I don't think this is looking like a good trade, to be honest with you. You can see that from a 5-minute perspective. This thing is just range bound, right? Like, it's an absolute chop mess. And then when my screens start to look like this, then it's just best for me to personally avoid them. So we're heading back towards the lower end of the range, and I'm probably going to get stopped out here momentarily. So, yeah, not a good look. That 335 supply zone really coming in handy here and just tanking this stock anyways. And I'm going across the board here. I'm looking at all the Mag 7s and the Qs are traveling higher, and I'm like, why are the Qs traveling higher? Apple's moving lower, Meta's moving lower, Google's doing nothing, Nvidia can't figure out if it's going left or right. It was only a matter of time until something just kind of tanked something. I'm not convinced that Breath was holding it up. I haven't looked at some of the larger names like CrowdStrike, CRM, etc., PanW. So we'll just keep an eye out on this. If the lower end of this range can hold, if it decides to break, you know what? I'm going to get involved in some Bitcoin here as well, too, because we are trading above VWAP, so I like that one there. So I'm in a couple names here to see what we got going on. But, yeah, if Tesla breaks the lows, then I'll have to get out of there. And I don't have too much ammunition left in the clip there, guys, in the magazine. So we have to just be really cautious and a little bit more precise on some of our entries. I mean, I don't remember when was the last time I got shut down? I'm trying to think.
Very rarely.
Yeah, very rarely. Very rarely.
But you were always known for that, even when you were on the floor.
Yeah,
you were known as a good manager.
Risk manager. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so very rarely do I. So once in a while, when I do get shut down, I'm just like, it is what it is, right? You got to take the swing. So yeah, I'm in two names right now. Both not looking too good for your boy, but we'll be patient, see if the market can find a more definitive direction. IBIT, go back towards those highs. I mean, so this was the game plan here on IBIT, and we executed relatively well. We added into the position on this breakout through these key resistance zones. But then as soon as we filled this gap, I had this marked out in Streets like, Joe, that's a double top. You got to get out at that neckline. What I was down on Tesla earlier, I added aggressively into IBIT, and I had unrealized all up here, but then eventually I just didn't take enough off, and I got stopped out break even. But you can see that it filled this intraday gap, and that's why I'm fully convinced. Yeah, I get that Bitcoin is supposed to be decentralized, et cetera, but now that so much of the institutions own it, like BlackRock, and so many major American companies own it, you can't help but to look at it from a technical perspective and how other equities move, right? So that's just my mind. I won't be convinced otherwise. But yeah, let's see what we got going on here. I'm not saying that it can't be an outlier or anything or move on its own, because that's obviously not the case. It can do everything, but I still believe it's highly influenced between some of these institutions.
Absolutely, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, I'm all fixed now. I'm fixated and keeping my eye on XTIA. I want to read out Tisha's levels. Tisha says XTIA room to 791, then gap 869 to 1222. The 200 moving average is at 67.77, so not an issue. Thank you for that, Tisha. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. My move here on XTIA, right now it's showing me a theoretical auction price ahead of the halt level. We halted at 37s. It's showing me a top right there, guys, on the screen, TAP 550. We're about to open up, I think, in about like 10 or 15 seconds. What I'm going to be looking for is a big spike up, maybe into 6, and then a move back down to test the halt level. As I've mentioned many times, I perceive these halt levels to be intraday areas of support and resistance. If that is the case, I'm going to go looking long here for XTIA at around the halt level, assuming it clears the halt level and then comes back into it. 554 right now of the day right now, or sorry, theoretical auction price is showing 554 right now. I think we have about 5 or 6 seconds or so. Let me just double check. 37s is halted at 41. It should be opening momentarily. And there it is. So let's go ahead and wait now. Does it come back down? Yes. So now I'm going to go 550. Let's see if we can get that dip trade. Why is it not letting me buy? 550. Is this thing blocked in our system? Oh, that's so annoying. Whatever. Okay, so I can't enter it into this. It didn't come in anyway. That's okay. It's really going here, guys. It's going to halt again. 605. Here comes the halt. Let's see if it's a false halt this time. 08 on the ask. 05 on the bid. It's going to halt at 5s if we have about 2 or 3 more seconds of this price action. We're 98%. Now we're halted. All right, so we're going to have to give this one a little room. And I'll get to take a bit of a breath. And we're going to have a special Neil's lesson of the day a little earlier than usual, guys.
But he's just going to do a different lesson of the day. I wanted to get it in earlier because, like, quite frankly, I feel like absolute crap. And I just wanted to show you guys something that I use to, like, monitor myself. And I think one of the things that if you're under the weather or whatever it might be, there is adjustments that you might want to make. But you should also be able to look at sort of your results and then go from there. it's so easy. Like you wake up in the morning, maybe you're not feeling the best, you have a shower, all that kind of good stuff, take a bit of medication, and you're like, oh, I'm good to go. But I use a fitness tracker, and this isn't an ad for the Whoop or anything like that, but oops, that's not the one I wanted to show. So this is like the minimum recovery you can have on Whoop. It's like 1%. My HRV was 11. I'm running a 3-degree above average fever, so I knew I was a little bit compromised coming in today. And then the very first thing that I did was, I think, completely misread the risk to reward on Rigetti. Now, obviously, this trade doesn't look all that great, and you're like, why did you misread the risk? It was a simple, there's the opening range, there's your break. I mean, get nothing out there, which is kind of silly. And if you think about it, what's support to me usually on a gap and go? Well, prior highs. And sometimes you get a little bit too cute. I mean, I threw my stop at this prior high going back a couple of days on Monday, when really, if you look at Rigetti, this is in the pre-market, it makes that top. Off the open, these highs are at 1170. So what needs to happen if you're doing better analysis is take less shares here on the break, especially knowing I want to make less decisions if I'm compromised. If I'm not feeling the best, I want to make less decisions, not more. And I want to keep things overly simple. So in this case, it should be take less shares, give it the stop here, and then just hold on until it breaks out, until it breaks the trend. The other thing it's compounding about that that's annoying is when you look at this on the daily chart, I mean, that break has very clear room to $13. So it's got more than $1 worth of room to first resistance. You should be willing to risk 70 pennies on it. So right off the bat, I knew I wasn't making the best decisions. But as I said, one of the adjustments that you can make is to make less of them. You would have seen me only trade 4 things today, which is a little bit abnormal. I took 1 trade in Tesla, and I probably wouldn't have taken any more, like nothing else set up. Waited for it to pull back into the prior high. 1 shot into the volume weighted average price. That's it. It's a simple setup where I'm not making as many decisions, so I don't have to worry about it. It's not super taxing. If it breaks down underneath 128, I'm going to be out of it. It didn't. It got to VWAP in 1 shot. Intel was another example of just taking 1 trade. It should have been a short, but it doesn't really matter. Wait for it to make that bottom. Get to the only level that I'm concerned with on Intel for the gap fill. Let it travel. Like, I'm not trying it here. I'm not trying it on the way down to defend 21. The algo buying started at 20.95. So I simply waited for it to break that price and put in a bottoming tail candle and promptly punched above that price. It's not the perfect trade, but what it does give me is a very simplistic trade where, again, I don't have to make a lot of decisions. It's very easy, it's very clean, and you don't necessarily have to overthink it. Because if maybe you didn't get enough sleep, maybe you had an argument with your significant other, I don't know. Whatever it might be, you might not be on the top of your game feeling mentally sharp. But I'm fortunately able to have gone 2 for 4 and be green today. Basically because I made less decisions. And because I was sort of able to realize if I overtrade this morning and make 1 really, really dumb mistake, then it's just a complete waste. And you have to be able to know yourself. Because the reality is anyone that's traded for a long time will be able to tell you it's not your winners that really end up determining how consistently profitable you are or how much money you're going to make. A lot of times it's how much do you lose when you're wrong. And if you're compromised in any way, you're at risk to lose a little bit more because you're a little slower to make the out. You're more prone to make a keystroke error in what might already be a bad position. You're prone to overthink because you're not as clear. So, I'm going to try and get some rest. Good luck, everybody out there. Even if you're not on your A game, you can still be green. Just reduce the number of decisions that you have to make when you're in that state. That's your lesson of the day, everybody.
Now it lets me. I don't understand what's happening.
Right.
I don't understand what's
Did you
happening
actually,
here. It allowed me. It allowed me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Okay, so XTIA was not blocked in our system. I think that maybe I was just punching some wrong keys. So That's on me, guys. All right, so I'm continuing to watch XTIA here. The top was 624, whoever was asking. Now the high of the day is 685. It's up 120% and going crazy. So it behooves us to really keep an eye out on this one. It's a 685 high of the day. If I had my guess right now, it's going to get taken out, and it got taken out. 695 right now. I think 7 gets taken out. Let's give this one the old college try. We're going to give this one some room into that $7 area. Perhaps we can get a spike through 7. 99s now showing up. There's 7. Let's take out some boom, boom, all the way up.
Boom,
Dun-na,
boom,
dun-na,
Boom, boom,
dun-na, dun-na. All right, guys, we're having a good time. So XTIA 94 is long right now. 738. It's good. It's continuing.
Man,
It's continuing. Let's win at the half dollar. It's going to halt, Joseph. 40. It's going to halt at 40. Let's see now. The halt parameter is 10 seconds long. Let's continue to wait. Watching. Let's see. Does it false halt here? It's already okay. So now we're caught in an up halt, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Good look right now on XTIA. Big boy move up, 142%. Guys, I'm just going to show you instead of telling you about it. The red candles are few and far between right now on your friend XTIA. If I can just open this up, please. Thank you, Mr. IB. And this is the red candle I'm talking about. Like, I'll take that if that's a red candle right there. That manifested at 11:05, barely red. As you can see, looks more candle of indecision. So big boy moves right now on XTIA, halted to the upside. Let's take a quick gander at what the theoretical auction price is. It looks right now, it's showing us 50 down to 49, 45, zigging and zagging as it always does. We'll continue to watch this one right now. XTIA, big boy move up here, Joseph. We're going to keep an eye for a possible 10-minute halt now because it keeps halting to the upside.
Nice, good luck there. All right, yeah, guys. I see what you're saying there on Uber. Yeah, sometimes some of these names, they don't have a weekly expiration, so you have to roll that one out relatively far. And I mean, that's not too bad either, right? Like you can think that it kind of just reduces your gamma exposure as well. So that's something positive to take a look from it. And you don't have to wait until it expires worthless either, right? You can just buy it back. So yeah, that's that game there. Yeah, guys, both my trades here not looking too good. I'm probably going to be switching over to the simulator here momentarily, as Tesla does not want to break up or down. It's just a really big time choppy mess. Let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint to see what we got going on. Yeah, and I mean, it's just an inside day. Looking for another continuation, but a big time breath, a couple gap ups, fills this gap, and then decides that it doesn't want to do too much. So what's your stop on TSLA? I got to hold it for the low of the day. But again, like I just said momentarily, already held it against me, so more than I already should. I should have been out at the break of the volume weighted average price. Same with Bitcoin. It doesn't want to break up either. So yeah, those are my two trades right there, guys. If they stop me out, then it is what it is. Then I'll just have to switch over accounts there and find something else to trade. Meta's taking a nosedive. A Hood still holding up relatively strong. Google looks like it wants to break through some key support levels as well too. So you can see that we're just forming these this consolidation phase, of bear flag, I guess you can saw it, with a flat bottom, and then also consistent lower highs. So yeah, that's that there on some of the bigger names, guys. I think Nvidia is going to be weak until we start to see some of those high levels of open interest slowly start to be absorbed, and we've gone over this plenty of times, is that until they start to roll over, slowly decay, then that you're going to have a hard time breaking through some of these key levels, especially if there's no high level catalyst or anything that causes a massive momentum or volatility spike. So keep an eye out on those things. I'll hold on for as long as I possibly can here, guys. It's unfortunate that see, that's the thing, right? When you're trading, you're like, yeah, I want a little bit more, but you have to take what the market's giving you. And with this trade, if I just took the majority of it out there and I took a break even or just a stop there from a technical standpoint, then my day would be looking substantially different. But that's not the case. That's what if history, and we don't go by that. This is really, really good entry and adds, in my opinion. And then we only take 10% off there, which is nothing. And then we add double what we've removed there. And then we take another 10% off, but then eventually all those unrealized got stopped by that volatility to the downside, and then it decides that it wants to hold up on VWAP. But now we're trading south of it. And what I'm seeing from a daily standpoint as well too is that we're not necessarily in breakout territory. I went over the thesis. I would like for it to sit above the daily range in order for us to get that continuation to the top side and break that previous 112,000 level. So that's what I'm looking for precisely. And I also own a contract that I bought yesterday or the day before as well. It's doing half decently, right? So it's a 65 strike price that doesn't expire until November or something. So again, if we get that big time pop, then I'll be sitting pretty and just collect extrinsic value on that one. You should DCA on Tesla right now. No, I don't do that, Pitchbull. That's not my style. I don't DCA. And that's just my personal style. I don't do that. I'll average up, as you guys see me do here, but I don't DCA. That's just not my style. That's not how I was taught. I know Sharif does it. I know Katina Man do it because that's their style. That's not.
If I plan my DCA.
That's the thing.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. You plan. It's a planned DCA. I don't have anything planned like that right now. No, I average into that, and it's not necessarily my choice. I'm not saying.
I actually agree with him 100% because I see him consistently only adding to winners. I don't see him adding to losers.
And that's the thing. So I mean, there's a system that's proven that it works. You and Sean do it really, really well. What I figure that I do a little bit better is just add into the winners and then just get out when I'm supposed to. So you can see that I have that displayed right here, guys. We get that breakout there, and it's going to be a whole different picture. And then same thing here with Tesla. If we head back towards the top end of the range, I'll be sitting in a totally different spot here, guys.
All right, XTIA, we stop out, break even on the last little amount, but it's right back above 7. It's open again, so I am kind of concerned that this one halts down. As Tisha was telling me in the chat, this is the third halt. Oftentimes, we do see a bit of a pullback after the third or fourth one. In fact, usually it halts down subsequent to so many halts up. So watching, looking for that halt parameter to trigger. It should be triggering now anytime. Let's see in the low 20s. This thing is really selling off. There it is. There's a parameter. It's going to be at 22s. Whether it ends up being a false halt or not, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. This could be an interesting ad here, Joseph. I'm going long.
Go do it.
Yeah, I got into the long on the down halt right now. I'm going to give this one a try, okay? So I got long at 622. It's already showing me a tap of 511. Come what may, here's what I'm doing. So the prior level was, the prior halt level, that is, was this one over here, 606. So this is why I'm looking for that area to defend. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place my stop just below that $0.50. Okay, so we'll keep watching here. The halt time, 11:46:42. So the earliest we can be open is 11:51:42, right? We add 5 minutes onto that bad boy. So we're going to see what we get, and we will not get upset. Purposely caught in a down halt over here on XTIA. Let's see if it flushes. Let's just give this one a try, okay? What else? What was Tisha's levels again for XTIA? I'm sure you can ask her, brother. You can just tag her there in the chat. Tisha Perkins is her name. Shout out to Tisha. So we'll keep an eye out on that. SBET, though, guys. I want to mention a couple of ones that I didn't really say too much about. One of them is going to be Plug Power. But before we get to Plug Power, we all know what SBET's been doing the last little while. You only need to kind of flip to the hourly to get a gander of this kind of price action. So we're holding a good technical level. It looks like that $30 level is absolute money. Is it 25 or 30? Somewhere around there. We hold it over here. We hold it over here. Do we break this downtrend? Yeah, kind of. I think we've broken the downtrend that we were on for a period of days, maybe almost a week there on SBET, selling off quite aggressively. That could be, a head and shoulders pattern, a more prolonged head and shoulders pattern right now on SBET. That's really beyond the scope of my analysis right now. The look here is an intraday look, and the intraday look shows you so much respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I mean, it did it over here starting at 10 o'clock. When it retraced back again at 10:30, it held very respectfully and then basically hugged it the entire time over here. So this is a missed one on my part. I'm more reluctant to want to trade SBET, okay? Because it's just so spready, so volatile, so dangerous. But, if it sets up in the right way, again, I think I'm going to try to work into it. New high day just printed right there, 47.89 SPET. It's up 40% or thereabouts. So keep your eye on SBET continuing to go nicely. Let's bring in Plug Power because I've said very little right now about Plug Power. And I know you guys have been talking about it quite a bit there in the chat. And, you know, this one I have a hateful relationship for. Yeah. You know what happened there, Adara?
I do. I am fully aware.
Yeah, well,
And I'll tell you.
Adara heard me, you know, speak very badly about this stock on many occasions. That's because I lost $1 a share on some size there, Joseph, on a swing that I took back in the day. But anyway, hopefully we'll have a shorter term memory there and maybe execute some better trades on this. So Plug Power having a decent few days. You can see here on the daily. Let's flip back to the daily. It's been on a local breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4 green days in a row, with yesterday being a very indecisive day. Today we were very much engulfed by yesterday's price action. The high of the day there, about $1.53 yesterday. Today's high day, $1.47. What's the technicals here? Well, nothing really for me on the 5 other than the higher low, higher high situation. So, you know, be on the lookout for yesterday's high as resistance. Otherwise, I don't really have a good read on Plug Power, but thought I'd mention it because you guys have been talking a lot about it. Up 14%, very respectful move. All right, back here to XTIA. 146.42. So as I mentioned, the earliest we can open up is 151.42. What time is it exactly right now? It is 150.37. So we have about a minute left before XTIA can open. My move here will be a break below 5.5. I'm gonzino on this one, okay? We got 622s long. I will give this one a little bit of room because I know it can be awfully volatile on the open, but if it loses 5.5, I'm gone. Now, where am I taking profits? Likely into 7, because 7 might be an area of resistance. We only had one candle that closed above 7, and that was the halt at 7. I think the high there was 739, and then the next candle opened up below 7 at 698. So yeah, $7, a bit of an issue here, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. And yeah, just to touch on the DCA thing a little bit, when I'm swinging, like if I'm looking to risk $500 on a trade, I don't go for, like, I don't buy it all at once, right? Like, so if the thesis doesn't work out exactly how I want to, I'll start off with $150 worth of shares, risk-wise that is, and then I'll obviously, if it comes against me, I'll add another 200, et cetera, until I build into that where I'm at $500 where it breaks my stop loss. But from an intraday standpoint, no, just average into winners. But that also, what that does is that trails your stop too, right? So you have to have a tighter risk profile. But that's what I got going on here. It's not looking too good here, guys, for me right now in IBIT. I also added to this position here, as you can see. So why did I add here? Because that volume started to kick in, right? So you can see it really start to pick up. I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get this ball really rolling here and get out of this consolidation phase that we've been sitting in for the better part of about a half an hour. But the volume profile is just really weak. We do have a steady uptrend. It's holding it, and I'm looking for that break in that test of the high a day, but we got to get there first, right? So that's kind of the game plan here. Tesla's not doing good, and it's heading towards the lower end of this range. So that's not working out for me whatsoever there, guys. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I can't hold on to Tesla much longer. I'm going to have to hop out here as it's going to head towards these lows and looks like it's going to want to crack it. And if Bitcoin follows, then that's going to be it for your boy here this morning. And then we'll just have to trade some simulator and look to just get those reps in and see if there's any potential setup that comes our way on that. So yeah, Robinhood is so strong today. I mean, it's like Palantir, right? This thing's living in its own world. Really good look here from Robinhood. We'll pull up PLTR as well to see what we got going on. Really good look, high of 140. I know Katina Man was saying $200 on that one. So yeah, I mean, that would be fantastic there on Palantir. I can't believe trading this thing in the teens didn't feel all that long ago, and then here we are trading at $140. So yeah, really good look on a couple of these names. Palantir, Robinhood being some outliers on the day. Let's take a look at XLF as well to see if it's one of the better performing sectors, because tech isn't it today, in my opinion. It's just really, really choppy. So there you go. We're seeing some better price action here in XLF. We'll zoom in and see what we got going on from an intraday standpoint. Yeah, all right, so hovering. And that's the thing, right? We got to take into consideration what the market has been doing for the past month or so, or a couple months now, that is off of these Liberation Day lows, we're only a percentage point off of those all-time highs. So we can't go up all the time. At some point, we're going to have to come to the realization that it's like, okay, yeah, the market's going to cool down a little bit. So we're exactly 1% off of those all-time highs. Like, come on, let's go. This is some good stuff. And I don't know who's going to be feeling FOMO, but if you weren't buying here at the lows and you're getting these all-time high breaks, you're going to probably start buying eventually as well too. So I'm hearing a lot of that from analysts. With that being said, as soon as they say that people are feeling FOMO, be prepared for somewhat of a pullback, in my opinion. So yeah, just be cautious of that, guys. Don't chase anything. I told you there's ways around, especially if you're looking to swing trade or invest for the long term. There's ways around chasing underlyings, right? You can just do CSPs. For those who aren't familiar, that's cash secured puts. You sell puts, so that means you're synthetically long at a lower strike price, but you obviously need to have the capital requirements in your account. So essentially what you want to do is just sell puts at prices that you want to own the underlying asset at. And if it doesn't come down to those levels, then guess what? You get to make money anyways, and you're not chasing stocks. So, yeah, if you have that type of capital and you're looking to do that without kind of chasing things at the highs, then CSP's your way. Let's see what it does.
Mike the Rider, thank you very much for the super chat. Bash Bros, I'm feeling good on vacation. Right. LOL. We're very happy that enjoy your time there. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adair.
Not at all, Sharif. I have an interesting little update here on TSLA. So as we saw this morning, we talked about it in the news desk, Elon Musk at about 3:04 a.m. posts on X that he feels like he went too far with his post about Trump. Well, now the Wall Street Journal is actually reporting that that was because of Trump's team, that he said that apparently he got a call from J.D. Vance, Vice President, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles urging him to walk back his issues with Trump. So not even market related, but pretty interesting here. TSLA breaking lower, actually looking to do that flat bottom break of 330 as we hear that it looks like Donald Trump-Elon feud ending might have less to do with Elon than it has to do with this team here. Also, I want to let you guys know there's 2 IPOs in watch today. I'm keeping an eye on both of them to see when they open. Here is Voyager Technologies, VOYG, and here is CHYM. I am watching both of these guys. The second I have any information, I'll let you guys know. But just, yeah, 2 IPOs on watch, and we're very aware. Back to you.
Weasel back in if you can for a second. Is Elf, is that the Warren name? Is Elf Beauty or Ulta?
Ulta used to be a Warren name, and then I think he realized right away that he put the L in Ulta. I'll put it that way. He took a massive L in that position. He closed 96% of it, like literally the next quarter, and I believe he's all out of it now.
Thank you, Adara. Just want to make sure. There you go. Make sure to like and subscribe, as Adara's indicating there on the screen. Oh boy, here we go. We're open on XTIA. It's holding that 550, but for how long? We're long 22s. All right, so let's go ahead and throw in the stop there for that level. Let's see, do we halt up now? We're moving back up into 6. Okay, so we're gonna halt. It looks like we're gonna drop here. Yeah, we're gonna give some back. I don't care. We have to take shots like this, okay? So I like my shot at that level. I've already put my stop in. Let's see if this one can work back above 6. If it drops below 540, we're gonna give back a lot on this trade, and that's fine with me because we have to take shots. So keep your eye right now on XTIA, zigging and zagging in the high 5s. It's essentially at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Does it hold it? Well, we'll see. It's basically a candle of indecision. I'm looking at the side chart so I can see what it looks like on the 5. A bit clearer on my side. Doing absolutely nothing. Do I add at this level? The answer to that is no. I did not plan to add here. I will insist that I either print to the high side or get stopped out. That doesn't mean that I can't get back in. I like my chances possibly at 515 or so. That is where the volume weighted average price is. It's having trouble taking out 6, guys. It keeps moving up into 6, and there is a seller of note keeping this one down below 6. It zigs and zags right now, as we saw, at $6. $6, a technical area of resistance. It feels right now, at least intraday, as we've talked about many times, these halt levels act as intraday areas of support and resistance. The person who's selling at 6, can we shake them? Can there be enough buying to kind of push them across onto the other side? We'll continue to watch here as the price action develops. Really a candle of indecision right now, defending that $0.50 level though. That's where I've got my stop. Okay, so we just zigged above 6. Can we continue? We're above 6 on both the ask and the bid. All right, let's move up a little bit more if we can. Let's set up here. I'm gonna set up just a little bit above my entry, possibly at a third of $1 print. We're showing 6, 10, 15. Can we get up a little bit more? All right, so a nice topping tail candle right now, or sorry, hammer candle forming on the 5, but now we're approaching that 622 level, essentially where I'm long. And that is acting as an area of resistance. The high of this candle right now, why doesn't it just show me? 622. So we are rejecting that 20 penny level right now, guys. Keep your eye out on this one. 20 pennies rejecting. That is the halt level, the previous halt level. Can we shake it? Keeping an eye there. We're going to send it to Adara at the big desk.
This is kind of going to be a rapid fire news version of happening now because we do not have Neil here, so we can't go into the rest of the day. And truthfully, I think it's more interesting just to talk about these headlines I'm just seeing coming in here. Let's start with Newsmax. NMAX getting, give that Sharif his money stock. But yeah, let's talk about Newsmax here, which is certainly not giving you money if you're long, unfortunately. This is seemingly dropping your volume after Fortune reports that Kelly Loeffler, who is Trump's appointee to lead the Small Business Administration Committee here, owning 136,555 shares of Newsmax. So NMAX weirdly dropping here on this. Interesting look for NMAX. Keep an eye on FXI in China here as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that China's ease up for rare earths. They're only going to ease this here for 6 months. So we know rare earths and rare earth minerals, one of the biggest things the U.S. are looking for. Apparently, this ease is only going to be about 6 months. So unclear if that's going to move the market, but just something I think to be aware of. We're always keeping you guys an eye on this China-U.S. situation with regards to negotiations. It's come up a couple times here as well in Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's testimony for a congressional committee. I'm still listening to that. If there's anything market moving there, I'll let you know. But it's been pretty tepid, pretty chill. I want to mention too, so both these things happening in 1 hour. At 1 p.m., we will get here comments, or I guess a press conference here from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And B, at 1 p.m., we will be getting a bond, or I guess a note auction here that's going to be the 10-year note. So 1 p.m., 2 news catalysts. I'll keep an eye on both those for you. Keep an eye on these IPOs as well, guys. CHYM and VOYG. Let's see if that stock gave Sharif his money. Back to the Bash Bros.
I know. Yeah. You know, she scolded a couple of people. I was talking to Brendo back there. When Brendo was here. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, I saw her like rinsing out a couple of guys because they were taking too much.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was going to go and snag a piece. But,
oh, yeah, you better be careful there.
You got to be careful.
But, you know, I think you're in her good books.
I settled for a plum there.
Yeah, so. I think you can take a little bit more, especially how you're at. Bye, Raquel. See you, Raquel. You see this guy, how he talks to Raquel? I know, but like I'm not saying anything that's wrong, Ram, right?
No,
you should see this guy, bro.
I was like, hey, no, man, I'm polite. I'm just
I know you are.
Cow thing, have a good day.
This guy, he knows how to smooth his way.
Yeah,
I'll give you credit. I give you credit. You're good at that stuff, man.
Smooth operator, man. Smooth.
All right, guys.
What was not smooth though was my trading. I am shut down today, so I'm just. In the old simulator here, guys, man. So just kind of getting everything ready together. But it is what it is. You won't see me in this position too often. So yeah, we'll just have to cool things off. That's the thing, right? That's how it works. You go on a nice streak, and then sure enough, go on a nice winning streak, and now I'm on a nice 2-day red streak. So there you go. You go 7 green and then 2 red.
I would take that any day.
Yeah.
Any day. Yeah, Are you kidding me?
Bang, bang, bang.
7 and 2, and then you go back on another, 2 or 3. Are you kidding me?
I'm not going for a 2 or 3 there, man. I need a 3.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the game plan. I know we're going to Adara there, but I'm gonna take one more stab here. I'm only sim on this iBid trade here, so maybe we'll just go punch a little bit there. Boom. Bang. And somehow I don't catch a fill on Sim, which is crazy.
Well, I told you Sim is different. Yeah.
Adara, please.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, guys. So I apologize. That CHYM IPO is tomorrow. I said that earlier. I guess I got a little bit confused, so I apologize for that. VOYG, this IPO still is today. Another IPO that already actually opened today. ASIC, Integrity Specialties Insurance Company. So ASIC, not the shoe brand. It is this Integrity. So again, no Chime IPO tomorrow, but today we did get ASIC as well as VOYG not yet released. So I just want to clarify that. Apologies back to you.
Yeah, I can, unfortunately, Lewis. Otherwise, I would, my friend. But I don't think it's really in play today, right? So you guys can tell I'm already over it. So we'll just figure out something else. I mean, it has been. Yesterday was choppy. It did. See, I was looking at some of the charts in the evening yesterday, and yesterday was choppy, and then you kind of get that afternoon pump. But then the weakness kind of just stepped right back in. All right. So I was just keeping my eye out for that. there totally is the potential for this market to continue higher. I mean, with NVDA, we're continuously forming these higher lows here, guys. So you can see that's a positive sign. And I mean, if you get a buy program that steps in, and if we look at the volume, then there's nothing substantial that's in control right now. My issue right now is that supply zone through the 40s, and you can see that we're relatively struggling with that. It's pinning the price in a lot of these names. I think the highest concentration is going to be in NVDA. Tesla, I think, can be absorbed to some point. But yeah, other than that, maybe slightly bearish here in the short term here on NVDA. If we don't get that breakup, then you just want to follow what the chain is telling you, and that means there's a lot of supply. So therefore, the defense through those strikes is going to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's why you see when I refer to the quality of the prints, look how strong these bearish prints are compared to the bullish ones, right? So just take that into consideration. And guys, you don't have to apologize. Trust me. I've been in this game 4 years now. Do you think I've had my losses, etc.? It's literally a part of what we do. So it's not something to feel any sort of sympathy towards me or anything like that, because I chose to do this and it's part of it, right? I have fun when I put on some big time winners, and then I also accept the fact that I'm shut down when I'm shut down. So yeah, just continue to rock away, and guess what? I say it all the time, win or lose, tomorrow's a fresh one, and we'll be prepared to take it on. So
absolutely, dude. I love the attitude, man. Straight up. The OG Darwin, thank you, Darwin. I'm not even seeing it yet on my blotter, so thanks for bringing that. Do I actually have it here? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, no, I do have it. All right, Meta in the news. So, you know, Zuck's been a little upset lately, and because he feels, you know, the market really hasn't received Llama 4 in the way that he anticipated. He's been kind of tripping out, wanting AGI quicker than others, investing in Scale AI to the tune of $14 billion. We were talking about 10 possibly. Looks like there's another 4 on there. But yet another AI development for Meta. They are launching a generative AI video editing feature in the Meta AI app. Users are now able to preset AI video editing prompts to transform your outfit, your location, lighting, and more, and share your posts on your edited video. I think that's pretty cool, man. If you're able to kind of democratize, for lack of a better word, video editing. I'm sure the production team is going to kill me for saying this, but like, you know, straight up, like if I want to be able to, you know, just adjust a quick video or picture or whatever, and I can do it through text prompts, all the better. But that is what is being right now reported on META. What is the price action on Meta right now? We're still down below 700. In fact, not really reacting much here. 699.20. It seems like it is in a downtrend at the moment. I'm talking about Meta. So interesting development there. I'm getting a lot of Meta AI headlines, and have I seen Meta, the AI app, Fabian? Are you talking about like actual Facebook app? Horrible. It's horrible. No, it's horrible. But you know what I like about it, Fabian? They have a friends tab now, because you get inundated with all this other crap that comes on your feed. If I want to just see what my friends are doing, hit the friend tab at the bottom, and it's just only literally your friends, which I kind of like. Is Fabian saying he's scared for all the old people that are using it, that are stuck and get tricked by it? And my dad is one of those people, Fabian.
Yeah, same.
Constantly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. My dad is constantly seeing these AI-generated videos, and he thinks they're real.
Yeah, same. My grandma
and
too.
you know what I mean? Like, it is a serious problem.
She doesn't know if it's real or fake.
No.
With some things as well, too.
My dad's always...
You know what's funny? One of my good friends, my buddy that I own the condo with, so twice, you know when you get those phone calls and they're like, yeah, we need your social insurance number, it's the CRA? My guy fell for it twice, not once, but twice. Yeah, I'm like, bro, are you kidding me?
No.
They would never, ever call you.
No.
So he gave his SIN number to some random dudes. I think one of, it's funny.
It's a B, trying to change your SIN number.
Yeah.
SIN is like a social security number, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Their social insurance number, so you get jobs and everything. And the one guy said, he's like, yeah, this guy named, he said his name was Ricky Williams, and he worked for the CRA.
He did? didn't say Ricky Williams.
I kid you not. As soon
Did
as
he play
said
pro
that to
ball?
me, yeah, as soon as my buddy said that to me, I'm like, you doorknob, man.
Oh, I feel bad.
Yeah,
I feel bad. No,
so, I mean,
no,
he obviously reported it and everything along those lines, so who knows? But I'm like, yeah, man, you better be constantly checking your credit score just in case. You know what I mean?
There's like I don't know if you guys have this in the States. I'm sure you do. But I got a credit monitoring thing that I pay for, and if there's any additions or inquiries or anything on my credit, I get a notification email telling me, oh, this company did a credit check on you, or this new entry. Like, for example, if I get a new credit card, it'll tell me, like, oh, there's a new creditor on your profile. So,
that's cool.
You know what I mean? Uh-oh. You got to read that before you, you know.
Thank you for that one.
Big smile.
$5.
Get your bro's number. I got some stuff to sell. Why are you such a bully, Big Smile?
Funny, man. Yeah.
I love this guy, bro. He's always bullying everybody around here, bro. No, nobody gets off.
Catherine, are we not? I mean, you can short Tesla. Unfortunately, I'm Sim, so if you want me to short it in Sim with you, I can hop on that train. There's no worries about that there. I'll pull it up right now, see if I can get involved in some TSLA via the simulator there, guys, because it does look like we're heading a little bit lower. But I think this is going to be a prime time buying opportunity, in my opinion. So let's get this ball rolling here. We're posted up on, I don't want to post up. I want to punch. But so we'll wait on this one, guys. I'll just front run it, actually. That's why I got it. So sorry for the lackluster punch there, guys. All right, so now you won't see it on the board there. Maybe I'll get the production team to switch over to my sim account. But there we go. Yeah, I'm short Tesla at the break of these support levels. Let's see if we can get this continuation to the downside here. I'm short via TSLA, so yeah, just keep that in mind. We'll take it for the break and the continuation. If it punches back through and heads into the middle of the range, so then that's it. Sim myself some S-bet. All right, we can take a look at some S-bet here momentarily, but Tesla continuing to tank here. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, big time move down in the market. I figured this was going to happen, and I think Sharif and I observed the same thing. I think the longer the chop sometimes throughout the day, the more likelihood that we're going to see a big down move. It depends obviously with sentiment and everything along those lines, but I'm glad that CPI coming in a little bit cooler than expected, and I'm not surprised that the market's selling off a bit.
Keep waiting for that tariff inflation. Where's it at, Joseph? I mean, we've been waiting for a hot minute.
It's the T word, brother.
The T word.
It's already gone.
It's already gone.
It's coming,
all right.
It's coming, Wayne. Wow, what a move down here in Tesla. Yeah. We're not going to take any off. We're going to ride this wave here. Bitcoin breaking down as well too, guys. I'm waiting for Nvidia to come south of 140, or sorry, around 140 or 139. Perfect, thank you. Next trade will update. It says, my guy, Assassino. So what we will do here is that, and bang. Thank you for that one there. We took a little bit off, guys, so you can see that we got this cooking up here on Tesla. And that's the name of the game here. We'll zoom in here and head on to those 1 minute time frames to see what we got going on. And that is it. Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. What I sent you last night.
Oh, Crawford, what's it called? Canelo.
Canelo and
yeah, it's going to be fantastic. So Netflix is getting the deal. And I was just jokingly saying back to Joseph, I'm like, it's fantastic for Netflix. You know, they're getting a lot of big stuff. But if they buffer again, I'm going to fight them.
You're going to fight them?
You know, well, yeah, not literally, but, you know, I'm going to be quite angry about it. Dude, it was a fiasco last time, man.
It was, but how positive was that for Netflix?
They added crazy amount of subs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but there's only so many times you can screw that up.
You can screw that up, right? I mean, okay, well, maybe once, twice. Once you hit into that OB thrice, then there's obviously somewhat of an issue. But I mean, if it does happen again, for me, it's buy Netflix at any pullback, even though it is.
I agree, dude. And it's every dang day we're looking at this thing's higher. Today it's up 1.5%.
This is a real fight. This is a real fight. So you're gonna not only, I guess, like. See, the thing about Jake Paul and Tyson is that you get the younger crowd.
And the names that don't watch boxing.
Right, and then people that aren't involved in this, but now you're actually getting the real boxing individuals. brought here into this fight, I think is the best that they can do for Netflix. Just start promoting the heck out of these guys.
I agree.
I think, yeah.
I agree.
Just start the promotion. Highlight.
You know what
reels
Turkey's
left,
going to
right,
do? Turkey's
and-
going to
yeah.
be doing crazy promotion. He's
Left,
got money off the
highlight-
yin yang.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Highlight reels, left, right, and center.
I
of
agree.
These guys on absolutely everything. Pay for the advertising and just get people to funnel in on Netflix. I think this is a really, really big move, especially into this high level of a boxing fight.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, we got Dubois, Usyk in July. That's on DAZN.
It's on DAZN.
It's on DAZN.
Yeah, it's
but
on
that
DAZN.
to me is the real fight, bro. I mean, you got, well, yeah, sure, you got the undisputed heavyweight champion fighting the guy who he had the most controversial fight with.
Yeah.
We know that.
The
I personally thought it was low. That's
Yeah.
just my opinion. People
Yeah.
see it differently, right?
But from a popularity standpoint, I don't know if Usyk and Dubois hold the star power.
No.
Right? And I think
certainly
that,
not
right?
North American anyway.
No.
Maybe internationally.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the England ties, of the Ukraine ties. Obviously, I think Daniel Dubois is a hell of a fighter. We saw what he did to Anthony Joshua.
exactly.
He knocked the hell out of him. He killed him. What's going on over there? Obi? Oh!
I knew this guy was short. I knew that guy.
Obi.
Get it, Obi. There it is.
Would you shorted in? You put your stop.
What'd you short, Ob? He shorted Softy. It's okay. It's like one of the only Mag 7 names that's positive on the day, but you made money. You made money, baby.
Man.
It's the strongest ticker on the day. Why are you running? Get down, said Obi. Shout out to my man,
Get down.
Day Trader Cut. We gotta shut him out, man. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Day Trader Cut. I needed CPI to come out. Oh my God. I'm gonna read this, but I know you're a liability. Now you've been categorized as a liability.
Crazy.
Day Trader Cut. I needed CPI to come out hotter than my wife's boyfriend so these puts would print. Yeah, did you hear that, Adara? I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to pay for their vacation now.
Oh, wow.
Why are you paying for their vacation, bro?
Throw the pineapples up in the
No. You can't be paying for your wife to go on vacation with her
Throw the
boyfriend.
pineapples in
You got to pay. You got to pay a private investigator. That's what you need to do over there, my man. Shout out to my man. All right, guys. New small cap gapper Assassino break into the high side. It goes by the ticker JEM. 707 Cayman Holdings is the name of the company. It's up 65%. The halt level, $6.60. Let's find out what the theoretical auction price is on this one. So we're going to load it up over here. We're going to take off QUBT because it is losing the volume weighted average price. JEM, I mentioned 660 halt, tap. Theoretical auction price showing 680. So for the moment, it is slated to open 20 pennies higher. Let's keep an eye out on this one. 1.4 million shares on the day. I'll submit to you the volume just started coming in. I'm looking at the 1 minute here on my top screen. The volume really just started coming in at about 10 after, more like a quarter after that we're basically right now. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Another small cap gapper breaking to the high side here. I don't even have any information on this company. I don't know what they do or anything. So let's find out JEM. All right, we're going to go to Adara. She's got information, I guess, about this. She has a new ticker. Go ahead, Adara. Oh, JEM, Adara. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, Assassino. I couldn't hear her. I appreciate that, my man. All right, let's see what else we got over here in the chat. Big Spile sent me a message there. 50% tariff in China a few months back was world ending, but now is super bullish. I do not know that I believe that. Look, Big Spile, I don't think it was the 50% that was bearish. It was the unknown. Where the hell does this go? How much does this get out of control? We saw the 145% tariffs, then China responding with 125. Now it seems like the temperature is kind of being taken down a little bit. I think that that's maybe why the market's reacting. They're getting that clarity. They're getting that certainty, whereas before they had none. That's just my opinion, brother. Salvage the second. $10 super chat.
Awesome.
Any love for AMD? Question mark. Love you guys. Love the show. LFGO. Love you right back. Shout out to Salvage the second, my man. You want to give him a look at your friend AMD?
Amped? Yeah. Let's look at Amped here real quickly. We're gonna hit these ad read first, and then we'll take a look at Amped. Level up your trading game with Prop X. XP up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site, pick your challenge at propx.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey today. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot. Trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TraderTV. Link is in the description. Be the trader. Get funded. Join PropX today. PropX, your edge starts here. Visit now. You heard Sharif say it himself. Be the trader. And he's giggling too as he's walking away. So, we gotta stop doing that, man. Make sure, guys, when I'm slightly leaning, we're not sitting sideways. All right, we're focusing. So you gotta be like, Joe, sit up straight. All right, from now on. So don't allow me to kind of just sit, relax, and cool on, all right? Even though it's Joe Cool. Remember Joe Cool? You guys remember that stuff? Remember that brand? Joe Cool? No? All right, good talk. Joe Cool. Yeah, you don't remember that band? Okay, that's all right. I mean, they still got Joe, but yeah. Obi's laughing at me too. Give me the crickets there. Nvidia heading towards the low. Who is that? Mike K, I think, I don't know, it was an old brand back in the day, like Fat Pharma. Do you guys remember that? But yeah, let's see if we can get this bounce. Nice indecision print on the 5-minute here on IBIT. Looking for that rebound here. Maybe we can get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But NVDA breaching through some of these lows here, guys. So not a good look. And we're just referring to that supply zone. I also posted it on my X, so you can go check me out there at TraderTV Joseph. And then I just posted a couple things. I posted Oracle's expected move as well too there, guys. So you can go and check that out. So if we have any half decent earnings. Oh, and join Adara and I. Adara, it's you and I tonight on the aftermarket show. That is going to be the duo you guys never knew you needed. So make sure you guys join Adara and I. We got Oracle reporting after the bell here, guys. You can see we're looking at a 7.1 expected move. With a high of 190 and 164. And then here's some of that options chain stuff that I was referring to earlier as well. So you can just see this abundance of supply through some of these strike prices there. So yeah, go check it out at TraderTV Joseph. Just give your boy a nice little follow there. And then we'll continuously post those. And we'll also post our winners, our losers on that one.
Got them on my watch.
That's going to be interesting. Looking forward to doing that tonight with Adara reporting Oracle in the aftermarket show. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Let's see if we can get this bounce here in Bitcoin. That is going to be our primary objective. Gorev, I know you are long. I believe you said Tesla on a 1-minute candle. But why am I long IBIT here? Nice indecision print. Is that volume signature isolated? Not necessarily, but one thing is that we do have some and one more. I'm telling you, bro, it's not gonna
shut
up. So there's a big time engulfing candle right there. There goes Katrina's converter one more time.
I love how you call it the converter too, bro.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, so there you go. Maybe we'll go around the table to see if people call it a remote or a converter.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
dude, like I think it might be a 50-50 thing there.
Also, put it in the chat too. Is it a remote or is it a converter?
Yeah, like what do you guys say? I mean, I say remote. I've never used converter before.
Remote. Adara.
Ram.
Adara.
What is a converter? I've never heard of a converter. It is a remote or it's a remote control. What are we converting?
I don't know, Adara. We're converting, I guess.
What do you mean we're converting?
We're changing the channel, Joseph.
To a higher level. Assassino.
You will not convince me that this makes sense.
Yeah.
Converter.
Yeah, exactly, Joseph.
Fabian, save me here, brother.
Is it a remote or a converter, Fabian? Controller. He just dunked on both of us right now. Remote. Okay, you're getting a couple of converters there, but I would say most of them are I would say most of them
I wouldn't
are
even
remote,
say
so.
I wouldn't even say I'm getting any. People are asking what is a converter. Never heard of converter. So it's definitely leaning towards remote.
The clicker.
Yeah, the
yes,
clicker.
big
is
spile,
perfect.
my
Yes,
man.
there we
Yeah, I've
go.
heard that as well. Shout out to all the
Yeah.
euphemisms
Yeah.
for remote control, man.
There you go.
I don't know. I like an ex-girlfriend of mine. Her family, all they said was converter. I mean, I've never said that in my house. It's always been the remote, always remote control. That's the only person I've heard. It's an Ontario thing? Get out of here.
What?
Hold on. Chat said that or yeah? Ram just did a chat search, but you're getting some Americans saying it too here,
Yeah, they're
Ram.
saying a
So
lot
it's
of
kind of hard to
remote
say.
here. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Blackhawk JP, you are converting the analog movement into digital actions. Give me a break, bro.
bang.
Give me a break.
Let's go.
All right, guys. Adara did do some digging here on our friend JEM, which is halted again to the upside. It was a 660 halt. Now it's a 748 halt, and here's the information on it. I'm going to read verbatim what Adara messaged me right now. Here it is. So it is an IPO, confirmed. It is an IPO. Based on the chart, it could have opened yesterday, but I wish I had more info on this company. Still looking, and she confirmed it is an initial public offering. A quick look here at a wider time frame on our friend JEM will confirm that. Let's go over here. Let's just go 15 minutes, and there you go. It is from Monday. And it looks as if this thing opened up on Monday right around $4, a little bit higher than $4, and now it is halted to the high side at 748. Basically did nothing yesterday, and basically did nothing the day prior as well, except for this spike up here, and then it moved down, then basically consolidated. So 748 current halt, up 86.5% here, Joseph. We're going to keep an eye on JEM.
Nice, good luck there, guys. One for all, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. Starts June 16th to 18th. The goal, beat the Qs. For example, if the QQQ moves by 3% up or down, we aim for more. All right, then. And what is in it for you? Everyone wins, plus $675,000 in prizes, 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs, one account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code or join the team now. I think that's very interesting. I've never heard of anything like that.
I know when I read it yesterday, I was actually quite impressed with that.
So I'm curious to have, so I don't get it. So does everyone have a, maybe we'll have to talk to Money Mitch about that one to see what's going on. It's like, so what, does everyone have an equal amount of like buying power?
That's a good question, bro.
If you're looking to, with 1 million buying power, so what, it's just divided amongst whoever's in that, and then you just try to do better. But what if the majority just really is not that good? Then
well, there you go.
Yeah. So there you go. So no money for you, but
and no money.
Yeah, so no money. So yeah, we'll have to figure that one. Maybe is Mitch on tomorrow? Maybe.
No, he was on yesterday, brother.
He was on yesterday. I didn't know.
We had Raheem today, and we have somebody from Trade Ideas coming tomorrow in the morning. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So some interesting stuff. Maybe we'll I'll have to chime in and ask Mitch what's going on with that one there.
Shout out to Money Mitch, baby.
Yeah, shout out to him. Swing alert. So yeah.
Love that guy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, he's a funny guy, and I like that.
And smart too, bro. Yeah, good technical trader.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, can I mention? Sorry, Joseph, I had to interrupt here. JEM is halted to the downside, guys. So it did lose that halt level. I was really keeping an eye on that 660 level. I wanted to see it hold, as we've talked about many times. These are intraday areas of support and resistance, and this one did not hold up. It was a 660 halt on the way up. It is now a 647 halt on the way down. So JEM, an IPO for Monday, still above the technical areas that I'm looking at. You know I'm looking at that 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA on the 5 just a little bit above that $6. And then I'm looking at VWAP, obviously, below that. That's showing me 540 currently. So I don't think this one is out of play yet. We're going to keep an eye on it. And if it's appropriate to enter, we're going to weasel back in. Now, I got back into this NACA. Okay, we had a good trade on this one, basically break even on the moment. We're 1 for 1 on NAKA. I was able to make some money back on that prior trade, but now I'm looking at taking out that $19.50 area. looking at getting in at the 10 exponential, and that's why I entered there. So we're long at 70. I've set up the first beak wetter in the mid 80s, and then another beak wetter just to front run that whole dollar level at 19. But ultimately, I'm looking for that continuation into 20. Ideally, obviously, it's up 60.78%. Here we go. It's zagging, it's showing me 70s right now, so we're break even on it. Keeping my eye on this one. I put my stop prior bar low. Simple as that. So we'll risk about 20 pennies, give or take, on this one. Let's see what we get, and we won't get upset. Tisha, yes, I'm watching it. Gem, that is I am red on NACA. Yeah, well, I was red on NACA as well. I'm kind of break even. I think I'm marginally red, actually. Let me have a look. Yeah, we're marginally red on NACA. Very, very small loss there on NACA. We'll look to get hopefully green. We're going to have a look to see exactly what we can do, but I want to keep my eye on JEM, the halt time, guys. So this is a little trick. It's not the most complicated trick, but let me tell you about it. Right there, that is the time and sales on the left side of the screen, okay? We halted the last print that came in, 12, 25, 38. These halt levels for volatility halts, they come in waves of 5 minutes. So we got a 25, 38 halt. It's currently 28.50, okay, as I read that. So we got another couple of minutes on this bad boy before it opens up. Likely going to open up at 12:30, 38. We'll see if it ends up being a 5 or a 10-minute halt. We got caught on XTIA to the downside in a 10-minute banger, but we're able to make money on that trade. It was a bit of a risky trade, though, full disclosure, okay? So keeping an eye out on that. And then, yeah, we're still holding here, Joseph, NAKA, looking for that move into 1945 high. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. We're getting a little pop here in Bitcoin. So I know Big Spile pointed this out, Gore pointed it out. So there is bottoming signals across the board, and that's just adding more conviction within your setup, right? So when you see it on multiple underlying assets, then it's like, say, hey, take that trade. If you're contemplating on doing it or not, and you're seeing it across the board, just do it, because I think that it's a high conviction setup. So you can see that this is SIM, but we're long some IBIT Adara.
Hey.
Great look here for Luminar Technology, 21% short float LAZR. The ticker might be familiar to you if you trade small caps, because it has rallied in the past, and it looks like it's moving higher here. I guess some people posting that there's photos of Tesla continuing to test its LiDAR ahead of its robotaxi rollout. This is a LiDAR company, LAZR. Good look for this name as it rockets higher. TSLA, for what it's worth, bouncing a little bit into 329s here. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. Appreciate it as always. All right, we took a quick print there, Joseph, on NAKA in the mid 80s, but it's still zigging and zagging. We're still not we're not in the clear yet. Okay, I need a big clearing of $19. Sure, it's holding above the 10 exponential, fantastic, but that's not what I'm in it for. I'm not holding it for. I'm not in it for it to hold the 10 exponential. I'm in it for it to go higher highs and higher lows. So a quick beak wetter there in the high 80s, but now we're going to wait for the high 90s, and then we're going to set up as well in the 19 area. So we're going to go 19, let's say 15 or so, give or take around that area, and we'll see what we get there. My man, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in these couple trades here, guys, and I mentioned that with the same signal across multiple stocks here. Now look for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price to see how it reacts around that specific level. But one thing to note, that as we're starting to climb higher, you can see that the volume is starting to step down. All right, so that's not the best sign, but this is a solid signal right here. Look for that move, take what the market gives you, and then look for another trade, or hold on for a runner. Excuse me, I was going to hiccup there. So I think that's what's going on. Hopefully you took that long there, Kyle. Gorev, potential bottom on Apple at 200 as well. Glad you're seeing that. Did you take that Tesla trade, Gorev? Because that's looking pretty good as it's slowly starting to climb. We had a low of around 326. Now we're trading around 330. So that was a nice $4 move right there. And then the SPY not cooling off just yet. It is steaming towards the volume-weighted average price. Now let's go Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get that move higher. I know Katina Man's still probably still long this name, but let's see if we can break VWAP and head towards the high of the day. I think that's going to be the ultimate goal. break through the top end of this range, and then who knows what's going to happen in the post market, right? So come 6 o'clock, you've seen the moves that it tends to put in, and I'm curious to see if it's going to be towards the top side. So potential bottom on Apple. Yeah, let's take a look at Apple to see what you're looking at. And this is what I was referring to, Gaurav. Yeah, Bitcoin just tanks right there. So this is what I was referring to, Gaurav. Okay, 5 minute. I don't think it's as okay. Yeah, that's a really good signal actually. It is tough though, because you can see it's breached to the downside. So that's why you just want to always give yourself a little wiggle room. But that's some potential stopping volume. But with the Qs heading back towards VWAP and the SPY as well, Apple not participating on that pullback, then that might signal some potential weakness as well.
All right, here we go. We're breaking above 19. That's an invitation for me to take more profits there as we break above the level. We're showing 08s now. There it is. Did I get the print there? I got the first print. I don't think I got the second print there. No, I didn't get the second print. So I got the first print there, I think, is the second print. Nice. Okay, so good look. Now I'm waiting at 1915. And then I'm going to wait for a high day break, okay? So 1945 high day. We're going to wait. You know where I'm waiting, man. 1969. We're throwing the order out there. So that's what we're keeping an eye on there. So, yeah, I'm keeping my eye on NAKA 1969. So there we go. Now we're good to go there. So, yeah, this one's still zigging and zigging, man. I don't know. It's not really clearing it with any decisiveness, but it's been doing that the entire time. What I really need to keep my eye on is whether it continues to hold the 10 exponential. All right, so that's NACA. Let's talk a little bit here about GEM, the Monday IPO. This is going to be a 10-minute halt likely because we are now 12:33 and change. This one halted at 12:25. So we said they come in waves of 5, and they do. The current time, as I look at it, 12:34:02. So we have another minute and a half, give or take, before the 10-minute elapses on JEM. Whether it's going to be a 10-minute halt or longer, we're going to have to wait and see there. But usually they do, usually it is 10 minutes after the initial couple of 5s. And that's what we had here. We had a couple of 5s, both to the upside. I'm also keeping an eye here, guys, on QUBT because it's breaking trend. So this one was obviously in a downtrend after making that 2091 high. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the umpteen amount of lower lows and lower highs there, but this is a decided trend break. And true to form, these bad boys, they don't really hold up at VWAP. So 1950, we just bounced off 1850 moments ago. We're $1 in the clear. I'm not in it, but the name is $1 higher than it was before. So QUBT up almost 30% on the day and looking to go more here. So we could definitely have something here on QUBT. Fantastic look for the quantum names on the day, thanks to Jensen Huang, who was, changing his tune a little bit as it relates to quantum and when it might become commercially viable, where it's used en masse. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Anything that guy says or does, man, is, followed very, very closely. So yeah, thanks Jensen for that. Keeping an eye on NACA, we're still holding at 1910. I'm waiting at 1915 here for an out, so awfully close to possibly getting another out, but it's a good defend right now of the 10 exponential. So I'm just trying to ride this wave as long as I can here, looking for that ultimate out though of the high of the day break, which is currently 1945. So NAKA in focus. Okay, GEM is open now. So here we go. It's at the 10 exponential. It's losing the 10 exponential. This thing is on the way down to VWAP. It looks like it's going to halt again. 59s is the halt parameter where it's triggering 559. This will likely be 2 down halts unless we get a false halt here on JEM. It's a Christmas tree retracement. I hate to see these. They go all the way up, and then as aggressively as they went up, they come back down, stopping everybody out along the way. I think that a lot of people have been caught in that, myself included. So yeah, it doesn't feel all that good. Keeping an eye here on NACA, Joseph. I'm waiting about 4 more pennies off this current price level for the next fill.
Nice, good look there. Yeah, I'm in some, I'm short some meta guys just off of this rejection of VWAP. So I'm looking for that move back towards the low of the day there, guys. I think that's the game plan. So you can see a nice inverted hammer candle or doji, gravestone doji, whatever you would like to call it, shooting star, right below the volume weighted average price. So, and then we breach it to the downside. So I'm looking for that continuation and then the potential move to the low of the day. And then, I mean, Meta's been on a crazy run as well. So I want to go over something here momentarily. I know I'm kind of jumping around, but I want just to show you guys how the NASDAQ has been performing relative to all the other major averages.
Oh, I like that. You're going to do the overlay?
Yeah, it's already, yeah, she's already, oops. Yeah.
They already got it done.
Yeah, we already got it done there. So yeah, I wish I could.
What's the yellow one?
That's the Russ.
The Russ.
Yeah,
Surprise. The last 20 years, small caps underperforming, baby.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. The Russ sitting at, what did we at 1 year? Let's go 3 months here. So there you go. The Q's up 13.3% in the past 3 months. SPY 8.46. IWM. It is ahead of the diamonds in the past 3 months. But when you zoom out a little bit there, Sharif, you're going to see the diamonds take that lead on that one there. So there you go. You can see the best performing one is the NASDAQ. It was also the hardest hit as well, too, with the likes of Amazon and Apple being the most affected by these tariffs news. But then you get the stronger rebounds. And I think that's why everyone flocks to tech for their safety.
Bro, I mean, it's the thing that keeps producing. Yeah. Joseph, forget about the fact that it's the one that everybody's attracted to because technology, everybody can relate. Bro, they're the ones printing money. These Mag 7 names are all tech companies. They're the ones that are minting the money.
Largest ecosystems, largest
and they got the cash on hand, so you don't need to go into the debt market to raise. You have the cash.
They have the cash.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
All right, Joseph, we haven't done this in a while, but we're in the club, baby. Oh. My boy Naka.
Shout out to West.
Hey. So we take out the high of the day on my friend Naka at my favorite level. We got out at 1969er. The high of the day now 75s. This one is on one. It's a prohibitive spread on Naka. If you hate spreads, get out of this one. Don't trade it because the spread can be as wide as 20 to 30 pennies at times. You kill me every time you do that. Get it, spread, she said. No, you get it, Adara. Anyway, NAKA, we're done this trade. Very happy. We are now pository on NAKA. It was my only negative name today. We were marginally negative on it, to be fair. So now we're in positive territory. But I don't think the game is over here. The game is not over.
The game.
Hey, it's time to play the game. This one's continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows, Joseph, so it's a matter of time about how we weasel back in. I'm going to stick to what's been working. And what's been working are 10 exponential moving average retracements. Naka's been very respectful of that 10 EMA on the 5. Case in dang point, here it is. I mean, you got some wicks below the 10 there, but we've been saying it many times. The money fills on a lot of these names are in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving averages, and that's what you got here with Naka, and you can see the closing prints, almost all of them, save and except for this one red candle over here at 1135, all closed above the 10 EMA. So the 10 EMA in vogue right now on NAKA. It's about how you use it. Make sure you are trading it carefully. All right, keeping an eye on QUBT, because I was mentioning this one did break trend of that downward channel that it had been on, but now we got a couple of red candles. My look on Naka will be, on QUBT, excuse me, is yes, we got a 2-candle red setup right now. If we can print a 5-minute candle to close above these 2 candles here on a closing basis, so first 5-minute candle will make a new high, I'm going to get into QUBT. Because that will show me, yeah, sure, we were taking profits after a 3-candle up move for $1, and now we're going to continue up. So I'm going to keep my eye on QUBT for that double top there, 1960, 1965 break. I'll be looking to get long there. Oklo as well has been very strong. It was a dang buy program to start the day. There was only one red candle at 9:40, and then you didn't get another one until 10:45. Since that time, though, it's been an obvious downward channel. So what's the trade here? Are we going short, or am I waiting for that white line, which is the volume-weighted average price, right around 63 bucks? So I'm going to keep my eye on Oklo. I haven't taken it off the side screen over here because I think it's still presenting you with opportunities. Last but not least, before we send it to Joseph, MFI. This is my biggest winner on the day, and this one is still giving you opportunities. You had a double bottom there off the volume weighted average price, and then after reclaiming VWAP and moving above the 10 EMA, it has been using the 10 EMA as support. Now, that's all well and good. What I see here, though, is higher low, and higher low. All the while, that $4 area, despite the fact that we've been above it, it has been tough to stay above $4. So this could be a flat top break candidate. It could be, right? Keep your eye out for a decisive close above 4. And oftentimes, when you get that break above 4 and it's going to be decisive, it closes above 4, but then it really rockets up. So it'll take out 405, 410, 415. So you got to be quick with it. All right. So this one went to 422, and then we saw what it did when it got to 422. It dropped all the way back down to 364, and that's why it flattened out, because it was break even for me. I didn't know it was going to hold up at VWAP. So I'm going to keep my eye there on MFI. If there's another trade to be had on this one, I'm game.
Nice, nice. Yeah, so Charlie, way to point that out there. Tesla long working man, that was a good isolated volume at the lows. Yes, exactly, and this is what I was just about to talk on and touch here. So what Gaurav and I are referring to is just the pattern that we continuously see is that you get that big move down, and you can see the engulfing candle print, but also followed by that volume signature, right? And then what we have proceeded with that is following that there is an isolated, sorry, not a pivot, but a hammer candle, right? So that's where you want to find those longs. And I think that's, Gaurav's getting really good at pointing that stuff out.
Get it, Gaurav.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. That's a good time long. And I mentioned when you see it across the board too on multiple names, just take the trade, right? Because I think it has more conviction when multiple underlyings are showing the exact same pattern. So yeah, I mean, guys, we went over and seen how the overall markets are trading, the largest moving averages there. But let's take a look at the top performing sectors. Healthcare, I think it's been on a roll as of late. So healthcare up about 3/10, communication services, they're slightly green here, up about a 1/10, and same with the financial sector. So for there, you want to look at XLV, XLC, and then XLF there. And then you want to we want to go and see the bottom three here. So in third last, we got consumer discretionary down about a 1/5 there, and then consumer staples down about, again, a 1/4, and then we got materials down about 3/4 there, guys. So again, if you want to, consumer discretionary is XLY, I believe, or XLK, and the other staples is XLS, and then materials is XLB. So go and check those out, guys. I always keep an eye out on those sector ETFs. They're always good to keep in handy to see how some of the, I guess, the broader space is moving, right? Each individual sector, if you're looking at to find relative strength or weakness, then you want to just go and look to see what those ETFs are up to. But yeah, that's what I got going on here, guys. If there's anything on the options chain that you want to take a look at, just let me know. We'll go over a couple of things via open interest. I'll display what we got going on from a supply zone with Nvidia one more time. Just so you guys get a better picture of it, and you can see the fluctuation within everything right now. So this is as live as it gets. Open interest here, volume. Those are two different things. Don't forget about that. Volume resets every day. This does not. Okay, so this is for next week's expiration cycle. Let's pull up to this week's to see what we got going on. And through 145, I mean, these can be absorbed, right? We're already north of these, and then you can see how relative this is. Look how small these contracts are, and then you can see we got 140 at base as well. So keep an eye out for that stuff. 140 might be in the works, but then a lot of supply north of 145.
Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV Live have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers specifically for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only, for Trader TV Live viewers. So scan that QR code on your screen, enter your email address, and unlock access before it's all gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. sharp Eastern Standard Time. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description box. Shout out to the great folks at Easy Trading Computers.
One more thing
go ahead.
I want to touch on here, guys. So, okay, so let's take a look at the Qs as well, Sharif. So we can just see what we got going on from an OI standpoint here in the triple Qs. 535, sorry, we're seeing about 10,700 current open contracts. And then when we go up to 40, we're going to see about 13,000. And then you can just kind of look where the price has been trading. We get to a high of around 537.50. We couldn't break through that on that CPI print, and then now we're just hovering around VWAP, which is kind of correlated with that high level of OI at 535 there, brother. That's all.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
No,
Just keep going.
Oh, is that your shoes? I thought it was the converter you got going on. Or sorry, the remote. The remote. TV changer. Yeah, he's struggling with that.
There we
fly
go.
guy.
Got it, yeah.
Fly guy hashing. Yeah, he's struggling with it. So
Oh
yeah.
my God.
I mean,
Thanks for like outlining my pain.
yeah. But I can just hear the vibration. So at least you're getting a nice solid massage. Well,
Actually, this has been quite the good purchase.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? It's been quite.
where'd you get it from that as seen on TV place?
No, I got it from
Evergreen.
one of our stores, bro. So we have this.
Oh,
I just took 5-finger discount.
Oh. So wait, you couldn't hook your boy up with one?
Oh wow, bro! Why you like make me look like such an asshole that I didn't bring one for everybody?
Yeah.
We were talking about that the other day. All right, who in grade school was not allowed to bring in snacks because they had to bring one for everybody? I grew up that way. That was the way it was in Toronto. If you didn't have a bonbon or a cupcake or a donut for everybody else in the class, you didn't get to enjoy it unless it was lunch. And I found that like a little bit communist.
Do you know what I was doing with my snacks?
What were you doing? But we got to go to Derek because she's got
what-
breaking news, brother.
I was trading them, man.
Oh my God.
I do, and it's on Amazon. AMZN, nice little bounce off the bottom here. The company announcing that they have 3 AI-powered innovations to get packages to customers faster. That's just the blurb. If I have any more details on what these innovations entail, I will let you guys know right away. I also want to mention here at 1 p.m., again, we have 2 things coming up. One, Caroline Levitt, which is the White House press secretary, she's going to be holding a conference. I suspect a lot of questions here will be about that China trade deal, so just be aware that that's happening. And I will always keep you guys apprised if there's anything market moving. 2, also at 1 p.m., guys, we do have the 10-year note auction. So keep an eye on that as well. 10 minutes, 10-year note auction. We know these auctions can, and as of recently, they have been moving the market. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. That is very important today. I have information on that 10-year. We're going to get to it in a second, and kind of what to expect. But I want to mention SBET, which has been a monster lately. It's got essentially a 49.50 high a day. It did come in now and might be losing the volume-weighted average price. I've got VWAP pegged here on my chart at 42.5. It's showing me 42.79. Look at this, Adara. 42.79 on the ask, 41.33 on the bid. I mean, like, come on. Wow, right? I mean, there you go. So this one at VWAP, I'm going to have to insist that this one settle the hell down and give me a green print or a closing print that's green above the volume-weighted average price. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife. It technically has lost VWAP, but with something so spready, it could just be the intra-candle noise right now. So keeping my eye on SBET, I could certainly be interested in picking this bad boy off the volume-weighted average price. But let's not forget about NACA, because it's back into the high of the day. This is a super bamboozler. Right, be careful with this one. You're going to have to give it room. Look at this area, 1980 high. It just dropped down to 1875 within the same candle and blowing through, again, the 10 exponential. As I've mentioned, I feel the money fills really are in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, and that has been the case with NACA essentially all day. So we'll keep tabs on that. We going long on Qubit? No, my man, we haven't. I'm looking for that 1960 break and take. We look at that double top on the 5 on at 1960. I need to see a clearance of that level. It went back into VWAP, my man, and just holding VWAP, but that's not a glowing endorsement for me. It clears 1960, I'll get back in, and if it ends up dropping again, I'll average at VWAP now that it's defended it umpteen amount of times. Shout out to Dexter Smith, Sharif, Joseph. What are your thoughts on CoreWeave? Is it setting up to go lower?
Ooh. Don't talk to my boy about that one.
Yeah, so I obviously have my thoughts on this, but you know that's my problem there. I'm the one involved in this one. Let's see. Hey, look, it's setting up as a bull flag. Now, what I do like here is this lower low. I need to see more lower lows, though, and I want to see a giving up of the 10 exponential. I'm talking about the daily.
I think I honestly do think it breaks down. I don't know how much.
It's not a question of if it's more about when.
Yeah.
This company, Joseph, CoreWeave, that is. Let's just talk about this one for a second. All right. They are valued, CoreWeave, at $71.5 billion. Okay. This company makes $5 billion in revenue per year. They're spending about $25 billion.
Oh.
I don't know. Unless they can somehow generate 5 times the revenue. This is a trade for me. This is a trade. Like I said this to my buddy at the gym. Fantastic. I'm super happy for you. He has it long from like 45 or 50 bucks.
Yeah. What strike did we get you into there?
We took the 100 only to be conservative. But I feel like it is going to go south.
But what did we buy it at? Do you remember roughly what we were trading at?
Yeah, I got it right here, my man. I got it like it's right here.
No, what were we what did we buy it at? Like what was the actual
when did I mean? So like we can just look at the day that I punched, right? And then we can go back on the price. Give me some time. I can do that.
How's it doing now, though?
Well, it's still break even.
Still flat?
It's basically break even at the moment.
I think you might be all right, man. Just looking at this, it dropped 20 points today, right? Like, I mean, what was the high on the, well, maybe not 20 points. I don't know if this is a genuine wick, but we have a high of 165.94, and then just look at that aggressive move to the downside there. So there you go. That's almost 20 points in one day.
Is that intraday?
Yeah, this is intraday. This is today, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I think we do get a little bit of a breakdown here. Maybe we head into 123, but I told you the objective of this trade is not to necessarily gain intrinsic value, just time value on the contracts. And then if you head anywhere in the realm of like 110 or something, you should still have a profitable trade.
We'll see, bro. We'll see. We'll see how it all ends up going.
I want to actually
it found a bit of a top though there, Joseph. You got to make the argument there. 166, 165, maybe 160.
That's kind of what I'm referring to here. I just pulled up the chain right now to see what we got going on. I forget which expiration cycle you had, but I mean, I think there could be some potential downside. The IV is still through the roof. The at-the-money IV is 137%, so you're paying out the wazoo for that.
Well, that's the thing, right? And you made that very clear to me, but I think that is normal when you have a big up move, right? The implied volatility goes up, right?
Especially like this, right? Like in this. More so, I mean, that's not necessarily the case always. Usually you see cooler IV with appreciation in price, right? Like the market, if you look at the VIX, when the market goes up, VIX goes down.
Fair.
But I guess with this IPO, there's obviously outliers and everything like that, because this is just crazy price expansion here, guys. And I do believe that we have seen a top. We rejected it relatively aggressively here today, and then maybe you do get that pull back down into the lower 100. So only time.
We'll find out. All right, it is about 5-1. Guys, we have today a 10-year note auction, one of the more important ones on the day. So why I'm mentioning it, not something we often talk about too much on the midday, but we saw how, light, or I should say, the participation was for the 20-year, the TLT. Now, the 20-year is not as important as the 10-year, but the reason why it was met with coolness, so to speak, is for whatever reason, the market now is starting to take U.S. debt seriously. Where the hell were they for the last 4 years, right? When the government there was spending up the wazoo with the Inflation Reduction Act, the new Green Deal that almost went through. That was like, I don't know, hundreds of billions of dollars, if not more, in government spending that, anyway. So the point is, the market's gotten wise to this whole thing now, and now we're going to need to keep an eye on these bond auctions. So here's what we're looking at. Today, there we go. Today, we're looking at a $39 billion for 10-year notes. That's today. Tomorrow, guys, we have kind of the same look, a smaller auction for the 30-year, $22 billion. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Were you printing on something there? You got all excited. You listen to Jay-Z. I like it. GameStop, Nvidia, and SMCI. Katina Man's long GameStop, SMCI, and Nvidia. Shout out to the Katina Man who's back from the gym, and he's doing it live on his side of the desk. We're going to shout him out. Keep us apprised, Katina Man, of any new positions. We shall communicate it. So, yeah, we're going to get that $39 billion bond auction in a matter of moments. The key things to watch, though, and I kind of highlighted this over here. Where is it? So, you're looking for these metrics. Can you see it there? There we go. You're looking for primary dealer versus indirect demand. You're looking at the bid to cover ratio and the yield tail. I didn't even know it was called this, the yield tail. That's the difference between the auction yield and the pre-auction market levels. For example, I'm seeing the 10-year right now at 4.431. 4.431. That's a futures contract. And that's the continuous contract, meaning that I tell my computer, don't give me, that expiring June contract. Just give me the continuous so I can kind of chart it a little bit better. There's some differences there. But that's what I'm looking at. I'll be looking to see whether or not the pre-auction yield of 4.431 ends up coming higher or lower. So the way the bonds work is that the yields are higher if the bond auction or the bond price is lower. And if the bond price goes up, the yields go down. They're inversely correlated. So keep your eye out on that. That will be important in my humble submission. So again, tomorrow, $22 billion 30-year bond auction. Today, we're getting that $39 billion one. Let's talk a little bit about China today. And, oh boy. And China. I know, Ram, it's going to break by the time it's all over here. And now it's already disconnected. Oh boy. We're going to have to connect this. We're doing it live. Sorry, guys. All right, there we go. Yeah, Katina, man, it got disconnected, brother. So here we go. We're good to go now. Let's talk a little bit China, U.S. and China. So it looks like a deal may have been struck there in jolly old England, as we had Howard Lutnick, we had Scott Bessent, Jameson Greer, all meeting with their Chinese counterparts out in London, and they're looking at striking a deal. It looks like we have gotten to some sort of amenable framework here. Now Donald Trump's going to have to sign off it, as well as his counterpart, President Xi Jinping. So yeah, we're going to wait for more on that. But Donald was basically, giving us the, the impression that things may be on the right path. So we'll wait for that. Now, at issue, obviously, are AI exports, both software and hardware, coming out of the United States, as well as the student visas that some of the Chinese students had revoked. And then in exchange there, we're looking for the Chinese to continue to supply the West with rare earths, metals, minerals, magnets, whatever, okay? So that's basically the crux of the deal. Now, how it ends up looking tariff-wise, what the effective tariff rate ends up being on both sides, we'll still wait to hear about that. Anything you want to add, Joseph, before I go to the next one?
No, I didn't hear much of what you got going on there. So
I'm just talking about the China deal with today.
Deal. Yeah, I think it's interesting. We'll definitely hear a lot more about it, I think, as time goes on. But yeah, we'll see what we got going on.
Sounds good. Yeah. All right. So Donald Trump did win over, I believe, yesterday. With the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. His Liberation Day tariffs will stay in effect until the litigation proper is decided, so no interim injunction here given to some of the suing parties. If you don't know, the suit was triggered by 5 small U.S. importers as well as 12 U.S. states. They were arguing that the tariffs were not a legal response to trade deficits or fentanyl trafficking, and the emergency justification being used by the administration was too broad and undefined under the enabling statute, which is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, as I call it. So the court ruled that they will not give an interim injunction and will have to basically hear the entire merits of the argument before they rule. Now, keep in mind that these tariffs do not apply to the steel and aluminum tariffs, which have a separate statute and a separate justification on there, okay? So keep that in mind. Those do not apply. Anything you have to say, Joseph, before we talk about GameStop?
No, hi. I got to... There's a spammer in the chat.
Oh, yeah, just get rid of them.
I'm just getting rid of them.
Yeah.
So see you later on that one. Just sitting in this IBIT here to see if we can break it. Looks like it's going to break one of these indecision lows. So we'll toss that individual in timeout there. Okay. Frozen is getting frozen for the day.
Oh.
Yeah. So see you later on that one. Bro. Bitcoin. Yeah. I'm not sorry about it at all, to be honest.
Yeah. I was being more.
You can't.
Facetious, if anything.
Yeah. You definitely can spam and then. Have me feel apologetic. But yeah, I mean, there we go. IBIT breaking down here, guys. So we didn't get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price that we were looking for. Unfortunate. The market's looking like it wants to reject. It's having a hard time breaking through VWAP and holding it. So right now we're just trading below it. Keep an eye out for maybe we get another move towards the lows. But it's a choppy session. I mean, yesterday was choppy, and I thought maybe we'd get a little bit more orderly type price action leading into the CPI. But tomorrow we got PPI, and then maybe come Friday, I know we got Oracle this evening as well. well too. There's a couple names that can add some orderly type price action into these markets.
All right, guys, GameStop reported yesterday after the bell, and it was an interesting report. They were really able to shore up costs, but they're making less money on the top line. Revenue keeps declining. So let's talk a little bit about it. They made about almost $45 million in profit, about 9 cents a share. That's reversing a loss from last year at the same time when they lost about $32.3 million on the quarter, and about 11 cents a share loss there. So adjusted EPS, 17 pennies. That's not EPS. It's adjusted EPS. That beat expectations, but that's kind of where things, the good news ends. Revenue declined, guys. 17% year over year, down to $732.5 million, with both software and hardware accessory sales down. Somehow they were able to get into the collectibles game here, and the collectibles game or sales jumped up 54% to about $211.5 million. It's the only segment that they have in their portfolio that's actually showing growth. Make of that what you will. That's really not the story. The story here is the move to follow MicroStrategy, or strategy as it's called, to add Bitcoin to your balance sheet. They have about 4,700, a little bit more than 4,700 Bitcoin, about $500 million in value at the time they bought it. The purchases were made May 3rd, the last day of Q1, and thus they're not reflected on this quarter's results. I think we're going to go to Adair now because we do have the 10-year auction. Go ahead, Adair.
The actual high yield coming in here at 4.421% for the 10-year auction, previous of 4.342%. And let me say, I just had the number as well. So yeah, before the auction, it was 4.428%. Again, it comes in here at 4.421%. So basically exactly in line with what it was just ahead of the auction. Back to you.
All right, so basically that's what they've got on right now. The move echo MicroStrategies, or strategies kind of move to build a Bitcoin reserve long term. Other firms like SolarBank are also doing it as well. Adara, you were mentioning that they had a lot of cash on hand as well. Do you happen to remember exactly how much they had?
I do remember, Sharif. So last year, so Q1 2024, they had $1 billion cash equivalents, marketable assets, whatever. So now this quarter they have $6.4 billion, I believe. So yeah, just over, like, significant increase, over $5 billion increase on a year-over-year basis for cash on hand.
Thank you, Adair, for that. Appreciate that. There you go. So they're hoarding cash. It's not a bad look there. And in addition to that, because they're actually using that cash to buy something. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Everything, man. I'm putting in the chat, baby.
Well, tell us. I'm not going to sit there and read the chat. What do you want? Sorry, Tesla. The Katina man is in 4 positions right now. He's in GameStop. He's in Tesla. What else, brother? Nvidia, SMCI, along?
We just took Tesla right now.
He just took Tesla right now. Tesla's on the way up. It's breaking through 330. Here comes the volume weighted average price. Shout out to the Katina man. Good trades all around, baby. We're going to drop the cash there for the Katina man, who's printing up a storm on that side of the deck. And he's listening to Jay-Z too, bro. Oh, my bad. Now it's Rick Ross, guys. Oh, well, it's a playlist, right? It changes from time to time.
Black. All right, guys, but yeah, here's the 10-year right here. And then you can see the market starting to climb a little bit higher. So there we go. We got the 10-year around 4.4 right there. And it's looking to break some key intraday levels. So, I mean, good look. So inverse correlation between the bond market and the equities market here. So you can see SPY and Qs climbing higher. 10-year going down there.
Oh, yeah, it is going down, man. I'm keeping my eye on the yield there. But it's a good thing if the yield is going down.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing because that means the bond was met with stronger demand. So we'll keep tabs on that. Adair did mention it. All right, guys, Google. Are buyouts now the new form of layoffs? This is what's being talked about now. So Google is offering these voluntary exit packages, VEPs, as they're being called. They're offering them to different departments. Essentially, what they're doing is paying off your contract, or giving you like a severance, as we call it over here. Different departments, as I mentioned, knowledge and information, search, ads, commerce, even engineering, marketing, research, all of them have been offered these voluntary exit packages. The CFO of the company reaffirmed that cost cutting will be essential for Google going forward. The reason is they want to finance that AI CapEx that they're spending a whole bunch on. That money's got to come from somewhere. So it looks like as if they are offering these packages to certain people. Some of the affected teams are now requiring office returns as well. Remote workers here look like they're a higher risk of being offered these packages. Earlier buyouts included 14 weeks pay, plus an additional week per year of service. Employees seem to like it a little bit better than, you know, the mass layoffs that we got in, I think, early 23. They're saying these voluntary exits shows more empathy than sudden layoffs. We'll have to see how it all does in the long run. Anything you have to say, Joseph, before I talk about Tesla?
I want to touch on kind of the CapEx point
let's hear
that you're adding there. And I mean, as with all these like Gemini, Chat, who else am I missing there? My guy Copilot, and something like that. As they all continuously leapfrog each other, one day one's the best, Gemini's the best, Chat GPT's the best. I think this CapEx is going to be maintained throughout this whole ride here in kind of in this AI arms race. So that's just honestly what I wanted to add in there is I think there's going to continuously spend as each one continuously leapfrogs the other, right?
Yeah,
so
it's going to be like that vicious competition between them. Yeah, I agree with that.
And it's funny to see them kind of team up with each other, and it's who can create the best duo right now and come out with the best, I guess, AI technology.
There you go.
So, yeah.
All right, guys, Tesla. Elon Musk announcing that robo-taxi service will tentatively start June 22nd out in Austin, Texas. Musk plans to personally oversee the rollout and stated that it is going to be the first time there are driverless cars for Tesla on public roads. In fact, he's actually saying that the first driverless trip to a customer's home is planned for his birthday, June 28th. Obviously, these dates are quite tentative. We're going to keep an eye out on that. So Tesla is starting out with 10 to 20 Model Y vehicles. They're going to be equipped now with the new unsupervised FSD. If you've used FSD in the past, you know that if you're not paying attention, you get dinged and it shuts off. So this one is a different version of that. Must confirm the rollout will be geo-fenced and remotely monitored by employees for safety and operational support. And he posted, obviously, a video, as he typically does, showing the Model Y navigating Austin streets without a safety driver. So going to be super interesting to watch that. But it's the Model Y that's doing these robo-taxi services, not the actual Cybercab, which we saw late last August, announced during his Cybercab event or whatever they called it. That will be the first one. It's going to be these Model Ys, the current Juniper Model Y that will be used. Protesters are scheduling, though, protests in Austin June 12th, apparently, so that's tomorrow, led by these guys, the Dawn Project, Tesla Takedown, and Resist Austin. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows. He's going to have to deal with these protesters, but that's something he's been doing for a hot minute. Bob the dog, he's dropping Canadian money there. Shout out to Bob. Thank you, Bob, for the $2 super chat. And Elon's first robo-taxi customer is ... Donald Trump. I don't know about that, brother. They're going to have to keep it to Austin there. There is Donald. Get it, Donald. Hotline bling. Anything you have, Joseph, before we talk about Nvidia?
Hotline bling. Yeah, I mean, let's go a lot of these names. I'm glad Tesla's starting to recover there. Good luck there, Katina, man. I'm curious to see what Nvidia is up to as well. If we can even crack or even look at some of those levels that we were talking about earlier in the day. And here you are trading around 144. And I was talking to you guys about it earlier. I think there's going to be a solid potential play, via options contracts. Just to play that break of the all-time high. So you just want to be patient, wait for a pullback. Any form of indecision, I don't know what's going on. Any form of indecision, then you want to look to continue to stay involved. But I mean, my shares average are right down here around like exactly 105.90 to be exact. So we're sitting pretty. There is a nice buffer room. And I was talking about using a hybrid system as well too, just using shares and contracts for those individuals who aren't that comfortable. But also you want to utilize them in different ways as well too, because the volatility of these contracts, some people don't want to be buying 100 shares at a time or have the rights to 100 shares. So you want to start with those, with just actual common stock. And
what's going on, Katina, man? What's happening? Tesla? What's happening, brother? Tesla?
Voyager open.
Voyager. Okay, what's the ticker?
Voyager.
Bad, but it's not.
Okay, well, I don't know what the ticker is. VOYG. Let's have a look at VOYG. Katina Man says Voyager is open. Is it on the NQ? No, it's not. Is it on the NY? There it is. Voyager open. I guess this is an IPO here, guys. VOYG. We're just waiting for that to populate. There it is. Okay, it opened up. Where did it open up at, Joe? It opened up at 69.75, dropping down to 68 and change. But it's up big. So what the hell was the IPO price on this one? It's having trouble with 70s. VOYG. Oh, baby. We might have to get involved in this, man. This is
Go long now.
This guy. No, let me think. I'm not even looking at the screen. I need to see it on the top there. There we go. So we'll get to that one in a second, guys. VOYG, it's zigging. It's zigging right now. Keep your eye on this one. The Katina Man's long. It's having trouble with 72. Let's see if we can pick it up at 71 and change and maybe take it through the ride. There goes 72. Oh, baby.
Told you, man.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even looking at the screen, bro. I can't agree with you if I'm not looking at the screen. All right, so this one's really going. The Katina Man's swearing up a storm over there, baby. Get it, Katina Man.
I got out a half already.
He got out a half. That's okay. It's still going, brother. Go to his chart there. Okay.
They're out now.
There it is. Look, some out there as we drip down.
All right, there you go. Katina Man, 74 top. He's dripping. He's dripping in cash. That's what he's doing over there. Not yet, he says. All right, well, we're trying to hype you up, Katina Man, so everything's fine there. All right, so we'll continue to keep an eye out on this one. VOYG, excuse me, guys, is the ticker. VOYG, a new IPO on the day. I'm just trying to work back into my screen over here. I had something to say. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to do. So somebody was telling me, hey, Sharif, you know, have you seen Waymo yet? I'm like, absolutely, of course. So look at this. This is what I want to show you. So Waymo.
Yeah.
See what they were doing?
Yeah, with to the Manila.
Over here. Okay,
wow.
so.
There's a whole.
Yeah, Andre, if we can show my screen. So look, no. Look. Here's what's happening. Because of the riots in LA, Waymo is getting all their cars the hell out of there.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all in one line to get the hell out of LA. Right? And so somebody took a video of like them all lined up back to back in the same lane, just leaving Los Angeles there, which I don't think is a bad thing. You don't want to get the heli. What the heli? Right? So we'll keep tabs on that. I love that.
Katina Man almost hit the face slapper there. I thought
Katina Man's killing it over there, bro.
We'll throw this one up there for my guy there.
All right, I'm thinking about weaseling into this, Joseph, but it's coming back down quite aggressively over here, your boy VOYG. So I got to make decisions about what the technical levels are.
Decisions.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on this one over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to see what we got going on. I mean, Palantir, just doing Palantir things, trading up to $140 almost here on the day. That stock is just definitely probably one of the better performers here today. But there we go. Meta starting to reject. We've just been sitting in this. So as long as we don't hold VWAP, today's a choppy day, I believe, and it's going to stay this way until we get a nice, healthy pullback, and then maybe we can continue in the direction that we were. So be prepared for a little bit more chop. A lot of overlapping candles, as we can see displayed. And for me, I told you guys, I'm a breakout trader.
Oh.
Don't thrive in those in that kind of environment, but there's ways that we can navigate it. And yeah, full disclosure. So what I had going on before, the tariffs taught me a lot. Right, so I had this one system that just classified it as the VWAP breakup, worked out relatively well, but things completely changed and flipped on its head during the tariff, and I had to adapt. And then that's why you can see some different entries displayed for me, just being able to identify bottoms and tops, chops, etc. Yeah, so it was a big time learning experience, and super thankful for that. But Meta, looking relatively weak here, but I mean the run that has been on from 480. That is comical, Sharif. That is actually slightly comical, because if you go say, hey, in April you could have owned Meta for $480, now trading at $700. That is insane. A 45% move. That is big time. And same with the likes of Robinhood. Shout out to Vlad, as Sharif would like to say. So shout out to our guy Vlad Tenev there. Over at maybe he'll hook us up with those gold membies, and then yeah, exactly. But again, here's a really big time move, guys. 146% move off of those Liberation Day lows. This stock has recovered with extreme force, and I'm glad that I rotated into this name. I'm not gonna, well, actually I will. I can go over some of the numbers that I remember off the top of my head, but 2 quarters ago, even last quarter, we're seeing an increase in options activity. We're seeing increased usage across the platform, more gold memberships, and then you're also seeing large size of increase on the crypto transactions as well too. So just when a company's in this style of growth, you can see that displayed here. It's a really strong company, and I think going to continue to do so. Now touching over in Europe, acquiring WonderFi as well too. So they're just expanding across the globe, and I think that's just going to lead to more assets under management for Robinhood, and with that you get more management fees, and then sure enough you can see it displayed in the stock price.
Well said, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys, weaseled into QUBT. We're taking some prints to the high side over here, looking for this one to hold the 10 exponential. So we'll keep tabs on this one. It's got a bit of an uptrend right now. It's not without its pullbacks though. So prior to the current trend that we're on, we had a 2-candle red pullback. We're looking at those 1235 and 1240 candles, and now we're getting another 2-candle pullback. So I'm going to give this one a try. Maybe we can break above that 20.5. Let's pack our patience and see if we can take some prints here, putting some resting orders into that $20 area on QUBT. Let's talk a little Nvidia though. So Nvidia had a couple of headlines. Adira brought you guys the Europe headline and how Jensen's expanding his investments in Europe. But there was also the quantum headline today for NVDA. So Jensen Huang declared quantum computing is reaching a major inflection point, guys. During that GTC Paris keynote speech that he gave, he emphasized quantum's near-term potential to solve real-world problems in the field of like medicine, science, and finance. That's obviously a different tune than the one that he sang, a few months back when he said that, 20 years was the practical, or 20 years was how long it was going to take for quantum to become practical for these applications. Now he's investing as well in quantum, like he hasn't already. He was obviously investing in his own platform called CUDA. CUDA, obviously that software system that they use for their advanced AI GPUs, and to string them together. It's an entire ecosystem there, guys. So just keeping my eye here on QUBT. Let's see if it's able to take out my next profit taker there. Back into the 80s we go here on QUBT, keeping my eye out on that one. So that's why a lot of these quantum names are strong today, thanks to our friend Jensen. Anything you have to say before I go on to GM?
Yeah, for sure. So FF was just asking me a options question. So you have 14 days for SoFi to reach 20. Do I think it will? Anything can happen, right? But also you have to take into consideration from a percentage metric that you now need a 41% move in SoFi in order to even get to that $20. And if you're buying out if you're buying out the money contracts, as I was just about to type in, if it doesn't reach that within the next couple of days or so, then you're just going to lose the value of those contracts to theta, because now you needed to exceed that. And this is what I was referring to with Sharif's option strategy here. We're not looking to gain any intrinsic value on those contracts. We're looking to gain time value. And I think that's going to be your case there in SoFi. 20 in 2 weeks. I mean, I'm not going to rule it out or anything. But again, you need a 40% over a 40% return. And then if that's what your strike price is and you don't get there rapidly, then you're just going to lose theta value and you won't gain any extrinsic or intrinsic value. The extrinsic value will just be decayed by time.
All right, we're doing okay here on QUBT. We're about 20 pennies in the money or so. I'm waiting for a $20 break. So I'm keep packing my patience here. Let's see if we're able to continue this nice up move here on QUBT. GM. Looking at adjusting to the tariff policy, guys. So they're doing a whole bunch of stuff. They're investing some money in the United States to the tune of $4 billion for 3 different assembly plants that's going to take place between now and 2027. They're reshoring vehicle production. And obviously that hurts Canada, but Canada wasn't mentioned in this headline. Mexico was, though. And they're reviving the idled Orion assembly plant out in Michigan, which was going to make electric vehicles. That is no longer the case. They're going to switch that. They're going to turn it back on and switch it to ICE vehicles, internal combustion engines. And here is what is coming back. The Chevy Blazer, which was being produced in Mexico, that's moving back now to Spring Hill, Tennessee. That's going to happen by 27. The Chevy Equinox as well will be added to the Fairfax assembly plant in Kansas, supplementing but not replacing the Mexican output. Supplementing, not replacing. And then the Ramos I don't know how to say that. Sorry, guys. The plant long-term role remains uncertain, but will likely keep serving non-U.S. markets. That obviously is a plant in Mexico. So I guess the vehicles created out there won't be coming back into the United States. They'll be shipped out internationally. GM execs had previously said they would wait for clarity on tariffs and regulations before shifting production. I guess that moves reflects that they've now gotten that clarity because they're putting their money where their mouth is. However, all that said, they're still not really fundamentally changing their capex, Joseph. They said they were going to spend 10 to 11 billion for full year 2025, and that's slightly expected to increase by about 1 billion, which is a lot of money for you and I, but not for GM. Clearly, we're here, right? 10 to 12 billion is what they're projecting now.
And this is what I wanted to ask you as well, too. So I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to wear this. So I think coming the next campaign, do you think the Democratic Party is going to be like, hey, we're going to lift tariffs on certain things? Do you think that's going to be one of their key points in their campaign?
That's a great question. I think it all comes down to how the economy is doing at the time and how the consumer feels. If people have money in their pockets and they've got their jobs, less likely to really care about the tariff story because of like, well, we're good.
If the consumer can absorb it, but if that's not the case, like we're seeing in some
you will see that. I think so.
Companies, it's just like, hey, this is an incentive.
That's genuinely my opinion. And we saw Joe Biden hold on to Trump-era tariffs on China. He didn't remove them, right? I mean, like he even got more hawkish on China than I think Trump would, especially. He's the one that banned all the Nvidia chips from going out there initially. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. So we'll see. But I think that is going to be a major issue if we have economic struggles, no question. So that's a look there. All right, guys, just going to wet the beak here on QUBT at that $20. Boom. It takes out all the levels. I'm moving my order higher here. I'm going to wait at 25s, okay? So that's going to be the next. It's already in the teens. So QUBT on one right. No, I got out of everything. Oh man.
Devin.
All right, I don't want to talk about it. All right.
Devin.
So GM, I know. Oh, paper hands. I'm sorry, guys. Starbucks, last one on the news item here. Starbucks is launching a generative AI assistant called Green Dot Assist. It's going to be powered by our friends at Microsoft and OpenAI. It's going to launch in 35 stores this month. Broad rollout expected in fiscal or in 2026, but it's going to start in 2025 across US and Canada. The idea here or the goal is to cut service times to under 4 minutes per order. Seems like a lot anyway.
That seems pretty high.
Right? I don't think I usually wait 4 minutes for, maybe if you're getting one of those fancy drinks, but no. I mean, most of the time I'm not waiting 4 minutes. That's just personal opinion here. The baristas will be able to use voice or the keyboard here to ask the AI assistant on drink prep, troubleshooting with the machines, and operations in general. Future upgrades aim to auto-generate IT tickets, also suggest staff replacements, and further integrate with the internal systems. And we've seen them do this. We've seen Starbucks take an aggressive turn into automation, whether it's robotics quite yet, or in this case, just software AI. We're gonna have to wait and keep watching. Starbucks is using a grounding engine via Microsoft to prevent chatbot hallucinations. This is really interesting for me because we know that there hasn't been mass adoption by some institutions because of the hallucinations. Apparently, there's this grounding engine now that prevents or reduces hallucinations. Reliability is obviously a critical factor here, as other restaurant chains had issues with these hallucinating bots in the food service settings. So that is an interesting development. And the last but not least here, broader tech enhancements by Starbucks. They already showcased their Mastrena espresso machines at the next gen and a next gen point of sale system during that Vegas leadership experience. The POS system can learn in under an hour and offer personalized drink suggestions to boost customer loyalty and repeat business. I think it's just a matter of time until we see these robots, bro, taking our job. And maybe, I don't know, maybe even worse. But, I don't like to speak bad about the robots anymore, Joseph, because they might be listening.
I'm ready for the smoke, man.
Yeah. All right. Sweeping LH, the machines versus the man. What is a hallucinating bot, David asks. So if you were to go into ChatGPT now, ask it a question, and it gives you the wrong answer, for example, I asked ChatGPT like a few months ago, did Darryl Strawberry play for the Blue Jays? And it told me yes, even though I know for a fact that Darryl Strawberry never played for the Blue Jays. So it hallucinated. What I mean is it gives you wrong answers, and so we're trying to prevent that.
False links and stuff
False
like that.
links.
Yeah, just create a link.
Remember when we asked Chad about the strongest day on the NQ, and it gave us the wrong information, and Dara had to fact check that? So it happens, man. It happens. That's what a hallucinating thing is there. So he was joking. Okay, well, whatever, bro. Maybe other people had that question. So that's exactly what it is there.
Exactly.
All right, you guys are yelling about XTIA. Let's have a look about that one right now. So not a bad look here for XTIA. Still just recovering marginally here from that big move up at 743. This one lost everything and then some. Lost VWAP, lost the 10, the 20, and then it's kind of trading right back about 5.5. You know, when they do these kind of things and they don't hold technical levels, I'm less inclined to trade them. But hey, it's above the volume weighted average price. Have at it, baby. I'm going to steer clear of that one. I'll keep my eye, though, on the top scanner here for any new small cap gappers. So, Joseph, making their way onto the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Good look here in Bitcoin, guys, as it's starting to break VWAP. So that's a positive sign. If we can breach and hold it, then maybe we'll get this continuation. I know Katina Man was thinking about an all-time high break today. I was kind of looking for the same thing in the coming days as well, too. So I think it's going to be really important what we see over the next couple of sessions, if we are going to break it or not, or maybe we do need to absorb some more liquidity before we head more northeast. But let's see what Adair's got for us.
We have Oracle earnings tonight, guys. And so ahead of that, here's a brand new infographic from TTV Research. This is Larry Ellison. He is the co-founder and former CEO of Oracle, and he's just here looming in the background. This is from 1996, so about 10 years after the IPO, all the way up to 2024. We have some fun context included here as well. In case you guys didn't know, we've heard a lot about companies moving from the NYSE to the NASDAQ, or we actually had Oracle moving here from the NASDAQ to the NYSE. So interesting stuff here. ORCL, fun facts here ahead of that earnings report. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Check out the earnings as well with Joe and myself on the market recap. Back to you.
With a dare on the market recap today. Okay. I like it.
That's what I said. The duo. They never knew they never needed.
Well, you guys did the midday that day that I had issue with my old man. But
there, she was on it. We've done it a couple times together, actually. Yeah. The midday there. So, is it beer? Okay, yeah. My guy, Mike P. DeRider. Thank you for the super chat. Is it beer 30 in Canada yet? It is where I am. I know it is where you are, my brother. I know you're enjoying yourself. Thank you for that very much. No, it is not beer 30. It is 1:30 to be precise. But I mean, we'll save that for maybe the weekend or hockey night. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm slightly gutted. I had the game on my stick last night. And I just sent it high.
Hold on, I don't understand. What?
Yeah.
You played hockey on Tuesday. Okay. I was about to say,
Your boy had the game on his stick last night.
No.
Yeah, wide open cage and everything. And
You're kidding. That's all right, bro. It happens, man. Whatever.
Yeah, you know what? I actually had a hard time sleeping. We ended up.
Serious?
Because when I do that stuff, man. Yeah. We had a 4-goal lead. They tie it up. I'm wide open in the slot, wide open net, and I wanted to go bar down, but I just ripped it too hard, and I sent it just like a little bit over the crossbar.
You guys ended up tying?
Yeah, so
okay, so
but we were up 4 goals, and then I could have got us that big W, but yeah, your boy sent it high. So
what's up, Adara?
Yeah, Adara.
Caroline Levitt has had, right now, a relatively uneventful press conference. She's just been mostly talking about what's happening in LA, but she did just mention Tesla and Elon Musk. What happened here was she was asked, how did the president respond to Elon Musk's apology? He did say, well, he didn't really apologize. He basically said on X that he felt he went too far with some of his posts. Caroline Levitt said that the president is appreciative. Now, then we had the same reporter ask, well, does this mean that Donald Trump is or is not going to be reviewing some of these contracts? Caroline Levitt at first didn't answer the question, just kind of froze there. Then she said that there's no review happening at this time. So as of right now, it looks like Elon's contracts might be safe. Of course, TSLA and all the other space plays. Keep an eye on actually other space plays like ASTS, things that moved when it initially seemed like Elon Musk and his companies would be losing some of these contracts. So I'll pull up ASTS here. This one has been a good sympathy play for this type of story. Right now, a little bit of volatility, as you can see here. Back to you.
Tell you, I'm quite surprised that this was able to be walked back. Like it hasn't been fully walked back. Like they're not chummy.
Yeah.
But I thought that Epstein reference, and it was over.
What did he had another comment before that, Sharif, where we were like, yeah, I believe he crossed. Oh,
JD Vance being president, you want to impeach?
Well, he said that Donald wouldn't have won if he
Yes,
did the funding,
another one.
Right? So for that one, it's like, okay, I think that was when he stepped over the line.
Bro, you
but
telling
then
me
when he
the
said that thing-
Epstein one? There's the worst
No,
one,
he stepped.
though.
What I'm getting at here is that he stepped over the line with the presidency,
100%.
but then he took a quantum leap when he decided to refer to him being on that list.
I'm surprised. I got to tell you the truth. I like, a lot of people are saying, oh, this was theater, right? I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm too stupid to know. But the fact of the matter is, once I heard that Epstein, or I read the Epstein comment, I was talking to my old man and my mom, Dukes.
They said,
and she's like, my mom's just like, this is not coming back from there. And so like my mom doesn't listen to anything business related. Get gossipy with her though. Oh, she's all ears.
She's right in
now
the
she wants to hear all about it, bro. Like,
That's
mom, give me a break, bro. Give me a break.
Are your parents always on the phone too when you go and see them?
My mom is always on FaceTime.
Somebody, right?
My sister, my aunt, my
same with my
uncle,
grandma. She's always on the phone.
cousins.
So I'm just like thinking that's what I mean. Jamaicans are always on the phone, but then when you kind of get up there in age, it's like they never put it down.
Are you able to tell who they're talking to by like how loud their voice is?
Yeah,
Like,
and just what they're saying.
My
too.
parents are so funny. It's like they still remember the old days of long distance calls when you had to yell on the phone.
That's
Mom,
crazy.
it doesn't work like that anymore. You don't need
like
to
that?
yell,
That's
right?
crazy.
Like it's so funny.
I was alive I was born, I guess, in the era where there's still no area codes. So I had the 7 digit, right? Remember that?
We didn't have to dial 416 and 905. Remember they
905.
gave the rulers?
The rule.
Do you remember the
I don't remember
rulers?
that.
Yeah, they gave us rulers and there were 416, 905 rulers so we wouldn't forget the area code.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was
No,
grade 6.
I never got that. Yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, I remember just living in the old place there, and you'd only have to type in 7 digits.
Am I sure they're yelling? Yeah, because they're losing their hearing. Why do you say stupid shit for?
Yeah,
you're an idiot.
I don't get it.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
because they're not yelling all the time. They're yelling because they're on the phone and they're excited. I shouldn't read dumbass comments because it ends up flipping my mood. But anyway, let's get back into the market over here. Good luck continuing here for our friends at NACA, because NAKA is still trading much near the highs, right around that $19 area. It still has support at that 20 exponential moving average. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. If this one starts putting in higher highs and higher lows above 19.5, I am all game for NAKA, looking to take this bad boy through 20, which is in fact the current high of the day right now. So up 65%. This one continued to give us multiple trades. I started negative on this bad boy, but we are very much positive now on it. 444 on the day. I was able to get out of some trouble on XTIA as well as NAKA. NAKA was the biggest loser I had, but we were able to make some money up on this trade here into that $20 area. So I'll keep my eye on that level. Oklo as well continues to be a decent trade at these levels right now. It's looking at really clearing that 67 high break. Now, why I wasn't interested in trading Oklo was because of this downward channel here. Now it's kind of found this other upward channel, I want to say. So we were talking about downward channel. Now we've got umpteen amount of higher lows, at least on the 5 since about 12:30. That's going on an hour. We do have, though, resistance at $67. So that will be my focus right now on OKLO going into the afternoon. If I can get something on this one. It's a bit more expensive, though, so you're going to need to really account for that before weaseling into that one. Let me just throw that back there. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Let me know what you're looking at. Tag me with some interesting stuff. Otherwise, we're just going to keep our eye on the small cap gappers, Joseph.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Yeah, so we've gone over a lot of material here today, just referring to open interest, expected moves here coming in with Oracle. If there's any specific name that you guys want me to go over, then just put it in the chat. We'll do so. I'll just talk about Bitcoin right now and then kind of the potential setups that I see coming in the future. I mean, just it's a long thing. I think you want to be long this name for the foreseeable future. That is it. Michael Saylor, he's going to be continuously buying this up. You see mass adoption starting to take place from an institutional standpoint. I mean, coming with the ETFs, etc. And then I was telling Sharif, Pakistan also starting a Bitcoin reserve, and multiple countries are as well. So yeah, remember I
forgot about that.
Yeah,
That's actually a good look, man.
So yeah, they're starting something over there as well too. So yeah, again, once that snowball effect starts happening, then it's going to obviously increase the price. There's a finite amount. Only about 450 are available, actually fresh Bitcoin are available for sale per day. So, and Michael Saylor seems to be the individual who's buying those up.
Honestly, right? He's buying everything.
Yeah, he's buying it all there. All right, so let's see what we got there. Can you please check HIMS for a long term? And do I think SHOP is a continuation buy? Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at SHOP and HIMS, and then we'll go over some other names as well too. So we'll go over something that we don't always, and we'll start with SHOP, and then we'll go over HIMS. So Shopify, how do we? Oh wow, okay. Shout out to Hit the O Canada there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So a good look here in Shopify, guys. Looking relatively strong here. And then there we go, a big time break. So when we're talking about the NASDAQ only being 1% off the all-time highs, Liberation Day lows, we're up 67% here on Shopify. Percentage metric here, give me 1 second, bear with me 1 second. We're only 10% off of those all-time highs there in Shopify. You might get that continuation. Now we'll take a look at HIMS, but first, let's cover what we gotta cover.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. The first month, it's absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll be able to analyze, you'll be able to strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. It's got infinite data. It's got instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict a lot better with their backtesting tool. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your finger. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now, ready, and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there. Adi Signal. Nice, I told Sadiq there that I'll have a look at HIMS.
I just had HIMS up as well.
You did.
So somebody in the chat,
good,
there.
Good,
so you know what? You go technical.
Sure.
I'll go chain.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's smart there. I like that. Let's look at HIMS. What do we got here, guys? So I'm going to start on the daily. So HIMS, very much what I perceive to be a bull flag pattern. It's clearly holding up on the 20 EMA for whatever reason on the daily. You can see the umpteen amount of defense that it has at that yellow line. That won't be by accident. I do like the higher low, marginally higher low. It feels like it could be a flat top break through that 60 buck area, but we've got multiple resistance levels to clear even if we do get that 60 break. We've got that 67.5, maybe 65 area, which is resistance. We also have that topping tail, multiple topping tails into 70. So it's a fantastic look on HIMS, not going to lie, but we do have areas of resistance from the top side. That's on the daily. Let's have a look at intraday over here. Upward channel, nothing to complain about there. Higher lows, higher highs. For the most part, I mean, this one is a bit of a bamboozler. You could tell during the more liquid time of the day, say 10:30 to about 12, it was holding the 10 EMA. And then for whatever reason now, it is finding support at the 20 EMA, the yellow line there. Alas, it is at the high of the day as we speak. It's making new highs as we speak, Joseph. 57.25. This one is going. Be on the lookout, though, for this 57, I want to say 57.50 area. We had that from a few days ago. It was a bit of a resistance level yesterday. Good look on HIMS, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. And let's break it down there from a chain standpoint as well, too, to see if we see anything definitive. Again, I think all of this can be absorbed. You can see that we're at that 58 strike price. 6,500 contracts currently open. I would be looking for somewhat of a rejection or maybe an attraction towards that 60 strike price as well too. So 58,000, we got 6,500, and then we have a little bit more there at that 60 strike price. And then you can see from an intraday, from a weekly standpoint, I believe it was yesterday or the session before we ran into that 57 level, and then we rejected it. Why did we run into 57 and reject that? Well, there you go. You can see that at 58, you have 6,500, and then now just a couple strikes above that, you have 9,000. 5,400 at that 60 strike price. So just keep an eye out on that. If you're looking for the appreciation, see if those contracts roll over and if there's any substantial size left at those certain strike prices right there, guys, or if it's been lifted. And I think that's really important to be able to identify in an options chain is where's the concentration of OI and is it being lifted or decreased through each expiration cycle? Dara, what do you got for us?
So letting you guys know here, Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, just ended the press conference. We also have a little bit of an interesting, fun update on the Trump-Elon saga, which is not really market moving. I mean, Tesla's pretty choppy, but I think it's worth noting regardless. We know that Elon Musk posted his message of regret yesterday. Now, New York Times reporting that apparently Elon and Trump privately spoke ahead of this message. So it looks like these two might have been more in communication than we necessarily, I guess, saw. We know that they had this public falling out, but it looks like apparently they spoke privately prior to Elon Musk coming out and posting this message of apology. So interesting stuff here from the New York Times. And back to you.
So hold on, that's soft. That's soft stuff right there. I'm showing Joseph my my video here. This is about 365, I think.
Yeah.
Went either 5 reps or 10 reps there for 365. That's not bad.
Low
huh?
on those too.
Yeah, low. You got to, bro. No rep. You know how they do in CrossFit, bro. You'll get no repped.
You'll get that no rep.
Yeah.
Did you ever get into the CrossFit pull-ups?
Yeah, the butterfly pull-ups you're talking about? Yeah, you have to. Because a lot of the competition is timed. You're going to do them singles. It's
gonna get.
I haven't done them in a hot minute, though.
Can you do Can you walk a handstand walk?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I could do that for my breakdancing days, though. That was because of breakdancing.
Wow,
yeah,
that's one thing that I always wanted to
start on the wall, bro.
The wall?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you just like do like little 4 or 5 steps.
Yeah.
And it ends up being 10, ends up being 15.
That's you know what? That's
do it on the turf at the gym.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna start doing that.
Wait, Charlie, you're killing me, bro. No, seriously. Today is lower body day, but we're gonna throw in some cleans.
Nice.
Just to kind of keep the upper body engaged.
The gym at the Cardinals finally open, so I'm gonna go and check that out. Yeah. So I'm gonna go and check that out.
You don't have to do Calisthenics Park, but Calisthenics Park's where it's at anyway.
It is right now because it's warm, right? So yeah, actually, no, you convinced me. I might go outside.
Dude.
You know me,
Kidding
I'm
me,
outside
bro.
people. So yeah, we'll go maybe there.
Sunday, so I hit what I do. I did 8K 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh,
so on a Friday, my buddy and I we went to Woodbine, hit 8K. So Sunday, hopefully we do 10.
Okay.
And then the week 2 weeks
What is
after
it?
that,
Where did
we do
Woodbine?
12.
Woodbine. That's what's the intersection? What is that?
Beaches.
Like, beaches. Oh, okay.
Beaches,
Okay.
yeah.
So that's east. That's a little bit east.
It's east, yeah, but it's super. It's
What was your-
downtown.
What was your time?
I can find out right now. Probably not very good, but I'll tell you exactly what it is right now. Yeah, I'm not the best runner out there. Just full disclosure, because of my weight. But here we go. Let's go sessions, and we're gonna weasel on back. It's gonna take a minute. We can go just running, right? That way I can just. Oh yeah, there it is, running. So I did 8K in 53 minutes. It's not the best.
That's all right.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, that's good.
I should be able to do, like, as I get later into the season, I should be able to do 10K in about 55 minutes. So I should be able to kind of,
5 minute 50-second kilometer. That's
It's not
pretty
too
good.
bad. Like, I can look at some of my runs
Sorry,
from last
I can't
year.
convert that to miles for my.
Eh?
I said I can't convert that to miles for our American.
Well, here it is. So this one, 10K in an hour exact,
there you go.
101.27. Not too bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the best runner. Where I had the most trouble was CrossFit when you did lifts, and then you were forced to run. That I found to be super hard. Yeah. So my heart rate.
So for me, workout first. So if I really wanted to exhaust my body, run then work out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
absolutely.
it's easier to work out and then run, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
I've never done them separately because CrossFit they're always mixing them in
always
together, right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is, baby. Artemis, I can do 5K in 24 minutes. That's fantastic time for 5K, Artemis. Are you talking about 5 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
Like when the Americans say 5K, do they actually mean 5 kilometers or 5 miles?
Well, I would think K, hopefully.
I'm assuming it's
they
5
usually
kilometers.
but I don't hear the Americans here. I say like, I run a 3-minute mile or a 4-minute mile.
That's what I hear as well, right?
I never heard them have the kilometer reference. I told you about the lady that I met at the dog training. We were having a conversation. And she's like, I walk my dog every day for like 3.5 miles. And I'm like, you're American, aren't you? She's like, I don't even really know what you guys use. I'm like, it's all right. We'll call it 3 miles. That's about 5 and a bit, maybe kilometers or something like that. But
It's kilometers. Shout out to Michelle. I used to pitch bowl. I used to do 10K in 39 minutes, bro. That you're gonna get a round of applause there. That's intense.
So you're a
dude.
real runner. So
clearly.
my arch enemy, I was never at. His name is Steve Bell. My first 10K ever. This guy came in #1, and I finished 6th. His time was 10 minutes better than my first K that I ever ran. Yeah, and he ran like a 34-minute 10K. And I'm like, man, I want to beat this guy.
34-minute.
Yeah.
Brendo has his 1K right at like a little bit of a 5 minutes. So he's doing like a 5:10, 5:05, 1K.
1K.
So Brendo's almost sub 5K right now.
1K, I'll be honest with you, I could probably do a 3-minute 1K.
3 minute, but could you do it prolonged?
No, that's
that
what
would
I'm saying.
be like
The further you go out, the more difficult it gets, right?
That's what I mean.
Most definitely.
Anyway, yeah, so that's fine. Dorothy, 1 mile equals 1.6. It's not that hard. That's not what I was talking about, Dorothy. I was talking about when you guys refer to say I did a 5K, do you mean 5 miles or do you mean 5 kilometers? I'm not talking about the conversion, Dorothy. All right. Dila, what's so funny, Katina, man?
When they say 5K, I think they mean 5K.
Right, like 5 kilometers, right? Yeah, but they're Americans, that's my thinking. They don't really know anything about the metric system. I don't want to go into this whole rant that I go on about Americans not being able to handle the metric system because it's too advanced for them, but that's okay. Everything's fine there. D-Loaf, all these runners, I ride my race bike, average almost 35K an hour on a 100K loop, and that has 600 meters of elevation. Man's been zooming. Shout out to my man D-Loaf, a buddy of mine. Oh.
Here's the real question. How many of y'all are race walking? That's what I want to know.
Oh, she's going to drop the mic right there. Yeah, so we know Adara used to be a speed walker in track in high school. Shout out to Adara. She speed walks to work. She speed walks to work every day. A buddy of mine who's a spin instructor at the gym also does about 110, 115 kilometers like on a Saturday. And if you know anything about Toronto, if you start from the lake.
On his bike?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not running. It's on his bike. If you start in Toronto, essentially, if you go anywhere north, it is all uphill. So if you start at the lake, makes sense, right? Because the water went all the way down into the low-lying areas and filled up the lake. But the point is, from Toronto northward, it's all uphill, and that's what he does. He basically lives in Midtown, then heads north to some of the suburbs there, and he's been killing it lately.
Is his name Peter by any chance?
Is that?
Is his name Peter by any chance?
No, his name's Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah. Guys, VOYG is in a full state of tank. This is really losing the bid right now. It's still up 86%. So let's find out where some of the details here on VOYG. There it is. So let's just bring in this and zoom it in for you so we can talk about what to expect. So Starlab space station developer Voyager Technologies, $3.8 billion after its share surged 125% on its debut on Wednesday. The initial opening was $31 a share. That was the IPO price, but it opened up at $69.75. Adara, go ahead.
MicroStrategy dropping lower here. I looked up if there was any news. All I'm really seeing is apparently there's been a back and forth lately between Jim Chanos, who's a short seller, and Michael Saylor, of course, of Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. That's all I'm seeing here, but apparently, not really sure, but this drop to the downside, I think, is certainly worth noting. I'm going to see when we had the most recent post here from Jim Chanos on X. That would be yesterday afternoon, so nothing brand new here. MSTR sharply to the downside. Just be aware of this one tanking right now a little bit. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, nice. Don't thank me. That's all you. So, yeah, Meta is really starting to move. I got out of this Bitcoin trade. You can see that it rejected view up to a T there, and then it's now moving and establishing a new lower day there on Bitcoin. So, yeah, weak stuff there, seeing from that underlying. But Meta also be maintaining its weakness here throughout the session, continuing to move lower and lower slowly. So, yeah, we're short right here, holding VWAP. You see there's a potential add opportunity. So, Adrian there, good luck there, my friend. Hopefully we get the break of that low of the day. If the market wants to tank, then Meta will probably lead the way as well too. So you got to keep an eye on the Mag 7. Google relatively weak here on the session as well too, guys. So it hasn't even had any form of strong pullback here. Super weak stuff we're seeing from displayed in Google. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And see, that's the thing, right? So you can see that we have the likes of Nvidia isn't too far off its all-time high. Meta isn't too far off it either. Google and Apple have been hit pretty tough, as well as Amazon, but Microsoft has put in. Why I haven't pulled Microsoft. Sorry to jump all over the place here, but we'll take a look at that. I just want to double check on what I got going on. So yeah, there is a new all-time high from Microsoft, and then we can see that with Nvidia, we're not too far off it as well. But then we got the likes of, what was I just talking about? Google, not doing so, it hasn't recovered as strong. So I think there's going to be a good buying opportunity with this. Still 14% off of those lows. And same with the likes of Apple as well. So there's a lot of turmoil going on. And I don't know if they're still being affected by the antitrust. I think that should be kind of out the window maybe by now. Just pay the fine. They're going to end up paying a fine anyway. So we'll just get that done with. 23% AAPL still off of those all-time highs. So yeah. Some of the names are recovering, and think about it. So you have Apple, Google, and Amazon that are kind of lagging what Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia are doing. But imagine when they start picking up steam. The NASDAQ is already the best performing moving average, right? The indice that we're seeing right now in the past couple of months. So if Apple and Google really start to get the ball rolling, it can send the market into an all-time high and then north of that. So look for these names to eventually catch up. Some positive catalysts coming in the likes of Apple. We know that they're really affected by the likes of tariffs, but again, that's starting to cool off as well too. They're moving their supply chain. They're starting to manufacture elsewhere. I believe they're going to look to move about around 50% of iPhone production to India in the next couple of years. So there you go. Things are starting to shift around. A couple positive catalysts here for Apple, and then this thing can really start to recover, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keeping an eye on some of these small cap gappers. Really nothing's happening here. There's really nothing that's running to my liking. I'm keeping an eye on the scanner up top, and there's really nothing coming in midday. I mean, you have some of these ones holding up on nice technical levels like MFI, still putting an upward channel above the volume weighted average price, NAKA as well, continuing to hang about 19, but it's off that high of 20, and now you're kind of getting a bit of almost a cross where the 10 is about to cross down on the 20, so it's kind of losing a little bit there. So I'm not really interested in any of these trades right now. I'm not going to trade for the sake of trading. I see JEM trying to work its way above the volume weighted average price. Too much of a bamboozler, too many down halts, too many lost technical levels there for me to trust this one. And it's a little volatile. It's a little wide in the spread as well. So JEM not of interest to me. SBET is trying to work back above that volume weighted average price, having a whole lot of trouble taking out 40 bucks above it momentarily right now. Let's see if it's able to work above 42 bucks. So I'll keep my eye on that, but there's really nothing to my liking at the moment. I'm seeing KZIA. Is this halted? Let me just have a look quickly here. Yes, KZIA, okay, is halted to the upside, but we've seen this story before. It gets above VWAP, loses it, gets above VWAP, loses it. So this one is of no interest to me either at the current price level. We'll have to really take out some key technical levels over here. But when I look at this a bit further, the interesting part is this one makes days high, and then as soon as it makes a day high, it's quick to retrace. It did it over here right at the open, right at 855, excuse me, making that 12.25 high, drops all the way down to 872 again over here at around 11 o'clock, just before 11 o'clock, actually making that official high of the day at 1286, retraces all the way back down to 9.5. So this one, I don't know. It's been singing a confused tune, so to speak, right now on the day. KZIA up 100% or thereabouts, 98.66%. So we'll keep tabs on that one, but nothing of interest to me at the moment. Let's have a look at what the MAG is up to. Won't be trading them, but we'll take a quick look here to see what is up. It looks like most of them, excuse me, are on downtrends right now. Softy trying to hold on to the volume weighted average price. Meta's a downtrend below $7. Amazon is a downtrend right now below 215. Apple below 200 bucks or thereabout, 199.92. You're also getting a sell on Google here, about to take 177. Tesla rejecting the volume weighted average price, up at 31 bucks. Likewise with Nvidia, which is negative on the day as well, down 0.39, trading below the volume weighted average price. It looked like there was a lot of selling here on Nvidia at around 143 and three quarters, maybe up into that 144, not quite. And that is it. Really, everything down into the right except for Microsoft. Microsoft setting up as a possible double top, but Softy's been super strong lately, especially since making all-time highs.
Yeah, especially making those all-time highs. The only out of the big three that you and I talked about this to beat on cloud growth. So that was a very interesting stuff.
It is,
Yeah, it was only like a percentage or two that it beat, but still a good look there. Now, what I was going to ask you, why isn't Broadcom a part of the Mag 7?
Why isn't Broadcom? Because they're 7.
It's not broad enough, right? It's part of the Mag 10. But what do you mean? If we're referring to the Mag 7, it's not broad enough. But I mean, it has a higher market capitalization than Tesla. So why isn't it? It's literally the 7th largest.
I don't know.
So we got to talk to some. We got to talk to the people.
I think Tesla is obviously below the market cap right now of AVGO. But if you were to ask me who has more potential upside, I think it's Tesla above
Broadcom.
100%.
Okay.
I take that 5 times.
I'm just saying because Broadcom is literally the 7th largest.
Well, it's not that much bigger. It's 1.1, like say 1.19.
So
right? That's what it is right now. AVGO 1.19. Tesla is at 1.057. So it's a bit more. 100 million more.
Oh, okay, 100. Yeah.
But Tesla can do 100 million in a couple of days.
No, that's
right? Like,
dude, isn't that billion?
Yeah, 1 billion. Excuse me. Yeah, 1 billion. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? That's not chump change or anything.
No, it's not. It's not. But I think Tesla can do that quickly. Walt Winchell. What about KNW? Let's have a look at KNW for your boy Walt there. KNW.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a bad look, Walt, at all. What is this stock? It's up 31%. Not a bad look at all, my man. Respectful mostly with this upward channel. You got a $4 issue there, but yeah, absolutely. KNW, not a bad look. Keep an eye on this one. Not much time left on the show, but thanks for that, Walt. If you guys are interested, KNW has a nice little upward channel there. Maybe some issues with $4, but I'd say maybe the money fills here in between the 10 and 20 moving average. Sharam Hassas. Hi, Sharif. Can you please look at VTAC? Let's look at VTAK for our man there, Sharam. All right, what is this, brother? We got, what is this stock over here? It's up 192% on the day. But it is a sub $1 stock, having issues here with, looks like about 80 pennies, or somebody selling up a storm. Every time this gets into about 80 pennies, it does reject. More of a range here than anything else, Sharam. Looks like 60 pennies to the downside as support, 80 pennies to the top side as resistance. That's how I would trade it. I wouldn't be looking for breakout until you got a decisive break above or break down below those levels. And now don't be fooled so quickly just because you're above 80 pennies. Look what we did over here, Sharam. At 8:30 or so, we got into about 85.5 pennies, but none of the prints actually closed above 80. So wait for that decisive print. So to me, it seems like a range 80 to the top side, 60 to the downside.
60 to the downside, yeah. SoFi, so yeah, I forget who messaged me and asked me about their SoFi calls. There you go, you're trading on $15. Anything can happen, right? Apple put in a really weak day. I know you just went over
brutal.
Meg 7 there, Sharif. Yeah, so Apple probably leading the pack in weakness there, guys. So really tough look there on Apple. And Nvidia, choppy. We don't like choppy. We want to see some orderly price action here. But again, you can see just from a daily standpoint where we're currently sitting at, for me, it's just like, no, I don't think we're ready to go higher just yet. Now we're going to probably close at the lower end of this range. But it's just consistent higher lows, right, throughout this. This isn't healthy PA, in my opinion. I mentioned it before. What I like to see in nice, healthy price action is pullbacks. I don't just like seeing 45 degrees or parabolic type moves, because then we've seen in the likes of Meta, right? 16-day green streak or whatever, and then look what followed that. So for me, I want to see nice, clean ebbs and flows. You can see that displayed here. We'll take that move. You get that pullback, that's fine. But I want to see a new high and then another pullback, test the high, and then you can make that move for the break of the all-time high.
Your boy with Big Spy wants to check out the 30-minute on the closing down today, possibly on the SPY. How do we do on Playmaker?
We didn't do it today.
We didn't do it. No, we got to start putting an alert or something.
Yeah, we got to put an alert. I need a thing. You know how we get fast money, power hour? Exactly. Yeah, hey, that's perfect. So for that, can I get a little, what should we call it? Contract concentration.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad name.
Concentration.
I don't mind that.
Or something like that. Yeah, maybe we'll figure out. I think Fabian's really good at names at those. But we're not asking for too much there. We just want a little power hour thing every day at 1 o'clock. I said it, didn't I? I said we're not asking too much, but
yeah. You ask for a lot. It's okay. Lately, anyway.
As of late, yeah. I got to get everything sorted out here. Get it together, Joseph.
All right, baby.
Yeah.
All right. Anything you want to leave? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't
guys,
have to be trading related because we're kind of winding down here.
No, I
last
mean,
minute.
Again, sometimes you get shut down, sometimes you don't. Sometimes things.
What are you
work out
hitting
for
at the gym today?
What am I hitting at the gym? I'm going to hit some legs today.
You're going to hit legs.
Some leg extensions, some hack squats.
Hack squats?
And just probably just focus on the quads. And
Nice, very nice. You're going to throw any core in that bad boy?
Yeah, every day.
Stabilize it?
Core,
Beauty, beauty.
Yeah, I do core, yeah.
All right, man.
So we'll hit some leg raises, some planks.
Leg raises,
some circuits
fantastic.
and stuff like that.
And you're already hitting
Mountain
lower
mountain
back with
climbers
the
as
squat
well,
too. Nice.
Some mountain climbers, yeah.
Very nice. I'm gonna hit legs as well, but we're gonna throw in some cleans today too.
Ooh.
Because one of those once you lose the motion for cleans, it's so technical. So
yeah, I'm curious to see how the new gym's looking. Hopefully it's pretty upgraded. So
yeah. Oh, they shut it down for upgrades.
Upgrade, yeah.
There you go. I'd be
amped
right now if I was you.
I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, all right, guys. It is now 2 o'clock. Look, Neil feeling a little under the weather today, so stepping in his place. We all know who he is. He is the Obi. He is the one. Obi-Wan Kenobi going to be filling in his place. We're going to send you the big boys. I'll see everybody very shortly at the green screen.
Is the one. You are the chosen one, Obi. How's it going? How's it going, everybody?
My mic on? My mic's on.
Yeah, my mic is now on as well. Wow, we've been trying to chase this Tesla dream a little bit. Welcome, everybody, to the afternoon show. Well, we're going to be talking a little bit of everything. We just had the Fed budget their release. I don't see it anywhere here on Benzinga, but I don't think it's doing too much to the market because the market right now are at its day's lows right now. So look, looking to break. Oh, we just got out of Tesla there. Oh, wow. There goes Tesla to the downside, breaking through 326 right there. So a couple tries there, 330, got up to 331 and change. Then we tried it there at 327, 328. That was kind of flattish. And then a bigger trade we just put on right there was waiting for 326, give it $1, and it loses that pretty quickly as everything giving it up right now to the downside. We still got GameStop. We've got Nvidia, which is just here right now. I'm going to have to try to check out what's going on because this market is definitely giving some back. We'll buy some Nvidia down here, but with our stop order ready to go on a break of 80, we're pretty close to that right now. I didn't want this through the day's low, but Nvidia coming right back in right now. So we've got a long against a bad market. This is coming out in 5 seconds. There it is, out. So yeah, the market giving up everything. Wow, giving up everything right now to that downside as, yeah. Okay, we talked about that number today, CPI, and since then, yeah, about that nice downside move there in the S&P and the NASDAQ, just continuing here throughout the afternoon, maybe as we get lower and lower and lower. Names like Palantir. I mean, we just got in and out of that Nvidia trade was really quick. It was more that we lost on the Tesla because we tried 326 and got out 325 break, so that was a bad one. Palantir right into VWAP as well. I mean, do we want to keep catching these falling knives? I don't know because it seems like right now, sans any real news, the market just keeps on printing lower. We just got a tick down on Palantir, low of 136.36. Generally speaking, I'll look for some kind of a bounce back and see if we want to go. We do know that Palantir has capabilities of doing exactly that. But for right now, it's downside on this market. It's downside. It's like reverse taco trade. Today, we get some sort of deals, and the market says, nah, that's okay. We're not worried about those deals. We're going lower anyways. But there it goes. Right now, Palantir and the market heading lower, Obi, into, I guess 136 is a decent level here for Palantir. I think we'll try a little bit of a long. We'll buy some 50s right there. We got 52s against this 136 low right there. I mean, here we go. It's coming back in. So we're going to be excited here for Palantir, but it's going lower, as is this whole market. Nvidia now 142.50 and getting into that level. We took some SMCI is cool, man. We have 10% left. That came right up to here. We bought some nice SMCI 43. It got up to VWAP and the 200 period. So this is, our position board not working. You updated Obi's. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good, Andre. I just want to let you know that's what it was. There we go. So I'll put on, there we go. So these are all the positions that I have. You had to change over the board for Obi. So look what you've done, Obi. All right, 136.25 coming in right now. So here comes Palantir right into that low. How low can we go? Hopefully not that much lower because I'm putting out.
My God.
I'm putting out some right here.
Sean, I was short Softy. What's going on, everybody? I was short Softy from, I guess, about 10:30 10:30, 10:45-ish, I was like, all right, this is setting up for a little bit of a reversion. And guess what? Cover almost everything at VWAP. Might have added a little bit here on the bounce, but wasn't here for the reload on the false break of 275. So, oh boy, 420 Bud Monster in the chat saying mad love to you as well. And this market not really giving too much love to these longs, and the short was definitely there. We saw signs of I guess the bid kind of slowing down. When I'm talking about the bid kind of slowing down, I meant softy, as I was using it as a little bit of an indicator because of how aggressively strong it was. Let me just pull up my chart here. We can take a quick look at what softy. What I mean when I say that on softy. So let me just pull in my chart over here. Wow, Intel, man. Intel's kind of already sold off down in the dumps.
Can't believe Neil's long Intel before.
Even pushing even lower now. Yeah. But you know what? We'll take a look at softy right after we get back. That chart
looks real nice, actually.
Absolutely beautiful chart. Yeah. Look at that.
All right, let's go.
I just want to let you guys know on moves like this, I like to let you guys know when there's news and also when there's no news. In this case, there is no news that I'm seeing. I just really want to make that clear. This drop, if there is any news yet, I have not seen it. I do want to add one caveat. We did get that federal budget balance coming through at 2 p.m., but this was pretty much in line with estimates. Negative 316 billion versus negative 314 billion expected. So only $2 billion off again. Negative 316 billion was the federal budget balance coming in at 2 p.m. We were expecting negative 314 billion. Previous positive 258. That was the number here, federal budget balance. Not something that usually moves the market, but today I guess a bit of an exception. If that is in fact what's moving the market, but as always, if we see the other news, we'll let you guys know right away. Back to you.
Yeah, the news is that there is no news and everything is okay
it is the budget,
in Bossing Say.
It's the budget. It's the budget.
I don't know if you guys got that reference there, but did you get that one? Avatar, you ever watch Avatar? You said you've been watching.
Yeah, I watched Avatar.
Like the animated one.
No.
It used to come on Nickelodeon.
No.
Oh, it's so good.
No, is it? Yeah. No. I've watched.
It's from there where it's like.
What was the line? Say it again.
It's like everything is okay in Bossing Say. It's like this spokesperson for this land is like everything's okay, but everything's kind of like falling apart.
Right.
That's kind of what's happening.
It's okay, but not really.
Not really. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, right now everything's okay right now because there goes Palantir right here, man. We're long Palantir. Obi sat down and was like, there's always A+ setups if you wait for them. There's Palantir, man. We talked about that. My first trade of the day on PLTR. Layer in, layer out. There it goes. Nice move upside now for PLTR. Glad to be back with you guys because we shit the bed on Tesla as that fell out right there. Too bad. There's 36s, there's 324.50, 60s. So we got a little bit of slippage right there, but right back into Palantir. SMCI trying to hold, probably Nvidia probably bouncing back a little bit. Nah, not really. Glad we got out of that one real quick. That was a good one. But yeah, so far not the greatest rebound there today. I mean, I don't know. We're still down 0.4 on the NASDAQ right now. We'll get some more out on PLTR. But yeah, good little dip by opportunity there as this market just keeps on going up and down. And it doesn't seem to matter, like you had just mentioned there, but what the news is exactly, because news be damned, this market is going. Every day it's going somewhere. And I was listening to some Rick Ross, every day we hustle. And right now we're trying to hustle some shares long. And, it's SMCI and it's Palantir for me right now. And then GameStop, we've been in this all day. It just hasn't gone. So now I was like through in the, first of all, we got 29.25s. That was pretty good. That was almost 70 cents. And then, once I came back, we sat back down, went for our walk, went for our swim, did whatever, we're eating some lunch and whatever. Then we took some 200, took some VWAP, tried to see if it was going to break, took VWAP again. We have, thinking about the math, we have like about 15% left or so of GameStop. So yeah, relatively uneventful day there for GME off earnings. Thought we had a chance to get going, but no on that one. So here we go, man. We're going to try to do it. Well, it's basically there right now. We got $1 back on Palantir. Let's make sure we do take some out. But yeah, just watching this to the upside. Maybe the no news thing is good news. Oh, by the way. All right, man. We had our biggest trade, like I was saying, in history of trades. Unfortunately, we weren't on for the show, not in the history of all trades. God damn.
No, I've definitely heard some stories.
Wish I could put that on right now. But no, this VOYG, man, Voyager Technologies, it's going to be hard to see if I can show you guys what happened there. We were going live. I know Joseph and Shreve did not take it, but there's the open. There's a couple quick outs, and then it went whoop all the way down, and we opened up at, it was 69.75. And then I was like, uh-oh, doesn't look like the rest of them. We're going to get crushed. And I think there must have been a print down there at 65, not sure. But then all of a sudden, it just went brrr, all the way back up to the upside, 71, 72. It's like, this is $2, $3, $4. And then we got another lucky enough to get 72. And then we held about 10% left of this trade. And then what happened was, once it broke 68, I put out a order to get to punch out 50 cents lower, missed it, and had to manually punch out at 66.50s or so out of that one. So not a great adventure in Voyage Land, but just for everybody, I lost 10%, no, less than 10%, way less than, 5% of what we made on Circle. So we circled the wagons on that IPO trade, but today, Voyager, it's even lower than this. What am I doing? Zoom in there. 52 was a low. Not a great IPO. And that patented trade there, taking IPOs long off open, no good. This name actually started, I got to put on some makeup. This name started 26 to $31 or so as the IPO range. Came out at 69.75. So well oversubscribed, and we'll have to see what's going on with this. I want to see actually if Circle had any reaction once this opened. It wouldn't care about it probably, but let's just see. No major volume spikes or anything on Circle today. But once again, we saw how this one was so much different. On their IPO, it just down here, just boom, just went. Like, it opened up and just mooned. And that's why I said, Neil was uncertain, but for me, it was the greatest IPO of all time and the easiest IPO, because all you had to do was take anywhere long in the first couple minutes. And then even if you wanted to play pullbacks, you got the pullback, then it spiked again to highs. And when an IPO does not, and I'm sorry, like when it doesn't break its IPO price and hasn't even looked at that ever since, it's great. So Circle, again, a good one. Voyager, I guess, a bad one. So, all right, let's get ready to rock and roll, man. Sharif's over at the desk. Obi, we're going to talk about what the people want on the rundown.
Let's run it down.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw Obi. He's in for Neil. Neil under the weather. But the boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But it's a subs-only chat, so in order to vote and chat with us and with other people, you got to be a subscriber, so make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all four major averages. Boys, they're all negative. Well, the Dow is actually flat on the moment, but all four major averages turning negative after that positive CPI print that we had this morning at 8:30, pushing the markets up. That has all been reversed right now, so we'll keep an eye on the market in general. But the first taker, as decided by you guys, TSLA. Elon taking 2x to let us know that the robo-taxi launch scheduled for the 22nd. Also, he's going to be looking at doing the first customer pickup apparently on the 28th, guys, for his birthday, June 28th, that is.
Yeah. Okay, Elon. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, we can all look at this one. I mean, I've been trading it today. I had it written down as the #1 trade idea, but unfortunately, well, first of all, we had it long at 330, then at 328, and that had worked, right? This is what we had written down on the sticky note. We had tried to play the momentum with Tesla over the last couple of days, and it's been a really good one. I mean, yesterday we had pretty much this whole move all the way up, and even the day before. So it's just today, it looks like we're going to give a little bit back. It doesn't seem that bad because you're only down 0.36, but we were up pretty good, man. My high tick today is about 334.50. That was the high of the open market, but we just lost our way just right now on Tesla because it just fell like very much like a rock, like not like Chevrolet like a rock, but right into there. We were averaging into 328. Once we lost 328, we got out. We tried it again. We got out again once we lost. So like into here is just a bunch of longs and then outs, but they're all like 50 cents, 60 cents hit. But they add up, you know, even if you take 100 and something shares, again, it adds up, right? And then there it comes right back in, and I was like, you know what? Let's play off three. Like once this move happened, and as Adara was saying, and as we were all sort of commenting, there wasn't much news on this move in, so I was like, okay, let's just play it off at 326, and I had to give it $1, and that's what he did, and did not work. So yeah, we're gonna actually wind up going red on Tesla today because of this area, and then I really did try to go for it right there on 326, man. Players got to play, right? And today we're in the penalty box myself on Tesla because we had a great trade early. Not enough shares there early, I guess, to coincide with what we just did right here. But, you know, when you take dollar wins and you take dollar hits, it is just about share sizing. And I was confident, not confident, but this was a level that came right in. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to try that. And we tried it, and you know, no good. But right now we are, I mean, look at the market, bleeding lower. Palantir just came all the way back down for us, right? So Palantir coming right back into that 120, 136 level right now. But Tesla getting hit again, man. Losses extended today in the S&P. So, all right, what's up, Obi?
Yeah, no, these moves are extremely quick, and you gotta be ready for those. So traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer that you use for trading every day? Yes. Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern, so scan that QR code or click the link in the description box below. Tesla, man, talking about Tesla, that thing was crazy this morning. I definitely took a little bit of a chance at it this morning, and I had a similar idea to you as well. I tried a little bit of the long, a little bit of the long, a little bit of the long, and I was like, all right, well, it's clearly obvious here where after the opening range and after a little bit of the consolidation that we might not kind of make it there. So I flip a little bit of short on that lower high that we make at the 334s, and guess what? After I flip short, I just cover into VWAP. I'm like, all right, thank you, come again. I'm going to go to another stock there. But guess what? That was the trade. It became the trade. I felt out the buying, and I was like, all right, well, this is clearly not doing what I'm looking for on the buy side. And then I was patient for where I like to sell, and I start to sell, but no real continuation execution on my part. The continuation definitely coming in on the market. So, oh boy, look at this tailwind. So, yeah, off of the open, pretty choppy, but very directional now, it would seem, on Tesla. Don't really see anything too crazy there other than the short this morning, man.
Yep.
All right, guys, NVDA, wow, look at that aggressive move down, now down to the tune of 1.25%. It didn't start this way, guys. As we mentioned, the Mag 7 in general was positive to start the morning, but that all really did turn. The headline is here twofold. Jensen Huang out in Europe looking at making more investments on the continent, calling it one of the most densely packed areas with untapped talent. Separately, he did make pronouncements on quantum computing. Previously, he had said it was about a 20-year runway before we saw any practical use for quantum, basically saying now quantum is at a turning point right now. So we'll keep an eye on those quantum names. Also strong, boys.
I got to get some out here. I've been fighting this Palantir, but yeah, go ahead on quantum. Yeah. I got to deal with this.
Yeah, this market's coming back in 21,800 on the Nasdaq, so a little bit of a 200-point quadunk. We were trading at 2200s.
That's
just
crazy.
Just a few, I guess, 15-minute candles ago. About 3 of them to be exact. There. So don't know what's going on here, but I think there are definitely Fed speakers on board, and a lot of people to watch out for. Anybody making statements, definitely you got to stay on your toes in this market, I would say, and keep those stops in place for sure. Nvidia, a little bit of a downtrend to the downtrend to the downside on the day today. But downtrend off of the open is what I was looking for. I was actually looking for a nice continuation because of the strong buying that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, kind of any sort of strong selling got bought right back up, and we had a relatively strong close going into the end of the day. Coming into the day, a little bit of a push there in the pre-market into 145. So I was like, all right, well, let's look for that little bit of a push through these prior highs. We saw that high made just on Monday at 144.99, and I was very adamant about taking inventory through that 145, but guess what? Right off the open, Nvidia kind of shows you who's in charge. Boom, right off the open. Sellers, VWAP sellers, and now we're puking to the downside as well. So Nvidia, a little bit of a sell-off, but if you take a look at a higher time frame, if you just go up to the 15-minute, you can see that we are kind of just still trending up. Higher highs and higher lows, even though some of the intraday volatility has been pretty crazy. But yeah, the intraday is on a much smaller scale than the higher time frame picture. You might say the smaller scale might be called quantum, but I don't know.
Yeah, Nvidia. Yeah, it was Jensen came through.
Yes, he made some quantum remarks.
Yeah, he made some remarks there. But you can see here, if we're just going to talk about Nvidia, I haven't actually traded any quantum names today, but yeah, Nvidia has been fine until we just lost it. Like we were long and then got stopped out there, but that was profitable. We were long again. We got stopped out, then went long and hit that bigger play right there. So that's kind of like what's got me going about Tesla, and I'm trying to. Like if that drop down was just some sort of a robot sell system in there, then we're not getting any news or anything like that. So I think Nvidia is going to find a bottom, and it might have just done that. So when you're looking for things like that, you kind of got to zoom. Whoa. Oh, shoot. We got look at that bad wick. You mean Nvidia didn't trade down to 106? But yeah, no. So I was going to say, like, when this is what's happening, the better thing to do is to, Papa John's going upside right now, PZZA, pizza. 142 right there for Nvidia just held, but you're only up 40 cents from there. So you know what? This whole move is coming to the downside. I have to sort of deal with this Palantir. We've got quite a nice winner on right now, so I'm going to offer some out here at 39s. 39?
Papa John's going to hold.
39? Is it? Okay.
I think so.
PZZA. All right, it is halted.
Yeah, it's halted.
Papa John's halted right there. Neil must be ordering some sort of a pizza right there. Probably grabbed them.
Pizza time.
You know what? Neil probably grabbed pineapple on the pizza, and the guy's like, what the hell is going on?
Someone's like, oh, I can't be short this anymore.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Neil's sick. Yeah, but no. Yeah, we wish Neil to get better on there, but there it is, Papa John's, nice upside move, as Neil finally orders pineapple on his pizza, and it's really sent the market reeling on that news. So shout out to Neil, man. Neil's doing the best with the least. All right, what's up, Sharif? Let's go to the next one there. PLTR Pop. So good, we're in Palantir right now.
A stock you may know, Sean, Palantir, up nicely on the day, really bucking the overall trend today, up to 2 2/3. Looks like a bit of a double top there, though, on Palantir. No major headline today. Mizuho did chime in with reiterating their underperform rating on Palantir, but boosting the price target, though, boys, up to 116. Still about a $20 drop from where it's currently trading.
Someone's made a bid. Adair's messaging, but
open?
we have a bid there now. And like I said, man, someone got word that this pizza thing with the pineapple is really, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, what if we're starting a new trend with this? But shares are halted right now on PZZA, and we're going to figure it out. $50.90 all the way up there. There's an offer, low 60, the rumor is low 60 range to take Papa John's private. Maybe it's Shaquille O'Neal doing it. I mean, the guy owns 5 or 6, I think, maybe even more than that, franchise locations, I believe.
Really?
For Papa John's. All righty then. What's up, Alex All right now on Palantir. Look, man, after all the dust settles, I hope to be flat on Palantir, but we took a swing and a miss. Basically, it is what it is. I got stopped out at the low right there. It broke 70s. I got out. The low of the day was 60s. So I bought it back. We're trying to take some more money out of this name. right now, and it did go up all the way to 136.50 there, but it still stops at VWAP. Look, Palantir is still up 3%. Really like the stock. The reason why when the market dips down like that, I went over to Nvidia, I went over to Palantir. Those are two names that I know, at least I thought I knew, to be strong. Now, if there's a market rebound, we know this thing can moon. Whether or not it gets back to 138.50 today is going to be dependent on what exactly is going on here in the market. But a lot of people said like all these sort of software as services and all that are names to watch out for, right? We've seen Snowflake make some moves. I'm out of Snowflake at 200 on my own account. That's another one of those names. We talked about Big Bear AI as well. Kind of flat today, I thought, anyways, relatively flat. Yeah, up 1%, but whatever, for Big Bear AI. And then I don't know if some steam's coming out of it a little bit. You know, Voyager, again, they're in the sky, but again, another sort of software kind of, you know, looking at different services there. I don't know exactly what Voyager does, but I was reading that there was some linkage there with some Palantir and that kind of talk. But you know, that's getting hit as well. So I don't... you know, I'm going to sit there and watch out for that. Watch out now. It's SMCI time. Look at that. Wait, take a look at that, Obi. Where's the do something button?
Yeah, look at that.
I mean, there it is. Look at these two pickups right there. 43, 43. This is what we're doing, man. We're trying to snipe right now and pick up good names at good levels and then cash them out when they get higher. It's the cashing out when they get higher part that I have a problem doing. So hopefully SMCI, I'm going to get some more out of SMCI right now, actually. We don't have to, you know, look this particular gift horse in the mouth anymore. But there it goes, man. SMCI hopefully mooning again. And Palantir is the name I'm in, and it's a decent sized position right now, hoping that we can at least get to VWAP, then back to the 200 period MA.
Yeah, that Palantir breakout, man, is something that I missed off of the open. You can see it's been kind of winding up. We've had that aggressive strength from all the way down into the lows. 117's bid from last week Thursday has been kind of a grinding bid here. Every day strength. A little bit of a consolidation coming in yesterday, but nice little breakout continuation coming in off of the open. It's settled down pretty well as of right now on top of VWAP. It seems as if VWAP participants very, very strong on the day as of right now. So wasn't really watching it, but nice strength off of the open and nice multi-day run on this one as well. Holding a bid on VWAP currently is that Palantir. This pizza's about to on halt, man.
Yeah. Well, Neil's about to pick it up, so I think it only takes 20 minutes to get into the oven. But people are asking about Bears versus Bulls. Look, he's fine. He's dealing with some things, and he's asked for some time. So I just telling that to people because people are asking about Bears versus Bulls. You know, we don't talk about personal situations, but he's getting some time off. So, you know, he's good. Hasn't told us anything otherwise. So, yeah, he's getting some time off right now. And look, the guy's been working solid for us, I think, for 4 years or something, like almost, you guys know, almost every single day.
Yep.
You know, so, yeah, he's fine. And you guys all know he's welcome back whenever. So it's nothing to do with anything like that. So, yeah, anyways, that's that. And it's just time off. So, all right, let's go back. And that's why we're just not really... I thought people had addressed it, but people in the chat weren't sure. So. Okay, let's go back over to the chat. Oh, here, did pizza open though before we go back? I just want to make sure.
It should have opened. Well, it should open. Well, it should.
Well, the news is now out.
It's a 5-minute halt. It should open right now.
Okay, so we'll.
But it hasn't opened. So.
But we already know what it's going to be. It's a low 60s offer apparently to take this thing private. Papa John's International shares halted on circuit breaker to the upside. Stock now being looked at as a possible levered buyout in the low 60s. Is the news that I'm having reading right now for PZZZZA. All right, Sharif with GitLab.
Look, Sharon, it was a decent report. It was a double beat, top and bottom line there, but it was the full year 2025 guide, guys, that the market did not receive too kindly. And there you go. That was the aftermarket move aggressively to the downside today. SSR to the tune of 9 2/3, boys.
Oh boy, this one was actually on my.
I get nervous when you say "oh boy"
list. I said "oh boy" because I was like, it was one that was definitely a strong candidate for what I was looking for. But guess what? It didn't do what I was looking for off of the open. So I was like, all right, well, I'm going to take that one off my list. But again, kind of looking back at it, does it fulfill some of the other playbook trades that I have? Yeah, I think it definitely does. A little bit of a reversion. kind of reversion happening here of that earnings report. Nice little flush that we did get off of the report there last night. And even though it came in with a bit of a double beat, we get a nice reversion of that action coming in right off of the open with that volume coming in as well. So we've only gotten about, I would say, just shy of a 50% reversion of that action, but consolidating on top of VWAP as of right now. I guess the opening drive long was definitely there if you were looking for some of those pre-market levels to interact with on GitLab, but it didn't really do what I was looking for. It seems like the market's taking a bit of a bounce here. As well, but yeah, nothing too.
Yeah, I needed to bounce a little bit more than that. But yeah, GitLab again down 10% plus, right? I mean, its lowest moment was off the open. I feel like a lot of these names like CRM and I mean, I'm not trying to equate them all because all earnings aren't the same, but if you can sort of get a flush early on and it gives you those pre-market lows, no matter what you think of earnings, because none of us have any idea where stocks are going to go on earnings day, right? I mean, big money could come in and sell, or they could come in and think that it's too far down and buy it. You know, you have Cathie Wood, you have a lot of these different managers that will come in and have different valuations than the street. And, you know, they come in and say, oh my God, GitLab down 10%, it's right into our pocket again, and we want to buy this up. So for me, just looking at it, I mean, that's basically, we did, okay, GameStop for, like GitLab's on there, but not GameStop, okay. But I was just thinking like, that's exactly what we did on GameStop right here. And it came in, we were looking at pre-market lows, you know, using this 28.25 as our out. So we took a 50 print, well, we got a 60 print, but we wrote down 50s just seeing if it was gonna hold. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the GitLab movement to the upside, but that's the idea. So I think we did it perfectly there. We're not just, you know, preaching here, I'm actually putting on some risk, and that was the move there on earnings. Wait to see, we'll go back to GitLab again just to show you, wait to see what happens at some of those pre-market levels because they've already been tested. If they want to buy it up, great. If not, you have a dedicated and like an easy out, right? We don't even have to think about it. So yeah, man, that's GitLab. It's a nice move up to 45 bucks. And right now, I'd say you look for that break, but not this afternoon. It's 2:30 already. We'll wait on GitLab. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll keep going. All right, we're not ready yet. Okay, so that was that earnings play. We are gonna go over Intel. I did wanna look at IBIT real quick because this is what sort of started, for me, I don't know, just the downside play in the market in general, right? So, Andre, why don't you just come to my screen? That way I can just keep talking until you guys get it figured out, and then Obi can just maybe show for a second. I don't know what the problem is, but they're gonna figure it out. But I was gonna say, like, there was the break, right? I thought IBIT was going to take that 110 and Bitcoin, and it did. It just didn't run off of 110. That was my hope, that if this happened, then it was going to be all good. What I've been studying though is the break. Okay, thanks. The break and then the retake up again. So that's what I was thinking here, which is why we averaged all the way in back into VWAP, and then I was hoping for this, but we couldn't get going, and then eventually, whoops, we dropped it out, and you know, that was a great decision because although it does battle back a little bit, its best days was when we punched long, and since then, everybody, I feel like, with the same idea, and this is what happens when you panic, and people get caught up top, and then this. So right now, though, Bitcoin at a good level, man. I don't know Bitcoin. We'll have to check what that price is. But IBIT, 6150, good little level there. We haven't been this low since yesterday. I say that kind of jokingly. The swings in this market are like, you know, they look so dramatic on the chart, and then you look back and it's like, wait a minute, that's where it was yesterday at noon.
His legs are out.
I told you about ZZ Top.
If I could whistle.
I told you ZZ Top. Remember? She's got legs.
Sorry.
Oh, I sang that for you last time.
I was
Yeah,
I was saying, yeah, if you've seen these legs, I wish I could whistle, man. The extensions
Whistle
both ways,
work.
absolutely beautiful, have been some of these market legs. But let's see what is going down with Intel.
Still don't have an explanation, guys, as to why Intel made this move yesterday. But as you can see there, we are retracing the entire move that we made in the afternoon yesterday. So Intel, guys, down almost 7% here. Tough day for Intel.
Where does it come in? Yeah. Not on the intraday. We're just.
I hate Intel.
I mean.
Yeah. So. Oh, are we live? No. The reason why I honestly hate Intel is it's.
Papa John's open.
Papa John's. Pizza. There we go. Oh my God, no, Neil's sending the pizza back. Oh no, he's fine. He's loving the pizza right now. Up to 55.25 right now goes Papa John's. And again, you know, that news is looking to get bought out. Most likely all cash if it's going to be a consortium right there, falling higher. Oh, there it is. I got the name. Apollo and Earth Capital looking to take the company private. And, you know, do you think that this was being discussed over the last couple months or what? Papa John's right now just breaking out. I don't know. We were getting some. There's a Papa John's opened up near our house about a year and a bit ago. You get the free. They give you the free dipping sauce. So the kids were liking that because generally we don't you know, dip it in anything. I like just a ranch dressing. Like if I open up the fridge and there's like a sort of a garlic ranch or something like that, like a salad dressing, I don't mind. Not Caesar, but anyways, that's what Papa John's, good favorite of ours.
I like my creamy garlic.
Creamy garlic, that's what it is. It's a creamy garlic,
garlic is
sauce
classic.
there. But yeah, so shout out to Papa John's. Prefer them over Domino's, but recently Pizza Hut. I don't know, I think that's Canadian. That's been a good one. I'm trying to.
That is good.
Elbows up. All right, Intel. The reason why I say Intel is downside for me is what a waste. I remember going back and forth with Neil, and he was talking about that this was maybe a good value or something at $50. But there it goes, downside right here. And the reason why I was saying that is we were talking about day trading it. And I think that that's been right. What Neil was saying too was that there's a lot of opportunities, you know, to get in and get out and get in and get out. But the opportunity to hold this thing has been horrible. And I think you do need to trade it. I even said yesterday, if we got any love back into $25, $26 into this area, I'm out of Intel. And yesterday on a Fugaze, it goes up to 22, brings it right back into 2050 right now. And yeah, nothing going today. I know Neil had a long above, and I don't know if he was up or down on it, but it didn't really do much. So we'll wait on Intel now. I just, again, I don't like it because I had bought it. I don't even remember where. I really hope it wasn't back in September. But what a waste of time. That's all. Like if you look at Nvidia or some of those other stocks, and sure, Nvidia's not moving around that much, but other chip names, Broadcom, even an AMD and things like that. Intel, I don't know. It's just can't get going. I'm not in love with this stock. I used to trade it a lot. You and I have probably made the most money and lost the most money, I think. I don't want to speak for you on Intel, but
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I sometimes I know we'll use more shares. Yeah. So it's just like, if you're wrong on it, it's like you wait, and it just bleeds out on your account. And it's just like, bleh. Not a big fan of Intel. And I've stayed away from it for a while. And I don't think we've made much money on Intel for a long time. But we'll wait for more news, down 7% today on INTC. But you had that great chart on Intel, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I think I've taken my, I guess, a lot of trades on the intraday on Intel for sure on my book. But yeah, Intel crazy bid yesterday. I was watching this, and again, I was like, classic. All right, it's running. What's the news? Maybe one of the last questions I'm asking, because I'm already looking at the run. I'm just looking for this price action to look distinctly different and turn. But I'm like, all right, I'm going to wait. And while I'm waiting for that to happen, I'm looking for the news. There is no news as well. So I'm like, all right, well, clearly someone wants Intel yesterday. It's definitely very unusual. And it's pushing up. I think it pushed up way past its ATR there. So let's see. In about 4 hours from the day low, which also happened to be, I guess, the opening range low as well, depending on how far out you measure the open. But yeah, that was about a 10.65% move from the low of day to the high of day on Intel. And guess what? I was like, oh boy, all right. Well, I've been patient all day. I get short yesterday pretty aggressively as it breaks that trend. And I'm like, okay, it's coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in. Guess what? Buddy was sitting here on 22s. I'm like, okay, somebody's sitting here with a huge iceberg order. 22s was definitely iced. And I'm like, all right, well, if that buyer is not going to drop today, that this reversion is not going to take place. It's probably not going to happen. So I'm like, all right, I cover, get chopped up, pay a little bit for being involved there. That's perfectly fine. Guess where the trade comes in? Oh boy. Buddy there on 22s. I guess he wasn't there today because right off of the open, all that wound up action from yesterday kind of unwound beautifully, giving us almost 100% reversion right off of the open here on Intel. So beautiful price action. And I was talking to Wayne about this as well as Brankles, and I'm like, sometimes the trade is the trade. Sometimes the trade is definitely there, and you have high conviction. You have your stats behind it. You're like, okay, you have very high conviction that this trade might take place. So you have your stop in as well, but it's not always going to be the case that the trade is going to follow through on the time frame that you are looking at. I was looking at this reversion to happen on the intraday time frame. Guess what? It took overnight. It took one more day for that to happen. And sure, that can happen. It's not unnatural. It's not unusual for that to happen. But again, it's another point of going back to, as day traders, you have to focus. Your main focus is going to be your risk management. Can you manage your risk well enough for the trade to come in? And if you can't, that's perfectly fine. I stopped out here because it was just going sideways. I need to get out, but that sell does come in. So shout out to anybody who saw Intel's move yesterday and was like, where are you running? Why are you running? I'm gonna try to revert this potentially, and it came in pretty beautifully off of the open. Missed trade for me off of the open because I did see it open like this, but I was like, all right, well, it's pretty much done, but it went for much further than I expected as well. We're getting that market tailwind to the upside now, Sean. So let's look to see if there's anything really bouncing here. I'm looking at the mags, nothing too crazy. Alphabet, hello. I was a little involved with that one there yesterday, so let's take a quick look at goggles here. Nice little trend to the downside that might be reverting a little bit as of right now, but you can see this selling kind of started reverting all the way down here. We've already reverted about 0.5% off of those lows there on Google. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for the next trade. And yeah, I think what you mentioned earlier, the volatility in this market is absolutely crazy. And I was mentioning to Adara as well right before we started. I was like, yeah, there's a lot of B's and C's in this market. But what I'm noticing, if I'm patient, I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting, those B pluses and those A's can very well just fall into my lap.
Oh yeah.
If I'm patient for those, and I've maintained my mental capital for those, I can perform much better than if I'm getting, if I'm involved on 100 different things on the day. So that's something that definitely I've noticed in this market. This market is very much hot, and you got to be nimble. You got to stay quick on your feet for sure.
Yeah, no, you have to be involved. When things happen, you never know what that next sort of move is going to be, higher or lower. Agreed with all of that. I mean, the NASDAQ, like we said, just bled downside, and now there's a nice recovery happening right there. Good out for us on Palantir. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. 137.20s. I mean, this is almost, it is $1. It's 95 cents now in the money off of that. But it's too bad that we got, again, like I'm always getting pushed, stopped out, and then I buy it back. And it's just like, I'm getting a little tired of that. Like, there's not a lot of clean moves. I do think that there's a potential for a Tesla to come back. I mean, it's kind of doing the same thing. We tried this. I think we maybe should leave this alone. We didn't have a great read on it the first time as it was coming back in, but let it relax and you get some upside play in it as well. And then SMCI, I mean, this one we ride the bull on SMCI right now and see if we can get, I'm going to punch some more out there. Ooh, I missed 43s right there. We tried to, okay, well, is that me still sitting there on bats? Okay, well, there we go. We get a 43. I'm also waiting at 46 to get a little bit more out here. I'm getting out of 10% every time right now on SMCI, as that might have been one of the tops. We did have a drip down there again. I'm thinking more and more about JP Morgan and this 270 area. It's been up here for a minute and it just keeps on threatening to break. Like, I want to put this on. We talked about what's trading tomorrow. I'm thinking JP Morgan tomorrow. If we break through this 270, I mean, I don't know if it happens today, but if that happens, I really think that's a great trade. 270 break on JP Morgan. Might not be as fast and furious as some of these tech names want to move, but as you can see, but I think that's a good one, man. We almost took it out today, 269.50 before dropping on whatever that news was, as we said. All right, I'm going to get some more out now on Palantir because it seems like it. Okay, well, maybe not. I'll get a 55 there as it just broke back down below VWAP again. I have way too many outs. I understand that, but these are all at VWAP and the 50-period moving average. This is like a Katina death cross right there because the VWAP and the 50 are, combining to each other. You never want to cross the streams. So I'm going to So that's maybe what's happening that's maybe what's happening here. I'm gonna get another piece out at 54, just missed the 54 there. But yeah, so we're gonna watch for that. Starting to move down. Just as an update, man, I have 20% left of this position. So, made money here, made money again, lost money once we dropped out there, but got it back. So we're gonna watch out for Palantir going back and forth again. And yeah, Rigetti, different names in the quantum space worth looking at. So it looks like right there, Papa John's is coming back in a little bit off of that open high of $55. So watch out for some PZZA.
Yeah, that one's, again, I was looking for that push to continue. And yeah, if I was talking to a buddy here, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't have my moose key set up here. But that was I guess that was a good chance there. It gave you those I think 53s right off of if you took the moo, and it was instantly trading at like 55s when I saw it. But then I was like looking for that push for that continuation to come in, but 55s kept stalling. I'm like, if the rumors are low 60s, do we see a continued bid to the upside? Didn't really see that. I was slightly tempted to take the reversion, but I haven't taken anything just yet on that one. If they are going to have continued rumors come out and it's already halted up once, I kind of want to stay away from it until it kind of settles down. But if you're willing to take put on some risk for that, I think it's definitely well worth it there. For a potential push. But yeah, market coming back in. I tried a little bit of a cheeky short on that goggles there as it kind of makes a beeline up towards VWAP along with the rest of this market here, which is reverting a decent chunk of that 3-bar flush that I was talking about that started in and around, I guess, 130 here on the market. But yeah, maybe poised for a little bit of a VWAP push. I kept it light and tight there on goggles, just to give it a little bit of a feel there. But VWAP is sitting at 178.52s. I was looking for that 178 hold, didn't really come in there. But you can see lower highs and lower lows pretty much all day. And even if we tick all the way back up to VWAP, which is over half a point away, 50 pennies away, it's still within range of that downtrend. We would still technically be making lower highs and lower lows unless and until some of these prior significant highs really get broken, and then price steps on top of it, holding that prior resistance as some support there as well. So yeah, however you want to define trend. Yeah, I think some definitions of trend have been broken here, but some have not. So you really have to be a little nuanced with what definition of trend you might be using for that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. What matters is whether or not you have effective kind of executions on the plans there. And it's funny, Wayne and I, we've been kind of going back and forth, I guess, over the past week, being like, taking the trade for what it is, and then also arguing that, like, no, execution is what matters, right? It's like yes, you can have great ideas, but at the end of the day, it's like the execution that will make the difference, right? It's like I can be like, I want to get long on Google today or something like that, but if I don't effectively execute it with the given daily risk that I have with everything else, it doesn't really matter what the idea is, right? But yeah, execution.
That's it, man. I've been trying to, yeah, man, I'm glad to have you here, man. I've been trying to preach that for a minute, so that's a good one. And that's what I'm saying. I always say, judge us on the trades. Like, we could sit here and talk all we want about these names until you actually have some, skin in the game and things like that. It's a completely different experience when you're actually trading as opposed to just sitting around and floating them. I mean, you can see the difference. Sometimes you'll see traders in simulation and this and that. I mean, you've been in simulation on the show before, the midday guys as well. It doesn't feel the same. And I know you try to get it to feel the same because we talk about putting in those reps and everything like that, but really, it's most of trading is really a mental game, and it is tough sometimes to hold on. Like, if for me anyways, I could never go back, but I do appreciate those that do, because there is a lot to that as far as, learning the ropes and getting comfortable taking the reps, but it's like, my kid could be great in the batting cage, but she gets up there against a real pitcher and strikes out. It's kind of like, okay, we need to get some more experience in real life sims, right? So, but okay, there we go, man. SMR, I thought I was real smart. Like when we sold this one at we got the very top of the day, actually, 41.70, and yeah. Thought that was pretty good. When I came back in the afternoon, I was like, what's at 39? Okay, maybe we made a good decision, but it's probably going to close higher. As there we go, SMR, Oklo, all of these names just continue to blast through. And a big congratulations to everybody that's been hitting these nuclear names, because they are going nuclear. We had yesterday, I talked to Brian Shannon about this as well, and I even brought up URA. And if you're going to look at URA here, it looks great on a daily chart, but the daily chart maybe doesn't give it enough sort of credit, because if we blow that up right there, you could see it's just breaking out right there, $34, right? But on a weekly chart here for uranium, you know, we've already had this huge low. We had a beautiful break right there of $16. We already made it back. This is why I'm doing the weekly, because we've already showed you this. That was sort of the top. We started making some new tops. So there's one top, there's another top, there it is again, there it is again, and here we go. So we're making new highs here as we continue to go on URA, the ETF. And I mean, a lot of that is, you know, helped out by, I mean, this is what we talk about with NewScale and actually taking shots on newer companies, which is why Circle and CoreWeave and all that kind of stuff, you never know where these names are going to go. SMR comes out, man. NewScale opens up at $10, right? Probably just a SPAC right there, comes to market, goes all the way to 16, then down, Obi, to $2 SMR. Dude, you put in $3,000 down there at $2, right? Or let's just say $2,000. You have 1,000 shares on $2,000 shares, right? Yep. Now 40 grand right there, just boom. And that's from beginning, like that's a salary. Like you just made 40,000. I mean, I know it's not, maybe not a salary these days, but you just made $40,000. And of course you're going to trim. You're not going to hold all the way, but that's only putting in $2,000. You know, you put in 10 grand down here.
Oh boy. And
we have one of those oh boy situations where Neil can buy that extra large pineapple pizza instead of the small. So good move there for Papa John's and for SMR. But yeah, uranium keeps on going higher. All right, let's go hear what Obi has to talk about.
Yep. So level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up and try it for free. Start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV, links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback on these here markets. But yeah, no, going back to the pizza there. I was looking for Papa John's to halt up a little bit higher, or maybe push on a little bit higher. But I think you're right. I think he might have just ordered like a smaller or medium, probably not a large. So I didn't really do the large move that I was looking for there on Papa John's. So we got a personal, maybe a personal size one there. But yeah, goggles here, taking a look at that 178 as maybe a potential bit of resistance. I have no idea though. I'm just gonna let it kind of consolidate here and let things kind of work. But I'm looking for the next trade. Where is the next trade? And like I said, I kind of put that on as a little bit of the feeler, but in reality, I'm waiting to really kind of, if something was to fall into my lap, I am definitely gonna hammer it down or up to the upside. You see that a little bit of a bias coming out. I gotta catch myself there. Not everything is meant to be hammered down. Some things are meant to be hammered up. But yeah, no, we'll see if there's a bit of a reversion here on the market. Is this reversion going to follow through? We did bounce off of that 21,800 and maybe a little bit off of that 6,000 here on the ES itself. Oh boy, I want a little bit more of that one. And let's see if that 178 can pull us back in there and show us who is in charge. Sellers have been in charge all day, Sean. Not only off of, I think the clearest sign, if you were like to keep it as simple as possible, I'm like, what's the news? Why are we going up? Why are we going down? If you keep it as simple as there are more buyers than sellers, or there are more sellers than buyers, very simple concept. You saw the CPI.
That's how it works.
Exactly, right?
Oh,
you saw the CPI come out. We had a really good reaction to the CPI. But guess what? We gave it all back.
Yep.
We reverted it. So that aggressive buying, kind of sellers stepping in and kind of showing us who's in charge, not only reverting that CPI price, but if you take a look at some of these constituents like Alphabet, like Amazon, like Tesla, like Nvidia, like Apple, oh boy, and maybe a little bit like Softy, you can very clearly see that sellers may or may not have been in charge for majority of the day, if not all of the day, reverting that CPI move there as well. So again, we kind of, I think I want to look to Apple to give a little bit of a direction here, because again, it is one of the top constituents. And look at this, Sean. You get that economic number. We get that pop into the pre-market off of the open. 204.50 is the high. Guess what the high was yesterday? Very aggressive push yesterday as well. 204.35 was yesterday's high on Apple, and you can see the day before right here, 205 is that aggressive selling coming into the market. Now I forget what specifically this catalyst was, but I was just like, oh boy, I think I was in a Google short and I covered way too early, and this happened, and I was like, well, damn, I just had to hold the short.
Yeah, I know.
Had to hold the short. I was already short the name for other reasons. Sure, you don't know if the catalyst is going to come in, but guess what? Price action is king, and if it's showing you sellers are in charge and volume comes in and stuff starts to panic, guess who's going to continue to stay in charge? I don't know, but it showed us right there that sellers are continuing to be in charge somewhere around here in the 204s, and we saw more of that happening there on Apple. That's kind of just what I wanted to point out. Just kind of reading out what the chart has been telling me. I don't know what it's going to happen, but this is what has been happening over the past couple of days here on Apple. Again, one of the top constituents in the market, so maybe some of those levels are good to give us some indications as well. But yeah, other than that, today's watch list for me, Sean, was not that crazy. I was kind of looking at a few different names here. I was looking at, well, we can take a look at what I was looking at here. So would you look at that? Amazon, looking at Amazon, did not do what I was looking for. I was looking for that push continuation breakout. It's kind of trending on a higher time frame. Didn't really work out there. You can see that it's been selling off as well. Tesla, continuation. You saw what I did on it as well. I think the long was very valid until it wasn't. And guess what? I did flip short, but didn't really follow through with that short. Comcast, CMCSA here. Let's see what this one is up to here. Pretty much sideways. So I was like, okay, yesterday was very, very strong. Not really doing that much relative volume. But again, I call this one a ghost bid, where it's just kind of, it just trends up because there's clearly somebody, or there's more buyers than sellers very clearly all day. And I'm looking for that to continue to happen coming in on the day today. Did not happen, so kind of left that one alone there on Comcast. Qualcomm, this one, I don't know about you, but I've been watching this one. Qualcomm has been super, super strong. Back-to-back jacks with the strength on this one here. But again, you get that strength. You did get that continuation, but take a look at this. Beautiful reversion, which takes us all the way back down through the day lows. And I know somebody who will definitely like this one, Lilly, with the continuation there. Again, very strong yesterday, and it came with relative volume, which makes it's at 820s. So off of the open, I was looking at Eli Lilly for that continuation, and guess what? It came in real nice. VWAP buyers held on. And look at that, still kind of holding its own relative to the rest of the market, as, yeah, it's kind of still chopping in its opening range, but still holding its day low, showing us that strength that it has been over the past multiples of days right there on Eli Lilly. So those were kind of the main watches for today. I did have Circle, so we can kind of get back to that one. I know there's been a lot of puns about circling back, so I'll try not to do that one there.
Too late.
But we'll try to keep continuity as best as possible here. But 120 level hold on Circle as of right now. So that 120 came in prior day, coming in today as well. So that's the look on my watch list, what I had. Sure, I had some earnings names as well, but we can go through those a little bit later. But that, in terms of momentum and maybe some technicals and some catalyst-driven stuff, that's what I was looking for. Oh boy, there comes the market again with a little bit of a flush. Let's see what Adair has to say.
Just be aware here, there's some stuff coming through about the U.S. and Iran. This was not the case at 2 p.m. I still don't know what led to that drop, but it's just worth noting here. Just be aware, lots of geopolitical talk. Apparently the White House, or an official at the White House, saying that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., is aware that there's, I guess, been a move of U.S. personnel within the Middle East. Then we have Iran, I guess, in their mission here saying to the UN that apparently, or I guess Iran's mission to the UN saying that diplomacy, not militarism, is the only path forward. They are objecting, I guess, to potentially a military presence from the U.S. in Iran. Some talk about nuclear as well. Just be aware here. Some kind of back and forth here with regards to Iran and the U.S. Back to you.
Oh, man. Someone's going to get ban-hammered. What's up right here? Maury. Well, anyways, you're starting to get ban-hammered anyways by the algo, so I may have to do nothing here. We can stop asking. Okay, that's enough times right now. Bye-bye. Right there. We can talk about different coins and all that, but if you're just going to spam the chat, then what will happen to you just happen to you. Right there. Arsis FX right here, man. Everybody is loving it. Obi on fire. Good work, team. Oh, I was waiting for the get it Obi in the background, but we didn't get that. There it is. There we go. What's up, Obi? Yeah, I know they're all bots, and I'm gonna block this one as well. If I just keep on putting them into user timeouts, maybe eventually. I don't know. You're not really on X, but the bots on there are like.
Oh no, I'm on X.
Oh, but do you post? You probably don't have.
Not really. I'm a little bit more incognito. I'd say.
Right, exactly.
I have very specific people that I follow because it's directly related to my trading. Because I'll follow some of the fastest news channels.
Right.
So it's like if something is happening, usually, Adira is probably much faster than I am to it because I'll probably hear her say it out loud first. But all I got to do is kind of look over, wait a few seconds, and then it'll kind of populate on the feed there for me. So yeah, I am a very avid user of X. I just am not active on X with many posts. I'll post every now and then. I actually replied to a trader recently, which was interesting. That was one of my posts. It's funny. I remember having Twitter in high school.
Oh, yeah.
And I went all the way back into my account, and I was like, oh boy, what was I posting in high school on Twitter? It was just random garbage about like, oh, this is what I'm doing, maybe thoughts and feelings. It was a different time, and I was like, wow, I have definitely a very, very different person. But X is used solely for business for me, I think it works great that way. It's a very curated list of accounts that I will follow, and I don't go into the recommended because there's a lot of garbage in there. Again, talk about tinfoil hat. Forget about the tinfoil hat. Throw that tinfoil hat out the window. I wear a tinfoil suit. And I don't want my biases being affected by anybody who, all these analysts, which is great, do your job. Analysts are great, but my job is not necessarily to be an analyst, and I would like to keep my biases as clean and my own as possible, let's say that. But that's
so fresh and so clean.
Yeah, that's my purpose
right
on X.
You like Outcast?
Sorry? Outcast?
Yeah, so fresh and so clean there. Good one there. Rosa Parks and so on and so forth. All right, so the market is coming back in here a little bit, and I want to thank Obi because he was taking over a little bit for me there because we just cleaned out of our Palantir up here north of VWAP as, some of those Iran stories were starting to come through right now. So we do know that President Trump has talked about, he wants to send in these arbiters basically into Iran and make sure that there is no nuclear this and that, but there is going to be nuclear stuff there. So that story there, Iran mission, we just talked about overwhelming force doesn't change the facts. Iran is not seeking a nuclear weapon, and U.S. militarism only fuels the instability. So it's just like, basically, the way I read that is like, maybe it's good for uranium. I don't, and proper uranium, right? Like, let's just check out. No, it's Oklo, not IonQ. Right there, Oklo had a huge move today. Wow, $66. This name, like 26 there. Oklo, huge move to the upside. And Oklo's story today was, OKLO, we'll look this up again because they had a huge move today. What's powering this move there for Oklo? Notice of intent awarded by the Defense Logistics Agency on Energy. Right, so they grabbed that contract there. And then we've already talked about, there's Donald Trump's name right there. It's always highlighted. as he signed that nuclear bill for energy the other day. So that's going to definitely be helping out. Oh, I just closed my news feed. I got to reopen that.
See what all the nuclear tickers did?
That's what I was looking at, and I got out of some SMR. Where's my news feed on here? I got out of some SMR today as well on my own account, and then it's still ripping up higher and higher and higher. But yeah, man, just to talk about that. So there goes Oklo up 26%. But anyways, what I was going to say. All right, now there's more stuff about Iran, but it's just that, you know, I'm guessing the thing is that the more, it's kind of like what's been happening in California, and we're not gonna, you know, say what's right or what's wrong in all of this, but when you're sending in force, you're basically saying we're doing this, you know, in case of something else happening. And, you know, Iran maybe just wants to be left alone and do whatever they're gonna do, but of course they're gonna say they're not building nuclear weapons and things like that, right? I mean, you got to have checks and balances. So we'll figure out how that all plays. But again, I think that's the jitters in the market right now to that downside. Volume's been picking up a little bit here over the last hour as these stories have sort of dripped through. So, and then you get big moves, man. SMR 17% today. NNE, Nano Nuclear. You know, we had Mitch on. We've had a lot of different people on. And like I said, I show you a text right here. $8, $9 SMR is where I was talking about this last year, and now you're up to 40, right? We already did that example of $2. So I think that there's a lot of leg in these, but they're not making money yet. So this is all for future growth. It kind of reminds me of the quantum plays, right? With Rigetti and things like that. I mean, Rigetti today is having a beautiful day as well, up 10%. QBTS having a day as well. So as we look for different, well, actually QBTS is down. Okay, I have to look into that. But yeah, there was a story after story, China after Iran. Yeah, I mean, it's back and forth. Shout out there to Rami Saad in the chat. This is why we've got a Darren, why it's so important to, have some good news stories come through and be read properly and all that. So, you know, make sure you stay tuned in with us here as we'll do the trading. Adara will do the news like right now.
So here is HPE. Just keep an eye on this. I'm just seeing this come across on X, or at least be circulated here on X. It looks like the USPS has awarded a 5-year contract here to HPE. This contract is valued apparently $200 million contract for servers, storage, and IT services. This is going to be over 5 years. So keep an eye here on HPE, guys. Back to you.
Free, 100 points at Starbucks.
Oh, nice. What'd you get?
That's a lot of. Just iced coffee.
Okay. Oh, I saw this thing on. I think it was on Instagram, whatever.
Yeah.
Some social media. This guy, this father is teaching his son a lesson. He's like, your mother ordered an ice cap. So he gets three cups, right? 2 cups full of ice. He says one large iced coffee,
Yep.
no ice.
Right.
Basically what he does, he takes those 2 cups full of ice and he has that one, he's like, I paid for one. He paid like $5-6 for it. He empties out that one no ice cup into both of those iced cups. They're both full to the top.
Yeah, right.
And he's like, I'm happy, your mother's happy, everyone's happy, you know, we're good to go. So it's like that no ice, the no ice hack is absolutely pretty
Yeah, man.
solid.
Yeah, no, that's a great one.
Ramin's looking like she's about to go do that hack today.
Yeah, man.
Wow, she said she's been doing that since grade 8. Wow, look at that. You guys have to share the playbook, man. Come on.
You know what? Well, yeah. Once you get
Speaking
kids.
of sharing the playbook, I think no, I'm joking. Google's coming back down to.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I mean, the short is looking good right now. I mean, we just keep on getting
boy.
out and out and out a little bit. Yeah, no, my parents will do the same thing. Like they won't drink a large coffee or anything like that, but they'll order, you know, that extra large coffee and then get like medium cups and then just pour it in there, and it's like almost basically half price, you know, when that gets going. So, but the restaurants obviously know that it's not. You make so much money on those ice caps, and what is iced coffee? Like Starbucks for this drink, what do they want? $5 or $6 for it? Like
margins are ridiculous. Yeah,
it's a bean.
We gotta start a coffee shop.
Bean plus water. Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's why we
Trade
started.
TV coffee shop. So open up on Bay Street.
Yeah, because we don't do enough stuff around here. But yeah, that would be something for sure to do. Look, we always talk about side hustles and things like that. I am down. Like, I'm down for that. Anybody have any business ideas, man? Hit me up at Trader TV Sean. I am down for all of that because, you know.
Got our angel investor right here.
It's just, no, but it's like the minute you stop doing things, it's like I don't complain. We complain amongst our own parents, and it's funny at baseball or at hockey. It's like, oh my God, we got to wake up again at this time and that time and this time. But or like all the effort I'm putting into coaching you know, everything like that that you do, especially with your kids, you know, time is undefeated. They're only getting older. Like I can only coach, you know, until a certain age, and the kids will only like playing sports until certain ages. And then all of a sudden, relationships, this and that, schooling, moving away, blah, 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 starts to happen. And it's like, where did the time go? You know, so I think you got to really appreciate the time for now and do things in the now. And so that's something that.
Got a super chat here.
Ooh la la.
For Adara.
What to Guan?
Saying that Adara looks, so Savage, thank you Savage for the super chat here, saying Adara LePage looks like a Canadian Taylor Swift. Thanks for all the timely news. You're the best, 21, 21, 21.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say it's 21 Savage.
Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the 21 reference. I am not a Taylor Swift fan, but
Mike?
It's on. It's fully on.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, guys.
Thank you for the kind words there, Savage. And you know, as 21 says, making less L's, it's taking less L's, making more M's. Okay. I will leave y'all.
Thank you very much for that. And okay, so another super chat, back to back, right here from Austin. Can we take a look at HOFT and RH earnings due tariff issues from this quarter? Okay, I'll take a look at HOFT. Let's take a look at that one. I have no idea. Hooker Furnishings Corporation, interesting. This one probably does no volume. Yeah, it does nothing, 80K, so I don't want to throw anything into that one there. But RH, let's see, RH for sure does a little bit of volume. So let's take a look at that one. Go to a higher time frame and see what it's been up to since last earnings. Wow, last earnings, a little bit of a quadunk there. And it seems that after finding a base, we've been basically trading within that range there, pretty much sideways. So yeah, maybe if you're looking for something off of this earnings, maybe some references to go off of. But it seems like bigger picture, it's been kind of pulling back off of that 500. Bit of a double top here at that 460s, 465s 10. 465.10 is the high on that RH, the more recent high on that one there. So thank you for that. I don't know if you have a look on any of those.
No, I think we did. Did we talk about Chewy here in his super chat, the $10?
Oh no, I don't think
on Tesla.
Okay, yeah, no.
Okay, yeah. So okay, what's moving there? Oh, we got a nice spike up there on Palantir. First of all, Palantir go boom right here. Nice movement. I was just covering something. I didn't cover, but I put an offer there at 40s and then another one at 50, and we just bumped into 75 right there, right here, right now. All right, so oh shoot, where did that go? I minimized the super chat. Okay, here it is. So Chuli right here says he has Tesla contracts he bought earlier today expiring, next Friday. Okay.
Okay.
I thought it was this Friday.
Yeah.
Price target 360. What's the recommendation here? Buy, hold, or let it go? People are saying hold. Oops, let it go, let it go. Why are they skipping your super chat? No, fail on us, but Chuli, I got it. Never skipping anything on purpose. You know, right there. But okay, so Chuli wants to know about those Tesla ideas and those contracts. So look, I still think Tesla's fine. I mean, you know, today you're getting a nice downside push. There's no doubt about that. We did get a high of 340, but the thing is, you kind of just ran into maybe another level of resistance, right? We came into this level of support. We just go basically bottom, back up to top, and now look to extend into 360. So the fact that you have next Friday, I think that's going to be fine. I mean, you know, the China deal, I thought it would have get going a little bit more. I don't like the fact that we're down here today. But next Friday, so remember the announcements there, I was just looking at the calendar, because the 22nd, which is Sunday, is the scheduled day for the robo-taxi. They mentioned that he's looking to do something there on the 22nd, but it might get extended to the 28th. Which we had mentioned was his birthday or something. I think that's a fugazi. Like if he's going to put it out earlier, he's going to put it out earlier. They're just doing more testing, okay? So I would say that I would wait out for, you know, that might not be enough time because next Friday is the 20th. So there's Voyager, by the way. I don't know why I clicked on that. If you get some news earlier, like that date gets pushed up, then I think 360 is a possibility, but remember, that's still 10% from here. Tesla can go up 10% pretty easily. So just one or two headlines away from those being okay. I wonder if you bought it today, this morning, what kind of decay you've already had on that. Because if you're down maybe 20% on the position and it's not huge, I might just cut bait and then wait to see what happens tomorrow. Because even if it's a good day tomorrow, I think we probably just open up back around these levels again. And you can buy that again without any worries. So I would say, depending on the loss there, Joe's back here. Joe, check 360 calls on Tesla. Can you see what the high maybe was today and what the low was? Because we do have a question on that. So again, with time value and decay, you know, you're going to get hit even on one day, right? But today's Wednesday, so you still have, oh, shoot, you also have Juneteenth on Thursday, so you actually minus a day on that as well. So I would watch out for the decay there on those because they, yeah. No, next Friday. Yeah, Joe's going to grab them for us. I show them. I can actually show it on our screen. I should just find. I used to use three. Does it say what the high was today? So they're currently valued at $266. So let us know what you paid for that. But so $2.66 for the right to buy Tesla at $360 next Friday. So you need at least a 13% move higher from here, because if the thing is valued at $3, you need 363, right, to break even on that. So yeah, interesting call there, interesting play. Yeah, I like it. You know, I think if you're going to take a shot on something and the market rebounding in China news, I think Tesla's a pretty strong one there. I might prefer Nvidia breaking 150, but that's not a bad look either. Or Palantir 200, whatever you want.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a bit of a good look there.
By the way, the Blue Jays have won like a lot of games in a row.
Really?
Yeah.
I went
you beat
to
Philly. I know you went to your first game.
one game.
And you liked it.
They swept like 14-0 or so. It's 14-something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was a lot of fun.
They won, right?
Yeah, they won.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean by they swept, but yeah, that is right. They shut them out.
Pretty much. Yeah.
14-0.
Yeah.
Clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
The Blue Jays are hot fire this year. Yeah, I got a message from some guy here from the Blue Jays because I had sent in like season tickets requests, but I can't right now. It's way too busy. You know, Neil has season tickets, but like, how are you going to do? It's 82 home games. There's 81 home games. Is it 162 or 164? So that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot of pressure there to go to those games. And then plus you got StubHub and Ticketmaster. You can resell them, but they're just so expensive, Jays tickets. I don't know about what baseball's like in your neck of the woods, everybody that's watching, but to get good seats, they're like $150, something like that a seat. You guys probably did what, walk around?
Yeah, we just did the general admission.
$20.
Yeah, $20. It was pretty good. It was a lot of fun. And I was even telling Greg this is like there's like so many of us here. If we all got seats, we wouldn't be able to talk to each other.
Exactly.
It's so much better just to get the general admission and like, you know, walk around, have fun.
You could also get, so the one thing about the cheap.
3 and 3? Yeah, but there was like 15 of us, bro.
You think Obi only runs 6 deep?
What do you mean? You think we're running 6-man deep over here?
You think Obi can go in public with less than 10 mans around him?
Yo, you know who I am?
This guy's virtually Drake around Toronto, around here.
I need my guards.
Obi, come on, man.
Oh, boy.
One time this guy went out with Sharif, and Sharif couldn't even deal with it. There was too much there.
Sharif went home early.
He started flexing, and everyone was like, what's going on over here? And then the next thing you know, this man's runs deep right there. But no, anyways, what I was going to say, another play on that is, I think seats at the very top are even cheaper than $20.
Really? So what happens up there?
Nothing. You just grab those. It's the same thing, and if you want a seat, you can still do the Corona.
Oh, okay,
you can still walk around.
But
you have a seat.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
So one of your mates gets a little bit too excited, and maybe drinks
like
a little bit.
Go drop them off at the
Yeah. You say, "I'll come pick you up, back up." You know, these are your.
We know exactly where.
Yeah, something like that. Anyways, that was fun times over there. All right, so yeah, good moves up there. That was real fun. So thanks, Obi, for all of that. But all right, so getting out some more Palantir. We did moon a little bit there. I always want to say when moon, but we come right back into those levels. Just trying to scalp this out. I'm trying to hold for a much bigger move. It doesn't look like it wants to come through. As we've been talking, SMCI has been bleeding. So again, we talked about having less than 10% or so of this trade all the way up. It basically hit our levels. We were waiting for VWAP, but now it's coming back in. I'm going to try it. No, I didn't. I pulled my bid one more time. The out was at 43 change. So, sorry, breaking of 43. So that was 42.90. You know what? I don't mind taking this again, SMCI right now. The market's not really doing the worst. It's kind of just hovering, and this is making a drip down. I know you. Oh, you covered.
I didn't mean to cover it.
I was gonna say, do you want to talk about that?
I was like resizing to be like, all right, and then you know how default it just goes for full position, and I kind of default bought, and it just cleared me out of the full position. I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to get short down here, so close to the day low, but Google maybe poised for a little bit of a push into that day low as of right now. Where is that day low, you might ask? Somebody in the chat was like, Intel is done selling, and I pulled it up right away. I'm like, I'm looking for that reversion. Guess what? I don't think it's there just yet. That's a 10 penny, 20 penny bounce off the lows. But I guess no real volume there either. But yeah, we'll see where this one kind of goes. But Google,
I'll leave that
was a nice little continuation. Again, I was here, participated a little bit there on that push, stopped out a couple of times, you know, willing to give it a couple of shots. I'm like, I know I'm not going to be perfect, but I know where I want to be. But it was to get involved at that 178. And when it does come in, I did kind of take, I would say not a lot more, not the intended size more, but definitely a little bit more of an add when we kind of come back in. Excuse me, but 176.75 is the day low, 177.18's sitting as of right now on Alphabet and Tesla. Oh boy, take a look at that one right here. Tesla's coming in. So I'm seeing some flows here from the right side of my eyes. By flows, I mean the tape is deep red, which means people are hitting the bid or below the bid there on both Google, Tesla, and I guess the Spider as well here. So yeah, maybe some selling coming in. How much time we got till the close? We got about 40 minutes. So still a lot of time left. Where is the next trade? You might be asking. I'm definitely asking that question. And it seems like some of the selling was best done much, much earlier in the day. Some of the selling best done right off of the open in the case of Tesla. But as that one kind of pulls back in. But something I do want to point out is, yeah, we've had some aggressive strength on Tesla after that capitulation that we had, a little bit of that flush that came in last week with the fallout of the bromance that we saw between Elon and Trump, and a little bit of a waterfall action happening here into that 275. Beautiful capitulation kind of in here. I did like the short here. I got to go back and check what I did. I think I shorted into here off of the news. I think VWAP. I was shorting at VWAP. Yeah, right there. Shorting into VWAP right after the news came out. Kind of pulled it into here and then into day low. Covered into day low. Didn't really get involved until this 300 buildup came in, and I was like, all right. Well, if this is happening in my head, the probability of us at least printing 300 is starting to go up. So I started building into this, and then I covered soon after the flush, I think 298s, and missed this puke, absolute puke, with expanding volume that started coming in. But I love this little action down here. Each bar, Sean, each 3-minute bar started doing an average of about 5 million shares on Tesla. I was like, oh boy, I definitely smell a little bit of capitulation coming in. I don't know if it's going to be there. And I did have a little bit of a scalp long off of there. But guess what? That happened to be the low on the whole damn move, because we kind of went all the way from 273.20s on that low, and buyers just stepped in back to back, bringing us all the way back to a high of today, which we saw at 336.44s in the pre-market there. But yeah, a little bit of a strong sell, a little bit of a pullback. I think that's well within range after that aggressive kind of pop that we had after that bit of a capitulatory action that we got last week there on Tesla. Solid push off of that reversion, I would say, on Tesla. But let's see if we can get past today's day high. But market's selling off pretty aggressively as well. So you got to keep that in mind, and be a little patient. Sometimes, like I said earlier, sometimes the trade you're looking for may still be very well valid, but not happening on the time frame that you're trying to eager for it to roll out on. So it's something to keep in mind that I'm definitely learning. But yeah, I don't really see anything else. I'm looking in the chat. So show me or tell me what you guys are trading, and show me what you guys are looking at, so we can take a look at those as well. IONQ FY next week saying dangerous. I like that name, the way you spelled it. IONQ. Let's take a look at that one. We know that one, oh boy, wow, look at that. there may or may not be some supply in this area, Sean. So how many days do we need to see supply at 44s on IONQ for us to get involved? Third time's the charm, but guess what? It's probably a little crowded. Probably not going to give it to you that clean once again. So beautiful range trading's been happening here on IONQ. 44s supply coming in not only on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it seems like there's a held offer there at that 44 area on IONQ. Let's step up to a higher time frame and take a look at where that action is specifically happening relative to what we've been doing before. Take a look at that. A little bit of a lower high. So a held offer after taking a push all the way up into 48s there. But one could argue we're consolidating pretty tightly because, again, this is also kind of going on here with a little bit of an uptrend. You can see right there, boom. So just from extreme low to another extreme low right there, a little bit of an uptrend going on IONQ, maybe a little bit of a consolidation happening here. It seems like this was an interesting level as well before we took a little bit of a puke as well. So IONQ, good look there. Continue to show or continue to post what stocks you guys are looking at in the chat, and we're more than willing to take a quick review of them.
Yeah, like here's another one right here, XTIA. Nice move downside, upside today, but we had a big move up to $7. And then just basically halt fest I shouldn't say all morning, it doesn't actually halt at all, until we get going right here, 550, 610, 750, then halting again. Almost like the halts are almost identical on the way back in. And right now, looking to do some dances here as well. Shout out to, was it T-Money? Tisha there in the chat talking all about that. Let me just find out this XT. GameStop doing anything? No, I'm still doing nothing on that stock as well. Just waiting for that to pop. I'm not sure if that is going to be here. Company announced it's appointed former Paramount Group CEO to its advisory board. So, Paramount obviously gets the deal done. Maybe these guys, XTI Aerospace, we saw Archer Innovation. RCAT was another one that we were looking at, and a few others in the last couple of days. Joby was another one of those names, 21% short on this one with a float of right there, 6 million shares, which it's probably dummying that level today. 51 million shares turned over today on XTIA. So
Float on that.
6
million?
Yeah, so it's done, eight times.
A little bit of float rotation.
Yeah, a little bit of float rotation. Yeah, exactly there.
There.
A little bit of a floater on that one there, left in the bowl. GameStop and Palantir.
Okay.
I'm still doing. Okay, we have something right here. We are. I'm reloaded. I don't know. We're gonna try SMCI. I mean, we said it was coming back into. It kind of looks like, what was that? You were just looking at IONQ.
IONQ.
I mean, look at SMCI.
Yep.
You talked about some supply there, maybe some demand down here the other way. 43, 43, 43. 43 Savage right there for a downside. There we go. Okay. So a decent little look here as we just kind of sit down, have a good time here this afternoon. Almost $1 in the money on this Palantir trade, and SMCI back up into 24. Let's put something up a little bit higher. We just got filled. I just put a 24 and a 29 as we're looking to get a little higher now, upside here to close out our day. Disney there, talking about Bob Iger, talking about Paramount, talking about Warner Brothers, all that, man. Disney is the name here for me anyways in the sort of the media space. Right? Yeah, this is a magical kingdom of a trade right there. 119 coming into play there for Disney again. And we had talked about that. This is again a daily chart. It's top. So there's a nice blow there. We talked about that yesterday, blowing out the top. We talked about that with Brian Shannon. I agree with him. Time to take some out on Disney. We'll be doing that as well, as we're a big, not supporter of Disney because they canceled their streaming service, but definitely a supporter of the stock because we've been buying that for a hot minute down there into the 80s. We've been holding that for a long time. Got in and out a couple times. I think now it's time again. There's SMCI. You just saw me take that 24 fill. Now we fall back in, right? And so, to take a 20-cent hit, we're going to lose this if it breaks O's.
Buyer? Tesla?
No, is Tesla? I'm down. I think Tesla has a good opportunity. So I don't think it's a buy until maybe there, 326.50 or so, possibly there for Tesla. You need to get going. But yeah, a little bit of an afternoon push that we've seen a couple times there on Tesla. We haven't gotten out of Palantir in a minute. It's just doing this. Let's just hold. I mean, we throw back some money if this comes all the way back down, of course. But, looking at my position right now, 10% left on that one. So IBIT kind of having a day today. It's probably back down near some support. Oh boy, yeah, this one's going to look nasty, but it's not that nasty at the end of the day. It's just we did take that break. It does fall back in. That's that break and then sort of wait for something. And the bounce was fine, but it just never retook the highs. So, able to get out there on some VWAP breaks. But again, it was like a 25-cent hit, which kind of sucks at the end of the day. But, we'll wait to see what winds up happening. I think that was only 500 shares, and then we averaged it back in to the downside, then wind up taking a hit there as we break through 40. But, got some in, got some out as we break a little bit on that. So, yeah, this is what we're doing, man. Oh, oil's up. Oh, gosh. Here's OIH. We actually have the forward contract on CL, so we could take a look at oil itself as well. But there's OIH up 1%. What contract are we looking at? CL / it's probably going to be the July contract, maybe. What's the one moving around the most right now? Yeah, there it is, up 4.5%. So yeah, oil, light sweet crude, making a move up. Is this light sweet crude CL on our platform? Hold on a second, let me just see. Yeah, light sweet crude. So there it is, man. Nice move to the upside here, 68. Good point out there from you in the chat. Sina, yeah. Again, oil making moves up, and it makes sense. We're hearing all this talk right now from Iran, Iraq, all these kind of stuff going through about, oh, wow. Oh, man. Right there goes PLTR. Oh man, did it again here for PLTR. There we go, man. Back to back now for Palantir. 137 right now. Now, officially part of that club. It's your dollar club there on Palantir, and this has really been helping me get some money back into the account here this afternoon. So good job there on Palantir so far, and now we'll have to wait to see if we can break even higher. And again, as this world gets into more and more turmoil, I wonder if a name like a Palantir, unfortunately benefits from that kind of talk as, the U.S. government sort of, I don't want to say rearms, but talks more about, again, defense, and we do know that the drones and the foundry that Palantir has built right now is a pretty deep one. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Palantir. Good out right there, up at 137. You can't just sit in your trades without. Look, you can have your outs, but when you get hit to some levels, like this is why we got VWAP and then the 200 period. So we're just trying to make some plays that make some sense to us.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good look there. I mean, I kind of punched out of that Google there, but I guess a little lucky because reverted back to the top, and you guys have left some tickers in the chat there for just like I've asked earlier, so we can take a look at some of those there. So Zach in the chat was asking, please work your reversion magic on Nvidia. Guess what? There is no reversion magic. And Nvidia is pretty much telling you who's in charge all day. Very, very directional, kind of trending to the downside here. Again, very clear. I think I just put a trend line on this a little earlier. Yeah, look at that, nice little beautiful trend. So yeah, maybe if we bounce, maybe can we get back up into trend resistance up here? That's the question there on Nvidia. But coming into some interesting levels here as well. Sina in the chat asking for GitLab,
John?
GTLB. No, Sina.
I got it. She was asking about oil. Yeah.
Shirazi. Okay.
You don't watch wrestling or anything?
No, not okay. John Cena. I know. Like.
Oh, okay.
It might be a little hard to see him, but.
I had that
yeah,
change.
Of course, somewhere. I know that. But I know that from like the phone call meme. I think I sent.
You sent that to me. That was hilarious. I was at. Not Money in the Bank, the ones before WrestleMania there. It was at Rogers Center where John Cena finally, after his 25-year career, turned heel. That means turned bad.
Oh.
Yeah, there. And Travis Scott came out and everything, The Rock. That was great. That was a lot of fun.
I would want to see that. Like
Kendrick Lamar is here the next 2 days. Not
at your place?
At my place, yeah. Just for dinner. But not sold out at all. You can go grab tickets. 2 shows back to back. Tons of tickets.
Lots of tickets. There's a lot of empty seats there.
No. It's Thursday, Friday.
Oh, okay.
So right now you can get floors. You can get any seats you want. Half price Kendrick Lamar tickets. Coming there. Joe and I booing Kendrick Lamar apparently. So, but I feel like trading, man. There's a lot of people not like us, Joe. That's the thing. There's a lot of traders not like us. So, there we go. But yeah, down with Kendrick. Kendrick's just pretty. I mean, he got that whole bump from being American, and of course against.
I just want to comment. Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick Lamar.
He's got a Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah, but he can't sell like Drake. He
Talented
can't sell
guy.
like Drake. Yeah, very talented guy. Very talented.
There's
guy.
definitely talent.
Wears women's jeans. I mean, it's great. We really, no, I'm just playing around. We like Kendrick Lamar around here. But yeah, genius. Yeah, genius. Kendrick Lamar.
I see the pun there. I see what you did there with the pun.
What? Oh, the genius?
The
Yeah,
genius?
the genius. Yeah. Maybe you can get a Wrangler commercial going
Oh,
on there.
there you go. Nice.
But yeah, shout out to Kendrick there. It should be a good call. I would actually, no, I would go. I've already said to Marissa, like, let's go to we're just so busy. We don't have, we played tonight, and then we're busy Thursday and Friday. But I would go to a Kendrick Lamar concert. So if my wife's in the chat, she knows what we're talking about for sure there. So Kendrick will never sell out stadiums like Drake, but he is talented. He does have a Pulitzer. Looks good on his shelf.
Drake is very much worldwide.
Yeah, Drake is Mr. Worldwide.
I feel
Who is
like
Mr. Worldwide?
Drake's Pitbull.
Pitbull.
Pitbull, yeah. Pitbull is another classic. I love his
All right.
But,
okay.
yeah, no.
All the what?
All the tickets?
Kendrick Lamar tickets? No. There's tons available. There's tons of Kendrick Lamar tickets available. I'll go to Ticketmaster right now and show you. No, not scalper tickets. No,
Just
tons
like
of tickets.
from
Ticketmaster tickets, yes. They're all
themselves.
You go to Ticketmaster yourself. I mean, here we go. I'll show
do
it
they
to you.
trade by the
It's Ann SZA. Some song like Luther or something coming through right there. So yeah, I'll show you in a couple seconds all the tickets available for Kendrick Lamar. Okay, but let's go back to trading here because we got to make some money to afford said tickets. All right, so we are now long right here on SMCI as we wait for some 43s. So we do get that, and now we will go ahead and grab some Kendrick Lamar tickets in just a couple seconds, and I'll show you the amount that are available. So, all right, anything else you got going on here?
I'm just looking at. I'm going to continue to look at some of the stocks that you guys pointed out for me. So GitLab was one of them there that was pointed out. So GitLab, yeah, it's breaking this consolidation that we've been holding for the past, I guess, hour and a half or so. So it's about 2 o'clock. This consolidation started. But yeah, nice little breakdown potentially coming in. Market's looking a little bit weak here, or continuing to look a little bit weak relative to if you are long, I guess. But it's strong if you're short to the downside. So strength and weakness is definitely relative.
Zooming in too much.
But GTLB, I think AVGO was another one of them, and yeah, wow, holding its own. Wow, this is if we're trying to get long anything, why haven't we been touching Broadcom here? It's pretty strong to the upside. You can see holding VWAP. Oh boy, buyers are definitely in charge on this stock on the day. Now, don't forget, this thing has been pushing a little bit sideways since that earnings report that we got coming in last week. But before that, we were pretty strong to the upside. Taking a look at an hourly, let's just throw up a 3-hour, get that VWAP out of the way so we can have a little bit more clarity here and zoom out a little bit. So you can see nice strength. Again, a lot of April lows here, very similar on a lot of stocks. But since then, strong bid up today. And on a day like today, where the rest of the market is being sold off and the bids are getting pushed into, AVGO is showing us that buyers are in charge. So maybe something to consider and keep in mind, just as a little bit of a nuanced piece of information going forward. If you had the longs today, great on you for having those. It seems like the VWAP hold on AVGO was absolutely beautiful as well here. Sina again talking about MTDR. MTDR. What wasn't this one Matador? Did this IPO recently or no? I forget why I recognize this stock. I think it was on a scanner recently, and it definitely did not IPO recently. So okay, we can take a quick look at this one and see what it's been up to. Is it doing any relative volume? Sure, it's doing a little bit of volume here on the day, but that volume coming in, it would seem yesterday, with a little bit of a push. So consolidating above prior day's high going into the end of the day session here on MTDR. Maybe a sign of strength, who knows? Let's see if there's continuation coming into tomorrow on that one. One that is definitely not strong as of right now is Apple. Apple straight to the downside, man. This thing is, like, again, we talk about that false break of prior day high. It's only been sellers just pounding into Apple since that prior day high failed to follow through there. So interesting look. I really don't see anything else as of right now. We only have about, I would say, I guess 20, 23 minutes left in the trading day before the closing bell, the 4 p.m. closing bell rings. But yeah.
So right now we do have a nice move happening, obviously, here on SMCI. So we just, we put on again like more shares down here. We actually get that 43.02, or what was I sitting at there? And another little bit of an out there as we come to the upside. I was trying to wait to see if there was some extension going to happen, because we do have here. I'll show you what these market on close and balances look like right now. There it is. Bank it. That's what. I have to look to see what's going on with Bank of Nova Scotia. That's a couple days in a row now that we've had it. I mean, I haven't looked at any of the market on close trades for Toronto, but Bank of Nova Scotia, that's what BNS is right there. The Canadian banks have been pretty, okay, maybe that's why. Oh no, all right, so that's fine. I was gonna say, like, TSX is at all-time highs right now. And, look what's been happening with these banking stocks. Still not there. There's better banks. I mean, TD Bank, I think, has been that might even be at the highs right now. Come on, look at this. Look at this move. Wow. TD Bank they lost some U.S. capabilities there. And boom, right there back to the set. Like, look at these banks, man. Talk about buying some JP Morgan. I should have been buying some of this during tariff time. That's $56 right there. This is when TD Bank was in some problems, down to 50, 51, 52. And then there we go, straight up into $70 right now goes TD Bank, and some of these Canadian banks continue to work out. But I'm not really seeing too much. Come on, SMCI, just make a last minute push, man. That would be great to end the day off like that. So XOM, I mean, some of these oil names, we talked about that with Sina there in the chat. And, nice upside move here for XOM. We kind of leave these oil names alone. Maybe we shouldn't, because they all kind of look the same. I mean, if you're going to play off charts and things like that, technicals, then, why not just look everywhere? It doesn't really matter the name. You just want to play names that have catalysts and then use charts to, give that little bump up as volume right here in some of these names have picked up, as we talked about some of the issues potentially there in the Middle East. So looking for more of that. And then, by the way, we made another call there. We talked about some of the China plays that could possibly be other than, Chinese ETFs, or other than, ADRs and things like that, like a BABA or a NEO or JD, PDD, the list goes on and on. But, Starbucks, again, like, big exposure there in China. And there's the break right there. So we've talked about this break of $90 straight to 95, but it's coming into the 200 period. So now, kind of like that Tesla trade up at 360, now you wait to see about this next level. So a bad story or anything hits soon for Starbucks, and yeah, you are going to come back in, but it looks to be all good right now as Howard, what's his name? The guy, not Howard. Howard Schultz was the old Starbucks guy. The guy that came over from Chipotle.
Brian Nickel.
There it is, Brian Nickel with an upside move in the name. This is not this play right here. We did get some Brian Nickel love when he was first announced. Now, right here, I guess. And now you're coming back into those levels, trying to take out 96 right there. Hearing Reddit making moves down right now as well. RDTT making a move in, not much. Wait for a story. We do have news in our ear about this. All right. Instacart and Costco coming up with a little bit of a deal there. Costco members to receive $10 monthly credit for same-day delivery orders via Instacart on orders of $150 or more. Probably not a big deal there, but you can make $150 purchase at Costco by accident.
By stepping into.
Just by like, I want to buy some steak. Okay,
boom, boom.
bill 50.
Go in there to get a hot dog, you can walk out with $100 grocery bill. But
there's the year imbalance thing. All right, let's go to Adair, news on Reddit.
News on Reddit. So about 20 minutes ago, The Verge, I guess, posted an article saying that the company's first ever chief product officer named Polly Bott is set to leave the company in the coming months. They don't really give a specific date here, but apparently he's going to leave the company. That is the first, I guess, chief product officer ever, or CPO. Apparently he's also on the board of directors. So that seems to be the story with Reddit. Also, because you mentioned Starbucks here, I want to remind you guys this infographic here on X at TTV Research. This is about exactly a month old. This is the change as of May 12th, 2025. But since Brian Niccol was announced, as of May 12th, 2025, Starbucks actually down about 6%. Peloton and Boeing faring the best of these companies that had new CEOs announced last year. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. So right there, like there's something wrong with Palantir. It's coming back in. Remember, we do have those imbalances, so that's going to be a problem. I'm still at 80 waiting for that exact dip, so then I can use this as my out, like taking 20 cents worth of risk if we're going to use some big boy shares. That's about the most that I'm willing to do. Right now heading into an imbalanced trade, so I'm going to be worrying less about Palantir because we have our target right into there. It just fell, I don't know why there, but nice move there for Palantir, as if that story was Palantir-based, not Reddit-based. But there's the story for Reddit. There's a nice move down. It's not huge. I guess $2 is pretty decent there, turning, I guess, Reddit red on the day or so. But yeah, move back into 115. This thing got real juiced, man. 230 right back in, still under the 200 period moving average. Again, like the stock, I think that we're always looking for new plays in advertising and things like that. And, Reddit, there's only going to be so many places. You can go to Instagram. We talked about that. I don't know. I don't have TikTok, but I assume there's advertising all over that as well. But yeah, Reddit is getting popular. And again, it's not just a US play. They need to get a little bit more popular out in Europe. And if they can do that, then I think Reddit does have a real good chance to win, all over. So here we go, man. More SMCI, trying to get some out here on these levels for SMCI. GameStop, man, probably going to get, where's my stop out on GameStop, by the way? Oh, yeah, breaking 40s. We haven't done that yet today. We're right here, right now. So this kind of looks like not much going on there. Oh, yeah, and then good look here on VOYG, today's IPO. Yeah, they're not like us because Voyage was not like Circle, not like CoreWeave, not like any of the last few IPOs that I've looked at. And I was just sort of sitting here really feeling it there during the midday. And we decided to take it because why not? It actually panned out almost exactly like Circle as far as it opened up at $29 to $31. It's supposed to IPO at 31, and then IPOs at $69.75 off of a 31 post. That's like more than double the anticipated move. So yeah, it's not really up 76% today. If anybody, that's the thing, man, you sit around the dinner table and, I won't be talking about Voyager, but maybe some people will be today. It's not really up 77%. If you bought this at any point today, you're probably down. So right now, be careful with this. We'll have to check it tomorrow when hopefully there's some more interest in it. But for right now, it's a nice downside push. We did hold 50, so that would be something to look at for tomorrow. 50 there for Voyager. Again, don't know much about them. We'll do some more research tonight about that. But there was something about defense and aerospace. So, yeah, I thought that they had a chance, but apparently they did not. So, yeah, that's what's going on right now, right here as well. So got some emails. Okay, that's not anything to do with me. All right, so that's what I'm looking at. You're out of everything right now. Is Tesla moving around here?
Tesla's holding that 325 as of right now. What I'm watching, I'm staring at this Reddit here. And funny enough, I was just like, I tried to punch into that 115 kind of back through there. Still watching it pretty closely, But again, something I forget is like back at my desk, I have like an insta fill. Like if I hit the key, that is intention into the market. I don't have to approve. I don't have to press enter. I don't have to do anything. If I like it, I hit the key, I'm in, I'm out, like it's instant, right? So a little bit of hesitation there. I hit the key, and the setup here, I have to kind of confirm, and I'm like, oh boy, I missed the 15 push, and I'm like, I don't want to hit, punch into the ask like 50 pennies away from where I really wanted it. That skews my RR pretty significantly, seeing as the current low is sitting at 114.47, and I wanted to hit 115s, and we're trading at 115.50s, a little bit higher now, a whole point higher than some of those lows. So potential reversion coming in here on Reddit as it kind of attempts to bounce off of its current low, off of that catalyst reaction there, and maybe a little bit of digestion of said news. Again, a lot of times, sometimes what you'll see is the initial reaction may be a little bit overkill, and then it starts to settle in, and within there, you may or may not find some levels of reversion. But again, that's sometimes you got to be quick. Sometimes you got to be like, if I want it right there, I have to get it right there. And if I don't, then that trade is more than gone. And where's the next trade is what you got to ask. And yeah, so there's a little bit of a push there on Reddit. Let's see what it does going into the close. There's only about 13 minutes left in the trading day, and 3 minutes left for those imbalances as well. So it's like, all right, do I really want to initiate a position when volatility is stepping into the stock right before imbalances? I don't really have anything on that, so I'm not going to really participate much longer, but I did like the push back through 115s. That was nice. Nice little reserves that were happening at the lows in the 114 halves and some change as well. So yeah, some strong push back to the upside after a flush. Let's see how that comes in. Comes into fruition tomorrow. Is there going to be continuation? Is I forget who it was, the CEO, or is somebody whoever's leaving the company? Is the sentiment that we just saw off the initial reaction going to follow through coming into tomorrow? Let's see if that low at that 114 gets taken out. But that initial kind of a push, I do like that for a quick scalp, and that's coming right back in as of right now. So I am also watching Circle here going into the close. We kind of talk about some of these
we have
stocks
1 minute until the imbalances.
Oh, 1 minute until these imbalances.
Yeah, so I'm
all
gonna
right,
cancel.
cool. Yeah, let's get ready for some of those here. Circle trekking back to the upside as of right now. That 120.49 is the current day high, so pretty strong on the day on this one here. Let's take a look at what some of these imbalances are looking like coming in to the day.
Yeah, I was going to say we did have, so I'm getting out some more power. We barely have any exposure left on any of these names. So SMCI actually ran into, I wanted to bring this up to everybody before the imbalances, so thanks, Obi, for that. 43.20 right there was some levels on, I don't know if it's a level or not, but there's some size there. It's going to get eaten up. It's not, that's 100,000 shares sitting there on NASDAQ exchange. So I just got a bunch out here right ahead of that. So we'll wait to see. We don't pay a per fee. Our transaction cost per trade. I actually get paid to exit most of the trades. Enter, I'm normally paying, especially if I'm adding liquidity. But if an order, okay, so here we go. I actually had to get rid of this so we can have the right sell side right now is what I'm hearing in my ear. Adair will obviously post that to us as well. But yeah, there we go. Plug, Tal, Intel. Sell side there, Rigetti with a buy coming through, but yeah, not an overly huge number there today. It doesn't look like. Yeah, I mean, we got it $1 billion to sell, 380 to sell on the NASDAQ, and the Mag 7 are 170 with a B right there. There goes SMCI with a nice little move higher. Let's take advantage of that now, because again, we're getting some outs. There we go. Take some 23s, maybe some 24s if we are lucky enough to do that. So yeah, so far so good. I closed, I don't know what, it was 57.43 or so for Kendrick on the chat, but I have something to tell you. 6% of our audience Canadian, 59% of our audience American. So Drake is basically crushing the chat outside of Americans, but only Americans count. All right, back over there. What's up, Adara?
Beware here, Archer Aviation getting a bit of a pop, ACHR. We know last week we had Donald Trump signing some executive orders on drones, and eVTOLs. Now, for some reason, just now, the White House actually posting an article about this executive order. So this post here circulating on social media, Archer to the upside. So yeah, the White House here just sharing an article summarizing that executive order from last week. Good look here for ACHR. Back to you.
All righty. Yeah, Archer, that was a good one, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I like the way that's
wanted to
kind
see
of
what Reddit-
building up.
Which one?
Archer, I think.
Yeah, ACHR. So we had this the other day. I think it was long at like $10.20 or something like that. I think for Archer. So yeah, that was 2 days ago. We traded it right into. No, it must have been. Was it 11.20? Oh, right here. Yeah, that's where it was. So we actually had this. This was I think Monday or Tuesday after. It must have been Monday maybe, and we got a lot of hype going on through President Trump, and nice move down into 10.20 to be able to have held. You know, we would have been liking that, but yeah, Archer right now on the daily, as you had mentioned, this is only a 5-minute chart, but we did get as high as 12.50. You know, pretty constructive here, holding this $12 mark. So I think that'll be something to look at there tomorrow as it's trying to go a little bit right now. I did want to go back. There doesn't seem to be too much happening right here into the close. You are going to join Joe and Adara into the close for the Oracle. There's only, unfortunately, I wish there was more. It's always great action. It's still going to be a great show, but always great action when there's multiple stocks reporting. But today, just Oracle. So there's Reddit. Nice bounce off of 14s there. We'll see if that goes. Apparently, Trump's going to be closed press event. So, okay, so we're not going to hear anything from him in a minute. Oracle, wow, report coming. So, again, it doesn't necessarily, at least this one's not priced for perfection. It is nicely up there. What a good bottom down here. I'm going to have to get out some more SMCI because this is going to be a good trade there on the reload there to end the day. SMCI is going to be my #1 P&L name today, and it was just doing what we were showing you guys. But yeah, there's Oracle. Great move off of 120, back up to 180, looking at 190 again. Let's see. Didn't they have that Operation Stargate? You know, that was something that they were going to be talking about.
Yeah, I remember that.
There. Yeah.
That was a huge move, and then nothing really came out of that. Like, that was it.
Yeah, so maybe there's some talk there, as if I have any idea what's going on there. But yeah, so there goes SMCI. My #1 stock, and the funny thing is, man, we get all horned up to trade in at the open, and yeah, this name, we didn't even step into this until 12:20 when we came back, started having our lunch, and I was like, I like 43, and so that was a good level there. Boom, 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 boom. Hit it with some decent share size, and it's going to be good for us there. But yeah, with only 5 minutes left, let's go see what Adara's up to.
Part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. One for All, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. It's never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million buying power, starting at June 16th and ending on June 18th. The goal is to beat the QQQs. For example, if the QQQ moves by 3% up or down, we're going to aim for more. The goal, for example, and what's in it for you? Everyone wins. Plus $675,000 in prizes. 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. One account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code and join the team now. Back to you.
There for that. Apple is coming in through day lows, so I'm kind of watching that one there. That 200 mark was pretty interesting. Again, yesterday as well, Apple with a bit of a level hold. I think, was that yesterday? I think it might have been yesterday or the day before. Yeah, there it is. Boom. What a beautiful kind of, you saw that quadrunk that came into the market right there, and that hold of that 200 level, 200.03s. I had shorts into here looking for that push through that 200, but oh boy, that was a held bid if I've ever seen one, and we get a little bit of a push off of there. But guess what? That level comes in once again yesterday, and I was like, oh boy, missed that one. But look at that, kind of that high of the range, that 204s. We kind of talked about those 204s. Boom, 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 boom. Kind of a similar story that we're seeing on a lot of these consolidations, where it's like the edges are pretty defined, and when they do break, things can get pretty directional as well. You can see that it attempted the break, maybe false broke, maybe catching some liquidity for the people who are catching the false break long, doesn't quite get to VWAP, and then pulls back in for a nice little bleed out, again, with expanding volume going into the close. 198.47s here on Apple. A little bit of a pullback here off of its more recent highs here. So we can take a quick look at that. We don't need to see any of all of that. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So 212s, we've been trying to hold this 200 area is what I'm talking about. We got that nice little push from again, April, but consolidating 190s-ish all the way up into 213s. That's the much wider range here on Apple. But yeah, just watching this, kind of selling into the close here, might give us a little bit of something tomorrow, but it seems like that 200 might be a little bit of a magnet as well. Doesn't always come in on the intraday, but when it does come in, I guess it's a little bit of a nice push here. So yeah, Jared's talking about the position board here. Yeah, I know that Sean's in a lot of trades here, but I don't have anything really as much. I didn't really hold on to that Google short, didn't hold on to my Tesla short. I don't really feel comfortable initiating positions with only about 2 minutes left in the trading day. So that's me right there. But yeah, Sean's definitely traded a lot more than I have today. You can see all the banger trades. Again, I'm looking at that SMCI.
No, I'm just trying to get out of them all. I was just going to say, like,
boom, just reloads.
You shouldn't be
43 reloads.
Yeah, no one should be really taking new positions right now, honestly, unless there's something on the locator or something that like really getting you some interest. So we just got out right now of SMCI. We're getting lighter and lighter on that one. We got some Palantir fills right here as well in the 30s. And let's just offer right now and get out of everything. There we go. We're out of Palantir. And then even on GameStop, we can offer out now as well. Oops. We can offer out as well on GameStop. And what levels are we at? That's not GameStop. That's why I keep saying oops. There's GameStop right here. We'll just punch out. There we go. We got some 53. Oh, no, we didn't get 43. I thought we got, we're punching out right there. We're running into midpoint. So my order is kind of just sticking there. There we go. We just punch out. Actually, we wind up getting 53s there. So if you use an order so sometimes I post only orders that won't route. So if it runs into like a midpoint, it just kind of sits there and waits for liquidity. So I had to use a lit gateway there to punch out on. So we can always talk more about that. I just wanted to say, like, into the afternoon, like that power hour right there, like this is what the NASDAQ did. Nothing. This is it right here. We're getting a report here on CoreWeave. Oh, you have the same. You have benzene.
Yeah. Neil left it on, so I'm like, all right, I love this. This is good.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the good old. No, I'm joking.
I was gonna say, I hear
the good old
CoreWeave.
days. I'm like, no. But I would listen to Squawk when I was trading at home because again, it didn't really have Bloomberg or anything like that. But it's always good because the thing is, what I realize is like sometimes it would serve as a double-edged sword. I would be like,
same thing. You get too excited.
Too excited for one. But yeah, let's go to Dara. We only have 50 seconds till the close.
Here, so in case you missed it, yesterday we had some reports from Reuters suggesting that there were going to be this cloud deal between OpenAI and Google. Now, Reuters further reporting that apparently unnamed sources are saying that CoreWeave is set to be a beneficiary of this deal between OpenAI and Google. If I have more details on this, I'll let you guys know. Keep an eye on CRWV, and 30 seconds to the bell. Back to you.
Joe, run and get the bell, Joe. Somebody get the bell. We have 20 seconds, my guy.
20 seconds.
Until there. Right, here we go, man. Here we go. Joe making his way out. Yeah, not really hustling or anything.
He's not really in a rush. He's got 10 seconds. 10 seconds is a long time for a trader. 10 seconds is a very long time for a trader. But don't miss the execution, bro. It's almost there. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Nice.
You did a great job, man.
Thank you very much. Boom.
Joe, that was.
Come on, Joe. Beautiful. If I had a sign if I had a bunch of signs, I would have hold up a 10.
Yeah, I'd hold up an 11. That was outstanding. Big Joe running the bell.
Make sure I don't have any orders.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Okay, all right. I thought that was what's for lunch. I was like, oh boy.
You want to know what's for lunch tomorrow? You gotta stay tuned.
What's for dinner is what I'm asking.
For that one, yeah. I think we might even grab some pizza on that Papa John stuff. We haven't had pizza in a minute, and like I said, man, I'm home and then gone almost immediately. But I want to thank Joe for doing the recap show there. Neil had to go home sick, and hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. I'd imagine he will be, and then we'll be doing the recap show with myself tomorrow. But thank you to Joe and to Darren, and big thank you again, Obi.
Of course.
Always doing the best out of everybody. So shout out
as well, Sean.
To Obi. No, don't thank me for anything. I'm just here.
I mean, you bring us those solid trades. You bring us the picks. You give people the sticky note. I think it's and nobody, like I said, nobody else is sitting here putting their neck out.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Pushing those live trades.
I appreciate that. Yeah, well, that's why we want everyone to keep on coming back. I mean, this is the show. Whether or not you're looking at Obi, myself, Joe, any of us traders, Sharif, Neil, obviously, we just want you guys to enjoy the show, understand what we're talking about, and if you don't ask questions, because, I know that's helped you. You always
You already know how many questions I asked.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what's helped you.
Stay asking questions.
That was the benefit of having the trading floor. And right now, most of the real traders are at home. Obviously, we're doing construction here. So, that's been something that we've thought about and kicked these guys out of here. Do the best, ask as many questions as possible, read things, study your charts, do all of that as much as you can, because I think that education is so very key. But nothing better than, I think, just getting in there, and that's where demo accounts and things like that. So good job there. We really appreciate everybody today. One more time, if we are ready, I know they're getting all ready. They're not quite ready yet. Right now, they're setting up all of the cameras there. You got to put on the pretty filter for Joe, because for me, they put on a different one. For Joe, they got to get the good one going there. Mr. Worldwide, Joe actually, I'm just killing time until they're ready.
Yeah.
This guy runs on all through, the lake shore, down and around, doing miles. How many miles? What you were trying to do 10 kilometers a day?
10K recently, right?
Month.
Yeah, 40K a month.
A little bit more than that.
Okay.
Sorry, not a month, a week. A week.
40K a week.
Last month
I
was
thought he was at
40K a
10K a
week.
day.
Oh,
last,
nice.
last month I did 40K a week. Yeah.
Right. So 8. Yeah.
Building that endurance.
There we go, man.
Yeah, good stuff.
Average of 7K a day or so there. So shout out. Bad math. 7 times 7 is not 40, but that's why I'm here and not over there. Thank you, everybody. Good day, Obi. Thank you to everybody watching. Let's throw it over to Adara and Joe with your market recap. Go Oracle.
Take it easy, guys.
Hey guys, thank you so much for being here with us today. This is the market recap show, and we are waiting on Oracle earnings. Just to really quickly go over this here, we are expecting $1.64 per share for the earnings here. Revenue, $15.54 billion. I'm seeing as the expectation. I always like to clarify these estimates are sometimes not the ones the street goes with, so we're gonna have to wait and see. These are the estimates, however, that I am seeing. Implied move, 7.3%. Previous move here, negative 3.1%. So we're expecting more than double here, the implied move in the previous move. How are you doing today, Joe?
I'm good, Adair. How was your day?
It's good, thank you. Yeah, lots of news, of course. How was your day?
I mean, it was a tough one. It was tough navigating these markets. A lot of chop throughout the session, I find. And it took a little while for the market to find a definitive direction here, guys. So that's the game plan here. I'm looking for this move to exceed that 7.1 implied move here in Oracle. So for all my straddle and strangle options traders, this is going to be really, really important, because if we don't exceed this move, then you're going to be caught offside, holding some contracts where day after day, you're going to slowly lose value of those contracts just to the decay in implied volatility. So if you are trading that style, Adara, you need it to exceed this 7.1% expected.
Well, yeah, let's see if it does. I mean, really, okay, Oklo here. I was just going to get more into Oklo, but Oracle. But apparently, Oklo announcing a $400 million public offering. So in case you missed it, today we had some news that they were very likely here to receive, I guess, some contract. Now it seems like they're because we've just pushed the upside. We see a lot of small cappers do this. Today, OKLO joining the bunch, announcing $400 million public offering of common stock. We've got Oracle earnings any moment now, guys. Nice. So we have to wait and see what happens here. Were you looking at any of those nuclear plays today? Like
no, you know what? I seen them come up on my gappers list, on my scanning list, and I'm like, let me keep an eye on. Oh, Oracle, and there we go. We got Oracle.
I'm not seeing the numbers yet.
Okay, we don't have those numbers just yet, but a big time move to the top side here, guys. We're still slightly negative on the session. There we go. Now we're up almost 2.5% here, a little bit north of that. So a big move, a big spike here in Oracle to the top side. Adair's going to get us those numbers here momentarily. But to answer your question about the quantum space, I was not involved into that today. Talk to us.
Yeah, me neither here. Oracle, I'm seeing Q4 adjusted earnings of $1.70. Look like that beat estimates of $1.64. Adjusted net income, $4.9 billion compared to estimates of $4.74 billion. Adjusted operating income beating estimates here. GAAP earnings of $1.19 per share. I was seeing estimates of $1.64 per share. Sometimes when these earnings are adjusted, that changes. So when I see anything else, I'm going to let you guys know. I'm trying to see. Okay, cloud revenue apparently 6.7 mil. Not sure that compares to estimates. But yeah, it does look like we did beat Q4 revenue estimates. And again, adjusted earnings beat. So let's wait and see on that guidance, because I'm not seeing anything there yet.
I think I think the guidance is going to be really important here. So we have a double beat there, as you just mentioned, Adara, but the forward look is going to be really important. And I think what we're seeing right now, from what I'm seeing from this move here in Oracle is that we're not going to exceed that expected move just yet, at least to the top side. So be patient here. We are only down about 1 1/5 here, guys. So be really, really cautious. Okay, so perfect. Adara's got that guidance for us, but that expected move, we're still within that range here, Adara.
So here's the guidance. They're expecting this fiscal 2026 revenue growth to accelerate sharply. Unclear exactly what that means. Apparently, they expect their cloud growth to be more than 40% versus 24% growth last year. They're expecting to almost double their growth for cloud. Their growth for cloud. That's a pretty good look. Q4 cloud services and license support revenue here up by 14% to reach $11.7 billion. Good look there. I also want to talk about GameStop because they have a catalyst here as well, announcing a proposed private offering of $1.75 billion of convertible senior notes. Apparently, they're also granting options to purchase additional $250 million worth of notes. So, yeah, GameStop here with an offering, Oklo with an offering, Oracle double beat, guidance accelerating sharply here for growth. If I see anything else,
I think the guides are really, really important here, especially with everything that we have going on with these tariff talks. But we see with GameStop here, guys, we are now down 13%, closer to 14% on the session. So even regarding Bitcoin being on the balance sheet now, that's essentially irrelevant. As you can see, GameStop taking a big time nosedive here on that public share offering.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait here on anything else. GoBill's asking why Oracle is down. Yeah, it's on earnings, but in terms of, I see what you mean. Like, there's not specifically a reason as far as I can see here as of right now. Let's wait and find out. From what I'm seeing here on X, apparently we did have about 2% growth in one area, 4% growth in the other. Yeah, so it was, 2% beat here for revenue, and they beat EPS by 4%. So more or less in line here. A bit of a bounce right now, though, for ORCL. KK14M in the chat here attributing this to profit taking. That's not a bad idea at all. I mean, I want to talk about the daily chart for ORCL for a second because it is pretty strong. Excuse my AVWAPs here. I do have some anchored VWAPs, but one of them is going to play a role. So this blue AVWAP, this is from that Project Stargate announcement. So if you look here, what I love about this is we trade below this for quite some time, and then we break above it as of May 12th. Then we bounce off of it on May 23rd. So I like the way that we're interacting with the AVWAP from Project Stargate. Let's see if that continues. Right now, in terms of potential resistance support areas, unfortunately, I'm not really seeing any until like 163, but let's wait and see what happens. That's my take here on ORCL, and I accidentally closed all my windows. So, oh boy. Yeah, GameStop here, I'm seeing with regards to the offering. I'm not seeing any other news here right now, Joe.
Yeah, good look there, Darren. I'm curious, I'm assuming it's probably around 5 o'clock. Do we know what time the call is here?
I can look into that in 2 seconds.
Perfect. I think that's going to be really important here too, guys. If we're looking for this this underlying to exceed that expected move, I think what we're going to hear on this call is going to be relatively important, especially if we're just on the brink of breaking that. That could lead this underlying to exceed 5 p.m. So there we go. We have the conference call at 5 p.m. So in about an hour's time, guys, a little bit less than that. If we're going to break this, we're going to need some positive news coming out of that conference call. But right now, Oracle, a big move to the top side. We flushed off of that print. We moved higher on the print, and then we flushed shortly after that. But now trading back up close to 3%, over 3% here on the day of Adara.
I'm just reading some more here. Some people are saying that Oracle missed on their cloud revenue. I'm not seeing how their cloud revenue compares to estimates, but as mentioned earlier, for Q4, cloud revenue came here. Okay, now I'm seeing it now. So apparently their cloud infrastructure revenue, $3 billion versus $3.07 billion expected. So a mild miss there. They also apparently declared a 50-cent dividend, I'm seeing. So good look here for ORCL. But yeah, that slight cloud revenue miss could potentially be a bad look. And again, that's cloud infrastructure. Seeing some comments coming right now from CEO Safra Cates. She's saying that they expect their total cloud growth rate to increase again from 24% in fiscal 2025 to more than 40% in fiscal 2026. So that cloud growth is really what they're betting on. I mean, speaking of cloud, I guess a different type of cloud, the Adobe Creative Cloud, ADBE earnings tomorrow. So I would say that's like, other than Oracle this week, probably our biggest ticket earnings. We have to wait and see what happens there. But just letting you guys know, that's going to be on watch for tomorrow, RH tomorrow as well. If I see anything else from Oracle, we're always going to let you guys know. If there's any tickers you guys want to look at tag and I will let you know.
Just let us know, guys. It's been an action-packed day, and I want to talk a little bit about this Oracle dividend. I remember when Meta started to offer a dividend, and it just sent the stock absolutely soaring. So I'm really curious to see what happens here with Oracle, because we are starting to knock on the door of the top end of that expected move here, guys. So again, just stay focused. That conference call is going to be really, really important. Right now, we're now north of 4%. I think higher now. Once my information and data starts to catch up to me, we're close to 5%. So we're getting really close to beating that expected move.
Yeah, I have some news here as well on Cloudflare announcing $1.75 billion convertible note offerings. Now, this is the third offering-related catalyst post-market. We had GME. We had Oklo. Now we have our friends at Cloudflare. Apparently, these are going to be $1.75 billion worth of convertible notes. And again, this is going to end, or their notes are due 2030, and then additional $250 million over allotment, apparently, as well. Every time I think of Cloudflare, I still think of that girl in that video recording herself being fired. So that's, I don't know if you saw. Oh my gosh, look it up. It was amazing.
What happened?
She just recorded herself getting fired by Cloudflare for some reason, over a Zoom call. Anyways, I want to mention here as well, apparently U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent with another round of testimony, as far as I can tell, making some comments on stablecoin legislation, saying that stablecoin legislation backed by U.S. Treasuries will expand U.S. dollar usage. So keep an eye on the U.S. dollar. It's interesting now we have a stablecoin play we can publicly trade with CRCL.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. There we go. We got this the stablecoin play with Circle there, guys. We were trading that IPO as well. That was a good time. I enjoyed trading that one. But with Oracle, guys, we are still continuing to climb, pulling back a little bit here. 4 1/3, we're up. I like this name. I like this for a continuation play. If you are trading earnings, guys, be sure to just be extremely cautious. You don't want to be trading those opening prints. You want to wait for the first 5 minutes and then base trades off of that. That volatility can be extreme, and it's honestly essentially almost gambling if you're looking to play a break either way. That's why we focus on high levels of open interest and wait for certain things to display themselves when we are trading. So don't chase anything just yet, guys. There's still going to be some good moves. I like that the forward guidance is strong, as Adara told us here. So that can definitely send the stock continuing to trade higher.
Yeah, I was just going to look at CoreWeave here because we know this one had a bit of a catalyst at the end of the day. Reuters reporting that this one is set to benefit from the reported deal between Google and OpenAI on cloud. Now, with that in mind, APLD could be one to look at. We know Applied Digital entered in this massive contract with CoreWeave, but that's not really affecting Applied Digital at all. I'm going to go over these Oracle numbers one more time because we can't see the future, but we can certainly see what Oracle's doing here and it's pushing to the upside. So again, adjusted earnings per share, that was a beat, $1.70 versus $1.64 expected. Revenue up 11% year over year to reach $15.9 billion versus $15.59 billion expected. So that was also a beat. They had adjusted operating income and adjusted net income beating estimates. And again, their guidance was pretty general. They just think cloud sales are going to grow by more than 40% year over year. And in terms of their segment revenue, cloud services revenue up, cloud revenue up, cloud infrastructure revenue up, though as mentioned, cloud infrastructure revenue actually missing estimates a little bit. Cloud, all of this sector revenue is up on a year-over-year basis. So solid look there for Oracle.
Yeah, I agree with you, Adara. And we've seen it with the likes of Microsoft as well, too. If we want to go over the big cloud names, we know that Google missed out and AWS missed out as well. But with Microsoft beating their cloud growth expectations, then we see that here displayed in Oracle. So that's a positive sign. And I would look for the continuation and strength in tomorrow's session as well, too, Adara.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something to be aware of. What stocks do you think you're going to be looking at tomorrow here?
Well, most definitely Oracle, because this guidance is really interesting, and I like how you mentioned that they have higher expectations for the cloud growth. And when I've seen that in the likes of Microsoft, you've seen the continuation. It was one of the weaker performing stocks year to date, and then as soon as that Q1 revenue came out and the cloud growth, it just sent the stock absolutely soaring and into a new all-time high. Am I referring that Oracle is going to get to those levels? No, but I'm going to look for that continuation in strength because the street does like strong cloud growth.
Yes, indeed it does. And yeah, I mean, I think one thing too I want to mention, not really in the cloud space, but a story that we brought up a little bit earlier and they didn't really talk about again. Lockheed Martin, this is a name that I watched today. I'm certainly going to be watching tomorrow as well. So Lockheed Martin here basically had a story. Apparently, it looks like there's going to be Pentagon, according to Bloomberg, the Pentagon slashing its request for Air Force F-35s in half. So with less demand, LMT could be in watch. I mean, I think these defense plays are really interesting lately. We've heard it talked about a lot, both on the main show and on the midday show, the way that defense is increasingly switching from this, the planes, the fighter jets, the Northrop Grummons, the LMTs, the Boeings, the RTX. Now we're seeing more of the Palantir, the software side, right? We're seeing more of those type of plays. So I think that's a really interesting look. And with that in mind, I saw some people in the chat mentioning as well, Anduril could potentially be an IPO. We know CEO Palmer Luckey, formerly of Oculus, he said that he's very interested in taking Anduril public. We know Anduril has some deals with Palantir as well. So it's actually been viewed sometimes as a competitor for Palantir. So yeah, I mean, pretty interesting look here. I want to. We have more offerings here. This is our fourth offering of the night.
This must be a record.
Macy's saying that they are filing for a mixed shelf offering, size not disclosed. Also, more comments from Scott Bessent, who's talked quite a lot today. He was saying that I guess the U.S. is looking to insert, quote, fairness into the China trade relationship, and that countries negotiating in good faith could see their trade deadlines rolled forward. So I guess maybe making these deadlines a little bit farther across. Apparently, the China trade fairness, though, could come through reduced exports to the U.S. or a rebalancing between the economies. You're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But yeah, I think this trade stuff is pretty interesting. Did you expect that we'd have a sell-off like this for trade today?
You know what? I wasn't expecting this sell-off today, Adair. I was slightly bullish on the session, especially with that cooler than expected CPI print, which was very interesting this morning. I mean, it is what it is. We can't complain too much. The market has been on an absolute monster run, 34% off of the Liberation Day lows in some of these big tech names, and the NASDAQ being one of the top performers in the past 3 months. So I was a little blindsided by that. But Adara, we got Oracle now exceeding that expected move. So what do we do here when we've now exceeded that expected move here, guys? And how do we lock in our options contract gains now that we know that we can't open or close them in the post market? Well, what you have to do, if you want to lock in these games, if you are trading that straddle, or if you just have long calls, what you have to do is you have to sell shares now. And what that's going to do is that's going to pin your options contract with those shares. So let me elaborate on this for a brief second. So I have an options contract. It's now exceeded the expected move. I want to lock in that amount of money. We sell those shares. So what happens if the underlying starts to depreciate in price? Well, the short shares will start to gain value, but your long contract will also start to lose value. So you're essentially locking in that price, and that's how you trade options in the post market and on earnings.
Yes, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, and learning new things every day. And I think what's interesting too with Oracle being so strong today, it's hard to find earnings names recently that were strong and then stayed strong throughout the day.
Continued, right?
Yeah, the one exception you can think of recently, Zscaler was really strong on earnings. It stayed strong all day. I believe, I know Alta Beauty gave it up. I remember that as well. I mean, I think there was one other one that I think was decent at one point. Well, MongoDB, but it also gave it up, right? So let's see if Oracle can hold this gap, because not a lot of earnings names are able to. Sigma in the chat asking what happened to CoreWeave. I will tell you, right before the close, Reuters comes out and reports that apparently CoreWeave could actually be a secret or beneficiary here, not secret, but an under-considered beneficiary of this reported cloud deal between OpenAI and Google. So yesterday, Reuters was reporting that apparently OpenAI, who's a competitor of Google in the AI space, they approached Google for a cloud compute deal. CoreWeave apparently liking this story, according to Reuters. The company will anyway. It's a good look there for CRWV. That is for sure. Adara Buy the Book LePage is a new name in this chat. I don't know.
Never seen that one?
I've never seen that one. I don't know why I'm Buy the Book, but I mean, shout out to you.
Buy the book.
Hope everyone is having just a great day today, guys. If there's any other tickers you want us to look at, definitely let us know. But I just can't believe how many offerings we got today, Joe. We had four. We had four.
That must be a record for the aftermarket show.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of offerings aftermarket, but I think a lot of them, because they're small caps, we're not necessarily going to cover them as much.
They don't get as recognized.
Right, yeah, and I think the fact that it was like all pretty heavy hitters, two retail favorites here, Oklo, GME, one larger name, we had Cloudflare, and then we also had Macy's. Which is a name that Sharif randomly brought up on this desk yesterday, so shout out to Macy's. Get it, Macy's.
Yeah, get it, Macy's. I don't know, I've never shopped in a Macy's. Have you ever shopped in a Macy's? No, me neither. So I don't know what it's like. I know it's more American, and maybe we'll compare it to a Winners or something along those lines. But what do I know? I know nothing about shopping. But what I do want to talk about, guys, even though the market did seem a little bit hectic this morning, we're only down about 0.25%. So we can't complain complain too much about that, can we, Adara?
No, yeah, I mean, we really can't. That move down, though, was pretty violent, and it's always interesting when we get these drops without any news. That was certainly what happened today at 2. And guys, like, I always see the chat. People are like, what's the news? What's the news? And sometimes there isn't any, right? We look, you can't force any news to happen, right? People are talking about Tesla. Tesla actually, speaking of a name that puked today, because Tesla, this was a beautiful downtrend all day. Today, getting a little bit of a post-market move, and I want to say as well with TSLA, that's been interesting. I've noticed the last 3 days, and I'm going to like pull out, I'll do like a 30-minute to show you guys. This thing will drop off the open, like on Monday. Yes, you can see here on, if we go, I think if we go as far back here as Monday. So Monday, drop a little bit off the open, pop. Tuesday, drop off the open and pop. Today, drop off the open, we don't really get the pop. So bit of a reversion here of the trend, if you will. And look where we reject both times, at 336.20. So that's the level that we haven't really been at here, or we're just stayed above since June 4th. So let's see if this 336.20 is something we can break above, because clearly we struggled with it. We didn't even get there in the open session, only during the pre-market.
Yeah, that's a really good look there, Adara. I like how you point out that specific number as well, too, that 330 level, 336 level. Well, it's funny because it coincides with a high level of open interest on the options chain.
That's cool.
And that's when I refer to a lot of people in the chat all the time. It's like, okay, when we look at the options chain and we see high concentrations of open interest, these can be classified as call and put walls and supply zones. And if we don't see some large volatility or an increase in momentum, it's very hard to breach those. And that was displayed most definitely here today in Tesla.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. I mean, speaking of a different type of car, I'm also seeing, and I mentioned this here at the end of the day, Trump signing some executive orders on eVTOLs. We already kind of knew that, but now I guess, I don't know if these are necessarily new ones. It's coming out here, though. Flying cars program in the U.S. to, I guess, increase U.S.-made drone production. So Trump here with some drone and flying car-related executive orders. Watch Joby, watch Archer, watch, I guess, anything kind of in that space. I don't know, RCAT's more of a defense play.
What did you trade today?
I
heard you had a good one on
I had
today.
Netflix. I had some Netflix short there a little bit.
Short?
Yeah, I think one thing that I had throughout the day that you know, is frustrating and it happens, is just being in the right direction, getting wicked out. And, you know, you got it. It's fine. I actually was initially in the long on Netflix, got wicked out. Then when we broke the 30-minute prior bar low
that's a
Flakes,
tongue twister there.
Yeah, right. It's a tongue twister. Then I took the short at that point. Yeah, it was a pretty. I was happy with it. I mean, I think the issue is, you know, it's always hard when you're trying to move your stops and things kind of get wicky. I need to create new rules for that. Shout out to Dua Lipa, new rules. And shout out to Sharif, who's a noted Dua Lipa fan. But yeah, I think that Netflix was pretty fun. LMT was what I was watching today. Tesla, though, was my best stock by far.
Your number one. Yeah,
I had the short.
I had one name on my list, and that was Tesla.
Nice.
And it didn't happen to work out as good as I would like for me, but that's okay. We can't have everyday green at Dara. Unfortunately, that's just not the world that we live in here, guys. But again, just referring back to Netflix, it's looking pretty strong today. Actually, we're up about 1 1/5 here, guys. So a good move, nice strong move here in NFLX. And Sharif and I were talking about them landing a big-time boxing match here. Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. Jamal Crawford is a basketball player. So this is really, really big for them. I think this is going to be on the level of what Jake Paul and Mike Tyson were. And I know you're giving me those eyes, but just think about it from a fundamental standpoint. It's going to draw a lot of eyes and more subscriptions towards Netflix.
That's a good point. I think I would actually maybe argue the counter of that. And I think, I think for the same reasons that you and Sharif said that I think it might be more successful, I actually would argue it might be less. And here's why. So I think you're going to get those boxing fans, right, who care about this match. But I think what the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight did bring was a lot of confusion, a lot of controversy, a lot of notoriety. Both of these people are very well known and not necessarily for boxing. So there was that, you know, mainstream appeal as well. I don't know if these fights are necessarily going to have that. So that could be, you know, a hindrance or a positive for Netflix. But yeah, I mean, to talk about the chart a bit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. Just to add to your point there, these two guys that they have now, they don't have the star power that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul bring. But in the boxing world, it's still relatively big. And I think it's good for Netflix because we know that they've added WWE to the live events there. And now they're adding more boxing events. So they're getting into that live sports streaming, which I think draws a lot more eyes towards and subscriptions in Netflix. And we know that they doubled year over year their subscriptions, and they're going to increase the premiums as well, too.
Yeah, that's a great look. I want to talk quickly about AMD there. Sorry for cutting you off. The information reporting that Saudi Arabia is trying to tap Cisco and AMD for a cloud project. So AMD, great look. That is the news. Again, the information reporting that Saudi is tapping Cisco and AMD for a cloud project. Let's see how Cisco does. This is not known for being an intraday trader. Cisco really strong here. I would actually argue this move on Cisco is stronger than the move on AMD, truthfully. And then AMD is trying to push back up here. But yeah, again, Saudi Arabia apparently looking into Cisco and AMD for a cloud project. I mean, to talk about Netflix here too, though, just to get back into that briefly, now that we have shared the news, is one thing on the chart that I find interesting here with Netflix is I was talking about that pattern on Tesla, where it would have these pushes down and then charge right afterwards. So Netflix, this double top here at 1262, pretty clear. After we make that double top, we start this pattern of selling off the open. We do it on Friday. We do it on Monday. We do it on Tuesday. But today, much like Tesla, we actually revert the pattern that we've been doing for the past few days. And instead, today, we actually push off the open. But look where we end up projecting. This is going to be basically yesterday's high of day here, that 1228, that 1230 area. So I want to see what we do there tomorrow to bring a little bit of technical into it very quickly. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I mean, the only other news I'm seeing here is from the information. Lots of talk here about the dollar and its reserve status coming from Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on the U.S. dollar, keep an eye on these stable coins as well. And CRCL, let's pull up CRCL because that is actually a brand new stable coin play that we can now trade. So Circle, this is the 30-minute on Circle, and I have to say, not a bad look at all. With this beautiful uptrend off the IPO, we break it pretty violently on Monday morning, trade lower all day yesterday, but we have not broken 100. We have not broken 100. I think that's a great look. We're back above the AVWAP from earnings, and I think if we can take out this 120 level again, I think that more upside potentially for CRCL.
Nice, good look there, Adair. I want to bring it back to AMD because we're really starting to move. We were negative on the session, and now we're only down about a little bit less than 4/10 here, guys. So this is a big-time move. And then I was looking for some sympathy plays as well, and you've seen that Nvidia is also off of the low. So that's a really good look here in the chip space. So we had a low of around 142, and then we get another pop. So only down about a third here on Nvidia, and then a little bit less there on AMD as well, too, guys. So a really nice pop there on that AMD news. And I believe you said it was with Cisco, correct?
Yes.
They're getting the deal with Cisco. So yeah, a really good look there, guys. Let's see if this strength continues in tomorrow. I think it's going to be a very interesting day. We can pull up Oracle one more time to see if we've now held that expected move. So there you go. That's why you want to focus. So if you're trading those straddles for all my options traders out there and those who are looking to get involved in that, if you're trading that straddle and you hit that expected move, start to lock in those gains. I explained briefly earlier on how to do so. You have to sell shares against those contracts. So now you're south of that expected move. Let's see if that can continue. I mean, we're still about a half an hour away from that conference call. I'm going to be looking forward to hearing some things from that for sure.
Yeah, we only have about a couple minutes left here. So to go over that Oracle double beat, we had offerings. People are like, what's happening with GameStop? GameStop here announcing an offering. We had an offering from Oklo. We had an offering from Macy's, an offering from Cloudflare. I'm going to get the terms of this GameStop offering up for you guys really quickly so I can say how much it was again, because we've had quite a few. Macy's size was not disclosed on that offering. GameStop, proposed offering of $1.75 billion of convertible senior notes. So that was the deal there with G to the M to the E. I mean, also really quickly here, we had some chip news on AMD, of course, that Saudi Arabia reportedly looking to tap Cisco and AMD for a project, but also I want to pull up Nvidia and some of these other chip names because there's one more catalyst I want to leave you guys with. We have comments from Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that there is no quid pro quo in terms of chips for rare earths within the U.S.-China trade agreement. So why that's significant is we know the U.S. really wants this rare earth deal. We know that China really wants chips, but apparently no quid pro quo. So that is pretty interesting. We're going to have to wait and see if that shakes up, if it does at all, but I think it's worth noting regardless.
Who do you think needs who more? Do you think China needs the chips more, considering they have Huawei now, or do you think that America needs the rare earth mineral?
That's a good question. I'm not going to say need. I'm going to say who is going to be more upset if they don't get it. In that case, absolutely the U.S. The U.S. is very clear they want rare earths. China can adapt. We know they had DeepSeek. They're doing the best that they can. But I think the thing is, too, that makes it interesting is China doesn't necessarily, I mean, they're not really excited to give up the rare earths. With the U.S., with the chips, we have a lot of these companies. We know Jensen Huang and Nvidia, they really want to get these chips into the U.S.
They-
so
they
with that
really
in mind,
do.
I guess it's time to wrap up. Let's
Is
do
it-
a roll call. Let's get
that
started
time.
over here. You want to get it started, Joe, with this roll call?
All right, I'll take it over for the start of it, guys. It is roll call. Thank you for joining Adara and I on the aftermarket recap here. Don't leave us. Sorry, Mike. We have to go. Who do we got in here? We got Ash. Come on, we got to get those names. Mike DeRider, our main guy over there. Jonathan Davies. Everyone have a great day. Sharif Slef's Bicep. Dumbo Things Films. Pitchbull. We got Adara in the chat. Jake Roberts. Snakes. Tyler Smith. Butch Concepcion, Mike Zabe, who else do we got here? Joseph Brown, Chris EDW, Rob Palmer, Alvin, Calicake, Montez Travel, what's going on, everyone? Said Dienchard, I'm not going to try to butcher that one. Aziz Ali, what's going on, Sebastian? Broke Boy Entertainment, Adara, take it over for the end of the roll
Yeah, let's
call.
do a couple more. Grandmother's Garden, Dallas, Drop Trades, Bop the Dog, Nathan Pena, Hal Miz, Mean Gene, 1980, Indecisive Candle, Wall Street Only, DJ, 2 a.m., Akash, Tally Cat. We'll end here with Grov, Sebastian Ontiveros, Michael DCA, Mike Peter Ryder, Wall Street Only. Let's end with that. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. But guess what?
What?
We're going to be back tomorrow.
Guess what?
Oracle, earnings day, what?
Potato.
Potato?
French fry.
French fries. Okay.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
you on that one.
So
I know that's
enjoy your French fries or whatever you guys eat tomorrow,
That's it.
tonight, because we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, guys.